From the eye of the Horus. If you Alexander the Great, then I am the Forest. Coming straight from the mud like I am a Lotus. So हाथियों का बल कैसे सकेगा तू मुझे रोका? देख तू कैसे मैं लड़ूं, तुम लोगों से ऐसे ना डरूं. तरूं मैं जिससे मैं तरुण, पानी पे चलूं मैं जिससे मैं वरुण. चाहे मैं जीऊं या मरूं, जो करना चाहूं मैं वही तो करूं. आता है तू ना गरीब, तू बेटी चीप, जब तक कटे ना तेरी ये जीप. Better believe you gonna bleed, pick up a seat, get in your team. I'm the king of kings, brother in arms in a battle. You all gonna die if you act like a vandal. Bring the realms to reality from every angle. This is the public service announcement from Mumbai to the rest of the world. I am a Raja. I am the Raja. भिड़ेगा तो उठेगा जनाजा ना. तू मेरी तरफ आना. आ गया तो होगा फिर तनाजा ना. ये भारतीय भाषा फिर दुनिया सुनेगी ये तराना ना. 'Cause I am the Raja. 'Cause I am the Raja. What do you see? I'm more than average, man. I'm a maverick, I can grow flowers on a barren land. Break a mountain with my bare hands and step back and cause a literal avalanche. Should've been about us traveling. आज तो बुझाई मेरी जैसे मैं tarantula. ना है कोई तोड़ मेरा जब से पूर्वजों का ज्ञान मिला. मेरे जैसा मिलेगा कोई ना तू और चाहे जो भी था सबकी कबर मैंने खोदी. क्या तुम लगाओगे बोलियां कम पड़े गोलियां. चंद्रगुप्त मेमोरिया या किला तू लोरिया. Come to me and you just gonna die. That's really a given. I am invincible and you are invisible. See, that's really a difference. Get out of my way, I'll leave the world. The choice is yours. I don't kill my enemies, I play with them. That's what the toys are for. From Mumbai to the rest of the world, I am the Raja. भिड़ेगा तो उठेगा जनाजा ना. तू मेरी तरफ आना. आ गया तो होगा फिर तनाजा ना. ये भारतीय भाषा फिर दुनिया सुनेगी ये तराना ना. 'Cause I am the Raja. 'Cause I am the Raja.
back and watch me speak. About to take over your screen. Talking bulls in 93. Talking mom, I'm on TV. Y'all know all I do is me. All I do is me. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and all I know, my money green. About to snap and make a scene. My cup off and make this free. My cup off and make them scream. Go back off for TMZ. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and watch. Watch me. Watch me. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Money long, nothing on credit. I got style, don't catch no feelings. All this bread ain't got no lettuce. I got style, don't catch no feelings. Watch me. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back and watch. Sit back and watch. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. I ain't with it. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. Look, if it ain't got style, I ain't with it. I ain't with it. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. Look. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Watch me. Sit back. Sit back. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back.
Welcome back everyone to the Analyst Desk for Valorant Game Changers Southeast Asia Split 2. I am Bella, and joining me for Day 4 is the legend, Blackenblue. Hey, Blackenblue, good to have you here. How are you?
I mean, I don't know if I can take that subtitle of the legend. You know, we're trying to be humble here. It's my first day back in quite a while. I think it's been over a year since I was on Game Changers broadcast. So, yeah, thanks for having me. But I want to ask you, first of all, thank you. I'm doing well. You, though, it's been your first time joining the SCA Game Changers broadcast these past few days. I know you've been paneling this thing with Taylor. How has it been for you, you know, coming into the scene here and, like, you know, experiencing the Game Changers circuit in SCA?
I honestly did not expect it to be this fired up so early on in the playoffs. First of all, Taylor was a spectacular partner. I kept on calling her brilliant, and she deserves it. But have you seen the long days that we've had here?
Oh yeah. I know you have kind of put your thoughts out there that you want things to maybe not take too long for technical reasons, but if we get good games going, right, if we get competitive games going, then that would be amazing. Another amazing thing, by the way, is I love is that the polar bear behind you? Is that what that is? That curtain? It's adorable. Anyways, I digress.
It's a dog. It looks like my
dog.
dog. And she's been wanting to appear on camera every time I'm sitting, but I guess she decided to sit out for this one. Maybe later throughout the day she might just join me and we'll just start like that, as if that's the normal setup.
Yeah, it happens more than you think here in the SCA Game Changers circuit. But yeah, you're talking about it, right? We had some amazing games so far. Lower bracket round 1 today, so eliminations to happen.
Yeah, I mean, our first match was going to be really interesting as well, but speaking of yesterday's matches, we had Falcons versus Hypa yesterday. I mean, Falcons, they came in as favorites, but Hypa, they put up a fight. Pretty good fight indeed.
Oh, definitely so. I'm looking here at really the effort you saw coming out of Hypa, right? Especially against a team like Team Falcons. Now, Hypa, they've got some players here who have lots of experience in the past. You look at players here like Ayumi, who on that Jet and on that Neon did all that she could to really try and close out this series. But unfortunately, when it did go to that second map, things, while they were close, yes, for Team Falcons Vega, they weren't able to close out their series 2-0, and that's when we moved on to that Lotus map on after, and we kind of saw Hypa lose some steam. And I would like to think that that's an outlier, that it's an anomaly really for Hypa, and that when we see them come back on in the lower bracket, I think their game's going to be tomorrow, then we will hopefully see a better Hypa than compared to what we saw from map number 3 yesterday.
Yeah, totally. I mean, that win on Ascent was huge for Hypa's confidence, and they proved that they could go toe-to-toe with the best Falcons Vega, and their win on Ascent definitely left a mark in Falcons' clean records, so that's gotta mean something, right?
Oh, definitely so, but you know what's gotta be mean? This game, mean performance from Piety. We saw a spectacular performance coming from her. 21 kills, 9 deaths in that first map coming onto Ascent. Zipto just blowing Mad Army out of the water. And then you move on over there to Haven, where Mad Army were able to finally surmount their comeback in this series. Zipto came into the second half with a 9-3 lead, and yet Mad Army were able to find their way back into the game and into map number 3 here on Sunset. 13-5 though is the final scoreline as Zipto Esports rectify their mistakes coming from that second map and just continue to steamroll into the second half after the, what was it, like a 7-5, completely running over Mad Army. And so for Mad Army, we saw some great stuff coming from them in that second map, but they started not strong and they ended not strong in map number 1 and 3. So I'm hoping that they can kind of retain that momentum next time in a long elongated series.
Yeah, and what was really interesting to me on the storyline was that they took down their opponent on the opponent's map pick. They took turns, it was like a tug of war, and then as you said, they lost the steam on Decider, which was such a bummer because I was rooting for Mad Army that day.
Yeah. I mean, you're looking at Mad Army, right? And you see they've got some players who have been pretty storied, throughout the years here in the past game changer circuits that we've had, like Muffin, for example, who is a player that on that duelist front, right, she's been on teams like Full Send Sapphire in the past, Oasis Gaming too as well, and Extend Sapphire at some point in time. So yeah, definitely lots of fans going around Mad Army as a team yesterday, but you have to look at Zipto right now, and they just look spectacular. There's a reason why they're the ones who are going to be going up against Falcons Vega in their upcoming match here in the, I believe it's the semifinals of our upper bracket.
Yeah, I mean, the way that Zipto pulled together after that overtime was, it really showed that they can't really be shaken when everyone expects them to be shaken. So, I mean, we have an exciting upper brackets coming up again, but today's match, today is going to be brilliant as well, right?
Oh, apologies. It's the upper bracket final. Actually, they're going to be facing Falcons over. As you mentioned, they're probably not shaken. Okay, maybe a bit, but definitely not stirred for sure.
Yes.
As you mentioned, yeah, lower bracket runs here today is what we're going to be looking at. The opening match versus Salapao and Kimmy's Kitchen to start things off, which I think is going to be a much closer series than people might expect. Here in the lower bracket, of course, it's one and done. You lose this game, unfortunately, you're out for the season.
Oh, I mean, they had a chance for redemption before, but now they have nowhere to go. Today is the day that they have to take that win, and as you said, the first match of today is Kimmy's Kitchen versus Salapao, and our second match is PPQ Precision Power Quickness versus, do you want to say this name? I love this name.
Oh yeah, definitely. I'm going to say this name because I'm predicting this name to take the second series. I'm going to say it with the most soft voice I can. Kitty Nyanya. The spectacular, the amazing, the ferocious Titans of the lower bracket. Kitty Nyanya.
The Ferocious Five.
Yeah.
I like that.
Fantastic Five.
Yeah, the Fantastic Five, the Kitty Nyanya taking them on. Okay, but first match, Kimmy's Kitchen versus Salapao. What are your thoughts?
Lots of thoughts. For one, Salapao, if I am not mistaken, is supposed to stand for like bao, like the food.
Xiaodong Bao?
Yeah, like the bao, the
Oh, I love that.
the food. So I assume so. I mean, their logo is like a bao. Here in the Philippines, we call it siopao. I know people call it different things in different regions. But more importantly, some of the players here on this team here for Salapao, some of them came from that Full Sense Cats squad. One of the players I'm looking at here, actually two of the players I'm looking at here, is Angela, who I believe is their IGL, and also Viz, who plays Sentinel on this team, sometimes flexes to an Astra every now and then, but more importantly, those two players share the IGL role on this team, which is something you don't see from many teams, but we have seen things in the past, right? Some teams, they like to divide that role and relegate that, I guess, task to two players. Maybe sometimes one player will IGL on the attack and the other will IGL on the defend, and I do think that this could give them multiple ideas here that could potentially shake things up when we do go on over into the series for Salapao. So yeah, I see lots of good for Salapao, but I mean, if you want to talk about the team that I feel could be taking this, Kimmy's Kitchen is the one that's got my eye.
Yeah, I mean, Kimmy's Kitchen, this team qualified to this spot, so they are determined, and we didn't get a really good chance to see what Kimmy's Kitchen actually had in kitchen, but today might be the day, and I mean, I'm excited for what kind of strats they came with today. All the maps, because we've been seeing a lot of agent composition mix-ups here, and we know that if you have the right comp, if you have the right map, and if you take the pace, then things will go your way here.
Oh, definitely so, and that's something that I want to see from both of these teams, actually. When I was watching some of their games, I noticed that both of these teams, especially on the defensive side, aren't too keen on creating opportunities, but instead looking to find them and punish mistakes coming from the opposing side. Instead of creating, they're more just anticipating, right? We're looking at both these teams here as their lineup progresses on the screen, Kimmy's Kitchen, so many K's today in these teams, is how really they're able to, I guess, control the pace of this game when it comes to a lot of their defensive halves. As I've already touched upon, they're a team that likes to start with a more neutral defensive half. What does that mean? They don't typically create a strong side in the defense where they stack most players on one side of the map and then leave maybe a player or two on the other side of the map, as compared to Salapao that tends to do that in the early game. And so with a more neutral defense, how does that stack against Salapao? I am curious to see which defensive hold will start first, especially looking at the potential map vetoes that we might have coming up here. But, I mean, two players up on the desk, Bugsy and Viz.
Bugsy and Viz it is. I was actually going to ask you. I mean, I feel like the two teams have a different play style, and it's going to be a matter of who puts a stronger act forward. And I was wondering which player would be the pacemaker for each team. I wanted to ask you about it.
Well, our highlighted players here is going to be Bugsy and Viz, and I already kind of touched upon Viz a while ago, right? She IGLs for this team as a Sentinel. She shares that in-game leader role with Angela, but Bugsy, as a player here, is actually one that might typically go under the radar for fans here of Kimmy's Kitchen. Lots of players might be looking at players like Delbski, who didn't play the last game, was subbed out for Gia, or maybe the duelist like Kikuo, who is a exemplary player, came from Kitinyanya last season, but Bugsy has actually been super reliable for this team. It's almost to the point of, because her numbers aren't super exceedingly high, you don't expect too much from her, and yet she gets these silent and almost creeps up on you, and you somehow at the end of the game look at the scoreboard and see, wait, Bugsy did pretty good in this game, and she's like that for most of their games. So having that reliability on a team like Kimmy's Kitchen, with a team that is full of players that like to take big risks, like I mentioned Kikuo, that is crucial for their stability in this series.
Yeah, and on the screen we have Tess as well. I mean the numbers tell the story itself, right? And
I mean,
as you mentioned, Bugsy, we always have to watch out for players that fly under the radar, because they are the mastermind that works out the team strat behind, right?
Oh, definitely so. I mean, you're looking at Tess here on the board, and she kind of being like mostly an Omen player. All she's been playing, I think, is mostly Omen for like 95% of the games, which I don't mind. I'm an Omen player myself, you know. You TP, you flash, you smoke, your job is done. But when I'm looking here at Tess, what I do see, and I talked about that consistency a while ago, is her consistency. She has been one of the most reliable players here for Kimmy's Kitchen, and she has lots of experience as well, right? She played with like teams like Aura Differential in the past, with players like Graham's and Capricious, who are now in Zipto, and players like Starry Bun as well, very known. And so she has shown herself to not only be good throughout, you know, general gameplay, but even clutch-wise. She's pretty clutch. She's reliable in those moments. And for a team like Kimmy's Kitchen, she is an absolutely stellar player to have on your roster.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we have Tess on Kimmy's Kitchen, and I'm wondering, then for Salapao, I feel like another key player to watch would be Angelafi. Like, she is the IGL with Viz, as you mentioned, but I wanted to point out that she is Thai, so this GC Pacific must mean something for her, right?
Oh, definitely so. I mean, at the end of the day, you know that everybody's trying to shoot their way into, you know, into the next step of this circuit, right? To try and make it as far as they can and hopefully even make it a champs. And for Angela, a lot of the leading role is shared with her and Viz, yes, but there's still, you know, as one of the leaders of the team, there definitely has to be a bit more weight on her shoulders. Now, she does this while being the initiator and flex player for the team. Yes, you'll see her in the Sova a lot, but sometimes she even goes on the Viper for this team if need be. So there's lots of flexibility here for Angelafi, and it really goes to show that this team here, when you look at Salapao, they have multiple facets and factors that they can bring to the game that you have to be prepared for, that when you're going up against them. Unfortunately, their first game of the series, of the entire playoffs, was, against Team Falcons Vega, so wasn't the best showing for them, but I don't think it's a good barometer to try and kind of measure them when you're going up against the best team in the circuit by far.
Yeah, I mean, and I think they had their moments of brilliance. They showed what they could do in some of those rounds as well. But today is the day that they would have to put their best foot forward and put on a really strong game to make sure they stay and save their spot in the playoffs to secure that last spot to GC Pacific. And I'm excited to be talking about the maps as well. But I mean, do you kind of have an idea of what kind of maps they'll pull out today?
You want me to guess? No. I mean, when I'm looking at some of the maps that we've seen coming here from Salapao in the past, I would like to see them pull in Icebox, because that's one of the maps that I think they perform pretty well.
Yeah.
But when we do showing over the maps, I'm hoping that that is one of their maps that they are able to utilize in this rotation. Ascent, it could be a map for them as well, but I think when looking at Kimmy's Kitchen, they aren't too shabby on that map either. For Kimmy's Kitchen, though, they are a team that I've generally seen prefer play these 3 map sites, or rather 3 site maps like Lotus and Haven.
Yeah, maybe we'll see a lot of 3 site action today, because that's where all the hot action's been happening for the past few days. So it's going to be a bumpy ride, I think.
I mean, hopefully it's not too bumpy on the technical
Calm
side.
down.
I hope we're getting smooth matches. Okay, give us overtime, that's fine, but technical wise, I know there's kind of like a monsoon going over some parts of SEA right now, so everybody keep safe, keep dry, hopefully. But yeah, I mean, map veto wise, there is, I think, a lot that could go on wrong here for either side. We've definitely seen both teams really excel in some maps and kind of struggle in some of others, so we're gonna have the openers here, and Pearl will be coming on up. Oh, Kitty Kittens, they actually pick Lotus, which is one of the maps I was talking about, right? They like to prefer these 3 site maps, either Haven or Lotus, and they picked Lotus now, which, to be fair, against them, like, they did lose Lotus against Hypa 3-13, but I like the fact that they're still confident in that map and they don't kind of let it waver them from choosing Lotus again.
Yeah, I mean, Sunset, Ascent, okay, we have to see all 3 maps. I'm going to say it.
Well, maybe not Ascent, but you've seen a lot of that. But like, okay, if we end up going to Ascent, then I think a third map, it might go. Okay, my initial predictions were Kimmy Kitchen, but now that I see the veto, I do think if we go 3 maps, it might go to Salapao. If it's only 2 maps, I'm still sticking with Kimmy's Kitchen here, but I think that Ascent is one that has been one of the more beneficial maps here for Salapao. So yeah, I know you haven't even asked me my prediction, and I'm giving it to you for free. But
I mean, you gave me hints. You left breadcrumbs throughout the day, throughout the opening.
Follow the trail, you know?
Yeah. Are we enemies? Well, we should see.
Who are you predicting? I'm gonna ask you.
Well, I chose Salapao. Can we have the map predictions?
There we go.
I'm really bad at timing this, because I want it to be like, I want it to come up as I say it, like bam, but I'm really bad with this.
We can do it again. Drum roll, please. One.
Pretend like
2,
this didn't happen.
Yeah, that was a practice run, guys. Don't fuss. Like, stop pressuring us. No, we can. No, we're having fun here.
Let's find out what our map prediction, not map prediction, what our predictions are for this match.
There we go.
Ta-da!
Yeah, I'm still sticking with, Kimmy's Kitchen, Blackenblue, as you see over there. Bella, the contrarian, she was like, oh, Blackenblue's picking Kimmy Kitchen. I'm gonna pick Salapao, because, devil's advocate. But no, actually. I do think it's fair to pick either in this case.
Yeah, I mean, hear me out. Just on paper, Salapao had a really good record in their group stage, and I didn't think that they really got to show what they had in store. So I was like, things are always better in Salapao, and plus their logo is pink, so how can I not pick Salapao?
You make a good point, and I do love me some POW. Like, I will admit, in college I ate POW like probably 3-4 times a week. Was it healthy for me? Maybe not. Did I have a fun time? Yes, I did. And that's what I'm hoping to see here in this series. A fun time, right? And one thing I did notice, actually, looking at Salapao, and I will give you this caveat, is that they rather do very well on the defensive side to look for those opportunities. Sometimes you're going to see them kind of peeking a lot, kind of, just probing. I like to call it the 3 Ps, right? Poking, probing, and peeking. They're just always trying to peek, always trying to poke at you. You can even add prod to that if you want to make it 4 Ps. Trying to always prod for information against the opposition here on the defensive side, especially on some of these larger maps, and I think that will heavily benefit them when it comes to map number 1 especially.
Alright, well, we let our thoughts out, and we, as Tayrard has taught me, we are here to be proven wrong. So we shall see how the match goes. But before we toss it to the casters, we're gonna go to a quick break, and we'll be back to see our first match. guys, we're back from a very brief break. This is the Valorant Game Changer Southeast Asia Split 2, Day 4 into the playoffs. And I'm Bella, joined by, next to me is the legend, as I mentioned before, Blackenblue.
Where?
I wish I came up with a better tagline.
I can't find what legend you're talking about. The only legend I know is the 6-foot hailing from Bonifacio Global City from the east side, man, elevator with a house, 6-story house. Fluffy O2 is gonna be your caster later. Spoiler alert. Yeah, it's the only legend I know in my life.
A little spoiler moment, because that is who is going to be casting today.
yeah. I mean, yeah. Apparently, I've got the Twitch verified fan club in the chat, so shout out to you all. Thanks for the vibes. That's all I'm gonna say.
This is gonna be a little meet and greet kind of vibes, virtual meet and greet moment for Blackenblue. I'm the host for that.
The one and only. Well, I am honored to share the meet and greet desk with you today. No, I'm trying to be humble, guys. Come on, stop it. You know.
Wow. I mean, for some people that just randomly clicked on our game, they're gonna be like, what are they talking about? They're aren't they supposed to talk about Valorant?
Caster, start the game. Panel, start the game. No, I mean, you want to talk about Valorant? I can talk about Valorant all day. That's why I'm here, buddy.
This is all Valorant, and I wanted to ask you about some agent comps that we might be seeing. We don't know what the players have in stock for us.
Yeah, go ahead. Let's do that.
And because the meta is evolving, as here as well everywhere, we're gonna see, I'm guessing that we're gonna see a strong mix of classics and a lot of, maybe, potentially, some risky ones as well.
Actually, I don't know. I don't know if you want to go for risky stuff here today, considering you lose your out, which kinda is not a good vibe, you know? But like, I think if you're in this case, like, okay, let's be for real for a second. Opening map is Lotus, correct? Yes? Salapao have played Lotus once in their history. They did play it against a pretty formidable team in Kimmy's Kitchen. Would you believe that? Actually, and they lost 3-13. So historically, Kimmy's Kitchen is the better team here on Lotus. It's part of the reason why I still stick with my prediction of them coming out of the series, especially if it's a 2-0. But for Salapao, the composition that they brought to the table, it has the Raze. Yes, it's typical Raze Omen. It had the Breach, and that Breach is one that I'm going to point out quite importantly, because I believe here that when you're looking at the way that they do play that Breach, especially here on Lotus when they have Angela play the Breach, I don't think them as a team are able to utilize the Breach's, I guess, kit in the best way for their team. I would almost say that for a team like them, it might even be better for them to run a Sova, or maybe even a KO to accompany that Fade instead of the Breach. Why do I say this? Because when I look at their defensive sets a lot of times, as I told you, they don't really create many opportunities, but they're doing a good job in looking for them. They like to poke, they like to peek, they like to prod. They very rarely have trap defensive setups, and by trap defensive setups, I don't mean like Cypher Trap or Killjoy Trap. I mean like, if an enemy walks into this hallway, then there's a flash that's gonna come and a Breach stun, and somebody's gonna swing and you probably get a trade. They rarely have setups like that on the defense, and that's kind of how you need to play the Breach. So if I am SLP right now, you've only ever played this map once. It's open for experimentation, as you said. You can take risks. I think they're the team to take a risk here and change the comp a bit, and maybe play something that will give them to their strengths, which is peeking, poking, and prodding. So maybe a Sova, maybe a KO. I think those things would work better. Those agents would work better over the Breach that they're trying to run right now. It just feels the composition they're playing feels very different from the identity of the team, actually. So yeah, if you're gonna ask me what risks they could take agent-wise, as I yap for 2 minutes straight, apologies. I digress.
No worries, because you got me convinced right now. I was like, well, yeah, I agree. Yeah. I feel hypnotized almost. I'm like, yes. Yeah, sorry, lesson here. You know, they're like, B&B, yap, we're yapping.
But yeah, if I'm Salapao right now, the risk I'm going to take for map number 1 is change that breach out, probably put in a different initiator, and I think it would work out better compared to what we saw last time, which was a 313 versus Kimmy Kittens actually in the Swiss stage.
I mean, yesterday the upper bracket matches were a bit of a... They needed to play their best game, and they needed to play it safe so that they could keep their place, right? But for the lower bracket, as you mentioned, that this might be the time to pull out something new and test it out, because you never know. If you're not going to test it out here, where are you going to do it? And you had a couple of days to practice, so might as well just, you know, send it in and hope that it works. But of course, with more solid practice database. I don't know. I'm a risk taker when it comes to games. I'm like, you know what?
Really?
If
Who's your favorite agent, Bella? We'll do the litmus test here.
Okay.
Yeah.
I am a risk taker, but my in-game persona is very, very different.
Okay. hit me with it. Who are we talking about?
Guess though, like, everyone that I've asked this question has guessed my main.
I'm gonna say something like an Omen. No, actually, that's me. Sorry, I'm talking about me. No, I'm gonna say. Did I get it right the first time? No, hopefully not. Maybe no. I don't know. A
Profiling
cipher.
at best. That's the hint.
A cipher. A killjoy.
No.
No. Am I so wrong? I bet.
I was gonna say I usually play Sage, and I said profiling just because that's the one that I look the least alike.
I don't want to be
out the cipher, and I'm like, are we?
Okay.
Are you
At least
seeing
it's
a
a
different
sentinel.
face on me?
I didn't want to, you know, be stereotypical. You know, like I didn't want to say Sage. You know, but I guess it makes sense. No, I mean, we've seen other players like Alexi played Sage before, I remember, and she was like a pretty risk taker. Like she would peek everything, right? Like, or even like thinking like, you know, internationally, like Paper X Jing, he's played Sage and he's a very risky player. So you know, I think it'd work out. I almost think it works out even better because they think like, oh, it's a Sage, not gonna peek, you're just gonna be behind the wall, and bam, I'm here, fool, and you take him down.
Exactly. They expect Sage to be so passive and just to be like a side piece to the comp, but when you take advantage and when you are a proactive Sage, then it's like you can creep up onto your opponents, and voila, we have our agent selection.
Woo! Okay, what do we got new here? Oh, Kikuo, for one, is on the Yoru. I believe the last time we did see, actually, no, never mind. She was on
I'm
Yoru.
a big
I was
Yoru
capping.
fan.
I actually like the Yoru here. I think Kikuo, as a player, we have to remember that she is one of the, I guess, lesser experienced players in, I guess, not just today, but in the circuit as a whole. Like, before this, Kitty Nyanya was, like, her first real team. There were some other teams before then, but they never really got too far as compared to Kitty Nyanya and Kimmy's Kitchen, but maybe not the best performance during the Swiss stage from her Yoru, but I'm looking forward to see what she pulls out here. Liana will be bringing out that Neon as well, which I think we have also seen that coming from Kimmy, from SLP rather, in the past, and so yeah, I'm curious to see where they bring that. We have seen her in the previous matchup play the Rays up against Kitty's Kitchen, but there's so many K's. Kimmy's Kitchen, not Kitty's Kitchen. Kimmy. It doesn't help that Kimmy's Kitchen logo has a darn cat on it. Okay, it's
I would
confusing
like
to me.
a video compilation of Blackenblue mispronouncing Kimmy's Kitchen. But okay,
Knowing FSL, they might just.
taking us into our first map of the day, we're gonna send it over to Daks and Fluffy.
Floofy. Truly, yes. We are back here, ladies and gents. We are in the Game Changers Sea, and of course, it is the lower bracket elimination time, and I am joined by Floofy himself. So, Fluffy, how you doing, my friend? It's been a while since we've seen you on the mic.
Yeah, it's been a while, and I'm really excited to be here, especially on the same day as Blackenblue. And like he mentioned earlier on the panel, it's going to be a very do-or-die match for all the teams that are going to be seen moving forward, especially for our first game.
Yeah, and of course, the legend himself, Blackenblue, our podcaster, our journalist now, our
he does
analyst
everything.
talent, talking about a lot about these teams, and it really just goes to show how much they've really worked for to get here so far. But it was tough. The upper bracket, they're facing off against some incredible titans with Team Falcons on one side, with Hypa on the other. But now we're gonna get into Lotus, and the thing here, Fluffy, is that these two teams have met each other before within the Swiss stage. It was, I believe, a victory for Kimmy's Kitchen, 2-1. The first two maps were maps that they took away from one another, and the interesting part here is the addition of the Vice within the compositions of the teams.
Exactly. I mean, that agent, wow, it can do a lot of things, I imagine, especially on this map. The metallic mastermind of Vice really unleashes that liquid metal to slow down a lot of the teams and create pressure. On a map like this, you want that control, especially since the defender side is going to be so spread out.
Yeah, I mean, especially that you have so many ways to handle that pressure, right? With the Razor Vines and the Shear, they can just stop people dead in their tracks. But Kimmy's Kitchen's going to be on the attacking side. He said Gia is going to be on that Vice. Viz on the other side, on the Vice as well. And what's your favorite part of Vice's kit here, Fluffy?
I think for me, it has to be the delaying power.
Yeah? That's all?
Yep.
Okay. Good to know.
There's so many things that agent can do, you know. It's hard to just pick one.
Yeah, but it was a tough time here for Salapao when they faced off against Kimmy Kitchen. 13-3 in favor of Kimmy's Kitchens there. Then again, though, we're moving into the game. It's already the C-mount take for the Kitchen. It's weird. It's like, I want to say Kittens because of the VCTC team from before. But it's Kimmy's Kitchens right now. Kiko on the Yoru as well, waiting for that contact. Viz, perhaps a swing out. The jumpy comes in. The double duelist now. A chance to push on in. Stun comes up. Foxy flying high. Viz, though, spotted here. Kimmy's Kitchen into the site already. 5v4 for now. Ilyana felled, and it's looking good for the attackers.
I mean, SLP, they have a chance to regroup here, but time is ticking. The spike will go down. They only have one angle of attack, but this breach is going to really force a lot of fights. Stun does connect, but nothing really gained off of it. Just 5 HP left.
Yeah, it's looking tough here for Salapao now. They use the utility to make some space towards Pillar. Test, though. Great contact point. Flash comes out. Ready now. Dipsy in position. And SLP fight back. They get 3 kills already. Kikamodo on site. And with it, Salapao. It looked a little dicey, but they got on the site. And that's enough to get the first round.
Explosive already at the get-go, and what a retake coming in from SLP. Really, they just fight together. They only had one angle, and I was pretty worried about how they're going to wrap around the site, but that breach concussion really, as we take a look at this replay, forcing them into these advantageous positions and really funneling them into a lot of 1v1s that they're really taking advantage of.
And that's one good thing we saw about Salapao and their gameplay. If we remember that matchup versus Team Falcons, they made it so competitive in the first half of Pearl, 6-6, before Team Falcons took that map in the second half. And I'd love to see what else they improved on, especially that they faced off against Kimmy's Kitchen on this map already. Ilyana, aggressive play here from Salapao. Mount control coming on in, but Bouncy gets a kill on the Viz. Maybe a chance here as there's a pivot, but Ilyana again striking when the iron is hot. Perfect kills with the backstab, and it's up to 2 left from Kimmy's Kitchen to play onto A side.
To be fair, with that opening pick, they're able to get a lot of space and ground up onto the A side. The plant will at least go down, so that's going to be a lot of credits in the back. Damage being done here as they try to reposition for the side, but the quickness of Ilyana just pushing through and not giving any care, knowing that they have that firepower.
And here we go, Ilyana in position again. Salapao playing a breach and clear system and in the most literal fashion, right? Angela Faye in position, always helping Ilyana clear those angles. And given that, it's Salapao with the second round, but a few good kills for Kimmy's Kitchen, plus the spike plant. They have money to work with moving into the next round here.
I respect the aggression coming in from SLP, as normally in these second rounds, there's either you really push your advantage or you hang back and just wait for things to come. But they're taking the initiative with this one, being proactive about their plays, so they're rewarded with this round, but also being able to keep that bulldog up means they have a better chance of moving on to round 3.
Yeah, they have a bit of firepower to work with. I'm just comparing some compositions right now, though, and I do believe Kimmy's Kitchen, they did make that adjustment to bring out the double duelist this time around. They're not rocking the breach for Bugsy, and she's doing pretty well so far with 3 kills. But I'd love to see that entry, right? I think Kimmy's Kitchen, they have so much firepower to take site control away.
Exactly. I mean, with that double initiator you mentioned, there's also so much safety for Ilyana to really make a lot of plays. On the second round, we saw that the Fade was able to scout out these dangerous areas, and it's just less that duelist has to really deal with. So now we're at a small pause, which is, I guess, expected, but the creep of this clone, oh, never mind, just had a double check.
Yeah, the fake out's a real one there. Seems like Viz getting a bit of intel, sure. But then again, Salapao, only their second time playing this map this year. The adjustment from Cypher to Vice, just a bit more staying power for the Sentinel itself.
There.
Kimmy's Kitchen.
I mean, all in all, they have so much retake as well with an additional flash in the pocket.
Yeah, we did see that a while ago, right, during Crystal, but Kiko now gonna go for the push. Bugsy alongside her. Some easy bend control, but you were talking about utility a while ago, Fluffy, and SLP can play a retake, perhaps. Not only that, the flank coming in, you said it, they have a lot of utility, they have a lot of angles. Gia has to play towards main here. Viz!
Whoa!
Massive kills for the Sheriff! And even with the lesser guns, SLP! You gotta take notice about that one. Ilyana already in position, so quick yet again to take the site away. 3 versus 1, and Ilyana will make sure it's all done. SLP with a 3rd round now.
They seem so fully in control of a situation, even when things are kind of dire, able to get those 2 initial frags, just really helping to get that momentum up. And they have, like we mentioned, they had so much utility for the retake. The double initiator allows them to stretch out their resources for way longer than this attacking team has once they go to post.
These are lessons learned by SLP. Their only tape on this map was against Kimmy's Kitchen back then within the Swiss stage.
Yeah.
And they know exactly what to do now against what the Kitchen. Even I'm doing what Blackenblue was doing a while ago, right? There's
a lot of case.
That's a lot of case. And there's a case to be made that SLP are ready for this matchup.
I mean, so far, it's really so good for them. Perfect score on the board. Can something change here? Because KIT, they really have to find their footing in this one. Leaving the spike in the base, going for a more default and fishing for some picks. If they can get a couple, maybe upgrade their weapons. First contact, not going to go their way. Actually going to get pushed back by the concuss as well.
Yeah, but still, immediately, right? You see contact, you see Ilyana rush in. There will be support, courtesy of Angela Faye. And given that, it's some kills coming the way of SLP. You mentioned it. Spike out in the open. Fast lane set up right now to put more pressure on. Bugsy trying to fight one back, but what is a wild breach doing here? Angela Faye in the middle of all the action. SLP will get 4 rounds now.
I mean, this is such a dire situation to be in. KIT, yeah, they get their buy right now, but because of the amount of just pure firepower that SLP is able to bring on this game, their ultimate economy as well is far more accelerated. They're going to have the Rolling Thunder. They're going to have a bunch of utility for the retake, where so far it looks like they haven't even been struggling at times.
Yeah, it's just been cool, calm, collected, and I dare say the initiative here from SLP, right? When you're playing Neon Breach, if you play aggressive, take a lot of control away, prevent Kimmy's Kitchen from getting the space that they would like. Rumble now looking to be contested by utility. As soon as they see the contact of the numbers themselves, Kimmy's Kitchen, they're gonna get Rumble control, go to the door, and put pressure towards his A side.
Look at a quick rotate though, but not fully committing to it. They know that there's a chance that they double back here if they fake that door. They already have players in position. Rolling Thunder might be a dangerous spot to use it though. They get an opening, and that's going to cause a lot of panic for the defense to watch out.
The lurk. That's gonna be big warning signs for the breach of Angela there. Nightfall for Nightfall. Now the Rolling Thunder, but the spike hasn't been committed on the site as of yet. So SLP, can they actually get in there? The fake out blocks it, sure, but Ton is prepared. Angela in position, and SLP containing Kimmy's Kitchen here. Seems like it's time for renovation towards 3, and it's a big demolition order from Angela Faye. A 3K again for the breach, and SLP running away with it so far.
They're trying to play with the numbers. They're trying to group up, but just getting punished by all that breach utility. Not just in the end, but even on the opening round, they play safe. But this great timing on the flash from their teammate, able to get one for this Omen. They're just corralled here onto tree.
Yeah, it's just too hot in this room right now. And SLP, they're basically the master chefs of this kitchen here, my friend. 10-1 for Angela so far. One of your co-IGLs on this roster, one of your more experienced players on the SLP side, doing an incredible job so far, keeping the tempo in favor of the defense.
explosive start this time around, changing up the pace, stopping that default, and going to try to take a bit of this location, but they are pushed back. At least take up the opening part.
Blind for blind, Steel Guard now hits the play here. There's only a shorty, but Chun's good enough with it. Boxy though! The Stinger, the Boombot, it's enough to capitalize on. Chaos now in the mini door. And Kimmy's Kitchen, they have control of the B side. Willing to commit. They hear the door being opened there. Viz looking for the timing. Spike now planted. 3v3 retake. But what a shot! Through the wall! And a Steel Garden yet again. Secondaries only. Here for Kimmy's Kitchen. Prowler also trying to get over to upper, but this is a chance here.
Oh, not a plant.
Beautiful sees. It's perfect now. Angela, first contact. Visto letting it go. They still want to fight. Bouncy so close to the ace clutch, but Dipsy's there to make it happen for SLP.
Save the day.
I'm so surprised that they were able to close that out because this felt like the strongest start that Kid really had in the opening. Able to get that plant down and honestly in a pretty good position, but because they were forced back to go up on that upper end, really not the angle that they were looking to play off of.
Salapao, no matter what, finding answer for answer. And we were talking about, you mentioned the double initiator a while ago, and you can see it off it. Just having that utility, that confidence to play the retakes, take these extra angles, and Kimmy's Kitchen, sure they get on site, but then it becomes their own death sentence there.
They just have so much security in securing space, making sure that they have complete info because they can just rotate around. They can even force these fights. They can just do a lot with the util that they have, but the Yoru could be very distracting as they try to make a C play here, get some info. Not going to be able to find anyone though.
Pick a wall. As per usual here for C. They get good bend control, yes, but my concern is what is there past that? They take pillar, but how about halls? How about waterfall? Kimmy's Kitchen, they're on site, but it's the same positions that Salapao have made work so far. Oh, the double duel is pushed though in waterfall. This could be big. Dipsy right now. Contact.
Oh,
one,
timing.
done. Two are gone in the blink of an eye. And Salapao now, good chance here to make the push happen yet again in the 5v3. Razor Vines in the way, but Tun already shutting down any kind of angle to work with. Toffee Waffy's in position. Sun comes up. Angela makes sure Toffee goes down. SLP, this should be clean. 7-0. Right, they are running away with this one.
How does Angela have her ultimate yet again? It felt like she just used the Rolling Thunder just 2 rounds ago. The impact that she's having on this breach has really been felt, and KRT, they don't have a lot of momentum. Yes, they get onto sites, and yes, they're able to group together, but because they don't dive deeper, they kind of just back out. They, in a way, force themselves in a situation where the pressure feels a lot heavier once they start getting the retake on them.
Yeah, it's just too dry of a contact here. You think, right? Perhaps a bit of utility will help the peak out here, but one by one, just fall on the side of Kit and SLP. This is a far cry to the last time they played this map. A far cry to the last time they played against Kimmy's Kitchen. They are just on a warpath here, Fluffy.
They are cooking something else right now, and the seaside setup looks a bit more, I was gonna say more aggressive, but actually thinking about it, they've just been really confident in taking a lot of these early fights.
Yeah, I mean, Eliana's been so good with drawing these first kills. Viz has been reliable as well. Fake out, sure, passing by, but the Boombot's the one that confirms there's backside presence.
Good discipline.
Yeah, it's been the game plan. Oh, Viz! Oh, no! That could be big here for Kimmy's Kitchen.
Finally, they get an opening here to get some ground up, and thankfully they're pushing up as well. This time, not giving any free space. Fight for everything. And this time, not a great position as well. They have to flood out of this choke, but there's 4 players against 3 already ready on this pass.
Yeah, we see your combo looks so. Nightfall's the first one. The Rolling Thunder still into play, and here comes the ground quaking beneath your feet. SLP in position now. They've gotten 2 so far. So tap there on the spike, kick a wolf. Massive 3K here. And Stoppy Waffy up to you. Not gonna happen. SLP again. There is just no stopping their retake game.
The power on the straights there for Breach really showing through. They gotta find their footing in the corners and build for combat.
Yeah, it's plan C over and over again. Let it happen. Go for the retake itself. The fight is there here for SLP. And you can just feel, the speed here, Fluffy. You can feel the G-force of when SLP decides to see the green light and they go.
They're going somewhere, and right now they're going on a hot streak. Almost 9-0 if they can keep this going. Such a great half, especially that they're considering they're on the defensive side. And normally it's, I wouldn't say pretty easy, but it's a little more easy to group together and force fights against lower numbered defenders whenever you're on these 3-side maps.
Yeah, I mean, remind me real quick, who predicted for Salapao a while ago? Was it Bella? Right? Right?
Right?
Right?
Right?
I just think Blackenblue is
Yeah.
all the time. That's all.
There.
I agree. I agree. That's where I agree.
Yeah, well, the legend. Too many hats to wear sometimes. He's on the analyst list right now. In the end, though,
Cutting through.
Kimmy's Kitchen, they're gonna need to find any kind of opening, but so tough. Sheriffs right now.
Thorns
As they're
activated.
forced to play the eco. Not only that, Angela, no. Angela, you can't do them like that. It's so dirty. Just swing out from the box. A kill comes in, and sure, Kimmy's Kitchen. That A site is for free, but that real estate is never easy to secure at all.
I love how they play so close, considering you're the initiator, right? So you kind of normally want to play back just so that you have the space to allow your teammates to play off. But holding such a close angle, not one that they expected. They get the plant down. Now here comes all the utility that we mentioned, safely clearing a lot of these spots with the manpower advantage as well.
Bugsy, the timing!
No way!
No way! Just Valorant moments sometimes, but SLP, it's already written in the stars here. A 3K again for Angela. How many rounds has she gotten 3K in this game alone here, Fluffy? I think at least 3 rounds there. And speaking of threes right now, it's multiples 9-0 for Salapao.
Almost a perfect half. In KIT, they have those moments of brilliance from times. They're able to get the spike down. That's one positive thing. Other times, they're able to get the ground as well. But these gunfights in the middle with the retake, with the speed of these initiators in combination with all their momentum, it's really being difficult for them to handle that much pressure.
Yeah, it's just Kimmy's Kitchen. The execute is sound, but then again, it's the space that Salapao gives and takes. The protocol itself on the defense has been to just carve this map into a smaller partition and then strike at the site. It's worked so far. The scoreline says it all. And Kimmy Kitchen still one away, I believe, from that showstopper. They're gonna need the Brave. Device utility again. Razor Vine. Popped already. Here it comes. HLC's combo. Bugsy. Same flight, and Biz caught this time. Kimmy's Kitchen. They need a pick like that.
That's really big. That opens up the C side completely. They have to go for the long rotate here. Omen is so far away. They even use the fatal ultimate. But here comes the counter in from Bugsy. Trying to get a bit more space, but might not find anyone.
And this is still looking so much better for Kimmy's Kitchen. Assisted this time on the waterfall push. Salapao giving up more space than they usually do. And even more so now. Maybe the wraparound. Look to try and find the flank. The doorway opens. Gia's on it already. Shots for warning. But here comes Dipsy with the red alert. Salapao. Here they come from C main. Fast lane also into place of coverage here for Salapao to carve the map into 2. Talking Waffy though. One way you said. SLP with 2 kills now. The flash is so brilliant. Tess doesn't even see it coming. Ilyana lights up the scoreboard. And Salapao have seen double digits this early on in the game.
What an amazing play there. The speed really driving off the slipstream there. Able to slide into that ultimate and really turn that round around.
Yeah, just can't defend against both of them right either direction. It seems like Ilyana is willing to find the straight line speed with DRS open. It's just so quick from SLP. They're so quick at realizing what the weakness is, especially for the post-plant positioning.
I love the faith as well, because you can imagine in these moments, right? When you pop your ultimate, you have to kind of have so much faith that your team is there to back you up, especially during the animation, that you're just going to go and it's going to be fine. At the end of the day, it is a team sport.
Yeah, it truly is. Ooh. Let's construct now a case for the championship here for SLP. And with a score like this, it's looking strong in the run in the lower brackets. Elimination's so tough to face, but as of now, SLP handling that pressure well. Gia, the lurk right now, has found value. Time from time, but not this time. Angela ready for this one. And a pick for the defense to start with.
The defender of the B side, really, for all these couple of rounds, Angela's able to hold off a lot of those lurk plays, a lot of the pressure, and just by taking that 1v1, not really being supported, individual skills shining through here, and it looks like they're going to take the space and rotate to A as a team instead, but look how far pushed up Angela's now in.
Yeah, she's just had such a monster game, and can he find even more opportunity? Now Viz is there, Angela again is ready! Testo has been a shining light in the darkness here for Kimmy's Kitchen. And at least this time, she's able to still keep that spike in their hands. Dimensional Drift also
30 seconds left.
from Kikuo. Seems like some hero plays necessary here for Kimmy's Kitchen. They did see the cross from Ilyana. She's still on site. The smoke's there too. Now Kiko needs to find value, but a beautiful shot from Tess. There's chances here for Kimmy's Kitchen. And with Viz falling, even more so now. 2v2, you've said it. Winnable sure as time is running out.
8 seconds for the Fade Hunter, waiting for it to get some info here. They're just prodding and trying to get what this smoke to really stop them from going. The double swing comes in. They get the trade 1v1, and there goes Tess to close out the round. Finally, get on the board.
The streak
Last round
is
in the
finally over. And Kimmy's Kitchen, when it came down to the clutch, you had some key players stepping up at a moment's notice. It was already looked so strong for SLP. They got the flag, they got the picks. But just some heroics there from Tess, from Kikowo, getting some much needed space and kills. I think the most unbelievable kill there was the one through the smoke on main.
Yeah.
But that's good enough for Kimmy's Kitchen to work with.
But at least they finally have that round in the bag. It's not this. What a weird. I think I messed up the lineup actually. Sorry. I thought.
All good, all good. And it does get a bit wonky here. Kimmy's Kitchen now. Rubble here to be taken. A standard A play. They just want to go for the 5-man execute. Dipsy, first contact.
Ooh.
You gotta respect what Kiko can do in this game. Kiko, first kill. Can't get forward thanks to the Rolling Thunder. So red light now in front of Kimmy's Kitchens here. Paranoia also used up by ton. So bit by bit, SLP burning utility. There's a chance for Kimmy's Kitchen to just rethink their plan and go elsewhere.
That's very true, but the regeneration of that utility from SLP with a double initiator is going to give them a bit more value, as that trade is not going to work out. 50 seconds still, they have a lot of time. They're going to break the mini door, possibly fake or completely rotate into B, but Angela's already waiting in the wings to make first contact. They have the stun as well. There goes the ultimate.
Yeah, then again though, no gun for you, Angela. The Guardian of B side finally dislodged. Timing works out for Ilyana anyway, but she doesn't expect there's one more target. Bugsy there in position. Kimmy's Kitchen pushing deep, and that is going to be good enough for them to take even more off the board. Test position. Kimmy's Kitchen, is this truly the wake-up call? One round a while ago, and in this case, one more target to get one more round. Bugsy's there to confirm it, and at least 2 recovery begins for Kimmy's Kitchen.
Switching sides.
SLP, they're going to try to go for a sprint, but it's an endurance race here for KIT as they try to claw back into victory. They got a foothold, and that's good. But as we move on to the second half later on, hopefully their defense really outshines the pace that they had on this attacking half.
Yeah, it's just been the case though so far. SLP finding so many answers and so many setups with your utility right. Look at the KDs on the 2 initiators here, Fluffy. Angel with 19 kills. Dipsy, 13 kills, yes, but only 2 deaths. It's just been that support structure, the midline here of SLP, doing wonders for the team.
That support structure has been kind of the core foundation of what a lot of their plays wrap around. Either someone has utility, even Viz also, she's able to get a lot of these impact frags in those earlier rounds and really hold down that C site. Without that pressure, they can't really rotate effectively, and it allows them to kind of relax on the defense and be like, well, you know, maybe they're lurking, but it's fine because we can just clear it with something.
Yeah, it's just been okay, sure, we have this utility, sure, we have all these setups, but all in all, Kimmy's Kitchen, they did find a wake-up call. I guess the concern right now, you're running this double duelist here, you're trying to use that initial space, but what is there after that fact? How do they work on getting past the defenses here of SLP? They use some combos just to get those picks, but then again, now we're going to be swapping on sides. Do you think Kimmy's Kitchen can come back into this one here, Fluffy?
I mean, I think they can, but with the setup that they currently have, they're going to have to change a couple of things. They're going to play on the aggression a bit more and really try to burst down the, I guess, anti-flank now of the new attacking team.
Yeah, we'll see now. We're going to be getting back into the game here, though. And SLP, just a few more rounds away, and they can take map number 1 away. And I do believe, right, that this is the map pick of Kimmy's Kitchen. This was a map that they did find success against SLP earlier on in this stage. But that scoreline is quite commanding. 10-2 into the pistol we will go.
It's a daunting task to be sure, but it's a round reset, a clean slate for this team, so hopefully they can make their mark on the second half.
Yeah, we'll see, we'll see.
They do have an interesting setup now. All the duelists, or not all the duelists, but just the Rays here. on the C site. A lot of support utility. Looks like they're going to clear out this push. It's a good read. SLP is kind of teetering towards this direction. They're just waiting for the point of contact to start.
Watching here.
Into the game though. SLP. Okay. So fight immediately. Paranoia. The C's. This is where Kimmy's Kitchen has been finding value with these combos. And eventually, they get that pick. Ilyana. Usually the one to make that space here for Salapao. You're gonna have to rely on the lurk of Viz instead. Gia. Different plan. Sheer the way is smoke right now.
Placing wall trap.
Oh, counter sheer as well. So they're gonna get a bit of space to work with to play on this A side.
They have a lot of ground. It'll take a while for the rotate coming in from Kit. Yes, they do lose their Ray, so there's no explosive entry, but they can just walk onto the site and they get a pretty clean plant, all things considered.
Yeah. Spike down. And Kimmy's Kitchen. Okay, we got Kiko and Gia. Waiting for the rest of the team. It's going to play the numbers advantage. Sure, Boombot also going to be sent out now. I'm looking what Angela can do from that angle, but Gia already with the clear. The rest of Kimmy Kitchen follows suit. Site control is just so secure right now. And Viz can even get the kill there. Kiko finds the shots. Kimmy's Kitchen. Okay. The streak continues here, Fluffy. 3 in a row, including the last 2 from the first half. Flawless also on the pistol.
Gotta keep that momentum going as we move forward. I mean, it's a great way for them to get some confidence back as well. Getting a very clean round on this pistol. Good opening pick to slow down that C site. And even though, honestly, I thought that SLP had a pretty good lurk onto A with the timing there, I'm surprised with how they didn't lose a single member, considering that they had to go for a lot of these dry swings.
Yeah. Kimmy's Kitchen. So much in the bank right now. So many good guns on the anti-eco.
Oh. Buy round, very expensive here. Investing in the Vandal here for Bugsy.
Yeah, I mean, you can. If you're feeling very confident, I think Bugsy flexing around with those rolls can totally use that gun to find some damage.
That's fair.
Yeah, SLP. On the other hand, okay, Razor Vines walking into the setup that Gia has in store, and Tess. That's a good one. That's one. Tipsy falls. The Prowler and the Smoke as well. So they see the intention towards C-side. Kimmy's Kitchen. Stalling with the Vice Utility, yes. But this default from SLP, they're just trying to find a few openings around the map.
They left the spike there so long. They had no intention at all to pick any specific site. Just do as much economic damage if they can. Make the most out of this round, even though they're on on the back foot in terms of economy. If they can get the Vandal off the hands of Bugsy, it could be really big as they move forward as well.
Here they come. See now. Looking to be threatened again with these numbers. But Kimmy's Kitchen, they're relatively prepared for this one. Test sure low HP, but the Paranoid's in a good spot. And it should connect onto the cross of Salapao. Ilyana into the smoke. Here trying to find the angle, but Kikuo, that's solid too with the Bulldog. And Kimmy's Kitchen, here they come to clear things out. It should be even better. Kikuo working on that dimensional drift this early on. A 3K for the Yoru and a 4th round here for Kimmy's Kitchen.
Looks like they're building up to go the distance here. That early investment really paying off here. They have a couple rifles already, only sticking with 2 players, Gia and Tess, that are on that lower buy. But that's not going to matter as much if they can control the aggression and the speed of SLP, because the one downside of this composition is because they only have that one duelist with a mobility ability. The moment that they just lose Ilyana, it's going to be a lot more difficult to take contact, even with supportive util from the initiators.
Yeah, they do have still a good armory of guns here for Kimmy's Kitchen. Let's see. Especially that rifle in the hands of Bugsy. SLP, though. They're trying to go for the cross, but Toffee Waffy! Where'd that come from? Angela Faye gone already. 1 initial pick there onto the breach. That's huge utility gone. Test right now in the face of all things. The breach. Oh, the Bucky, man. It's so solid, so good. And Kimmy's Kitchen. What have they done there? A 4K for Toffee Waffy to get a bonus back from SLP.
Another clean round. It looks like defense is where they are shining right now, keeping that streak alive and able to really damage the economy. They're going to be forced on an eco yet again, and they're going to go into a pause here as they just have to reassess the situation because things are not working out this attacking half.
Yeah, I'm just shaking. How does Toffee Waffy get a 4K like that, right? How does she find the angle there? But Kimmy Kitchen, they were so ready to take the risk anyway. And with it, they are rewarded. First time out we've seen though for the day. Salapao looking to just talk about what went wrong on that last round. And I just really feel that without the initial utility from SLP, they're not that confident in taking these sites.
I feel like that they play so much better for the side of SLP when they do have that information. And just because they're on this attacking side, yes, they have a lot of these info gatherers, but it's not a straight line information as something like a double duelist where you can actively see where everyone is. Like, you know what I mean? Like, they just shoot the eye and then that's it. They have to play slow. And when they play slow and they're not able to group up together, they can't explode out as well. And that's where they get really punished by Kit. They're able to counter the utility, the Omen on the door, just funneling them into a place where they can use especially the players with lower weapons, to maximum effect.
Yeah, I don't think they've really gotten many kills in this half so far in the past 3 rounds. And with it, it's the ultimates being built here by Kimmy's Kitchen instead. Halfway to Dimensional Drift, halfway now to the Nightfall as well. And they're still keeping up with the guns. Some of them, like the Outlaw, to try and play the anti-eco one more time. Shot comes through. But then again, the space and the speed of Ilyana to move through rubble and go for the cross. Not only that, Kiko right now and the rest, sure, marked up. SLP, they're so wary even of the lurk. Got that sheer wall in the way. The smoke comes on out and Salapao can't really find any space to work with. They break the mini door though, and they go for the push towards B side.
Trying to get some perceived pressure going, maybe creep on the side. They're able to get some footing here. Not going to get spotted out here by Test. Surprisingly, the plant does go down, and that is at least some value, but an opening pick already there. Are you going to go for the upgrade? Yes, you do, and you can keep yourself alive.
Yeah, she's gone in there, and now SLP is massive. They bridge the distance, but Tess will deny. A double so far. The fault line also coming into play. Tess using the Shrouded Step to get into a better spot, but Gia is the one who has the highlight on her. Angelo still with the answer 2v1. Left to Tess. But SLP shaking Kimmy's Kitchen now. Can they stir up one more kill? Tess taking damage, sure, but that's a third. 21 HP. A single bullet should be enough for Dipsy. Playing the time, playing it well, outside the smoke. The tap comes in, the swing step from Tess! But can she make it in time? The effort with the 4K, yes, but there's no way as SLP have gotten the thrifty.
So close now to that pivotal 13 score. They finally clawed themselves back to the game and ruined the streak here from KIT. I am so surprised that they're able to just walk into the site after such a stalemate, waiting for a push on the A side. Somehow they get enough ground that spot out by Tess, just not the perfect timing, and giving them a gap to really go for.
I mean, Tess has been one of the most incredible standouts here for the side of Kimmy's Kitchen.
There.
Also making a highlight case to be made back in the Team Falcons game. Just wasn't enough time left on the bank a while ago. The defense, though, bringing out the operator here, Fluff.
Yeah, no support as well. The initiators looking towards the B site. They could explode out of this, but it's going to be a tricky shot to hit with this Neon, as well as other util that they might throw. But 4 stacked on. Looks like they're about to explode here. The breach already on the ready. That's going to push Bugsy out of position, but will there be a gap to take out Ilyana on the jump?
Oh, Tiger though so fast to go for the cross itself, and Ilyana again taking initiative. Pressure's on, but Bugsy handles it well. The Prowler too late to get the vision gone, and no one's looking at Tess now. There you have it from the box. It's a welcome surprise courtesy of Kimmy's Kitchen. 4v2, make that 3v2. Nice shot there from Dipsy and SLP. They're doing their darnest to at least try and get that spike back.
No more thorns.
Cheeky recovery here from SLP. I mean, honestly, 2v3 and forcing them to rotate might not be such a bad thing, even though you're less one player. You do get the spike back, and with 36 seconds, you have a bit of time to play. You can wrap around. The util is now gone. They don't have their breach. It's a lot of ground to work with, but they're kind of suspecting that they're still going to go for this A-side hit.
Yeah, Fizz and Dipsy, they're in position now. If they can actually give that spike, if they can give that spike to Dipsy, that would be the Nightfall available, but you've said it. They're looking now to find the pick. Time running out here. Fizz! Nice swing, and with it, she's the one who's gonna get her ultimate online. Steel Garden at the ready into the post plan.
Big question though, where they're gonna come from. You burned so much time. Now you have to check everything yet again. The Prowler just gonna slightly miss here as they're able to creep towards site. The 2-pronged approach. There's gonna be enough space though.
No, Viz swinging out, and with it, Dipsy is left to her own devices. The Haunt to clear out tree as much as they can. No one checking here though. Dipsy!
Oh,
Magical moment for her. The 4K clutch and Salapao. The mid-rounding man is enough to bring them to map points.
Great decision making there. I was worried that they were going to go for the plant and really kind of set themselves up for failure. It forces it into the 1v3 since one of your teammates goes to the plant, and everyone is so close that the distance just doesn't work out. But instead, they go for the very last second. I think they have like 13 seconds left before they get this pick. Just gives them enough breathing room. And Dipsy as well, the game sense. Personally, I would have hidden tree, but I guess that's too predictable, and she knows better. That's why she's a pro, and I'm just yapping.
Yeah.
But what a great position there to punish.
Yeah, I mean, that's what we did see Kimmy's Kitchen check right, and here we go now. Check out the early action!
Whoa!
And Ilyana falls down to that early on. SLP, it's looking pretty clear-cut that they can go for the C site itself. A 4v2. Let's see what Tess can do. She's had moment after moment, and she's ready to do it all again! Tess with a double, but Angela will say no. 2v1 now, Gia. Trying to save the day and keep it all alive. Angela, the stun comes out. She's felled. The 1v1, but what?
way!
Even the stun, even while stunned, gets the clutch there. Kimmy's Kitchen, unbelievable. They're still in this game.
They looked like they were positioning themselves to go for the finish there and end things really quickly, taking out 3. But what a great play. The timing for Gia just perfect. The moment that breach where Angela goes to hug the wall, that's when they don't see. That's where the gap is. And suddenly able to find the angle, but honestly, with the stun in place, I'm surprised that this even happened.
Oh, come on. Look at that. Bang!
No way!
Stun is just a mindset, man. And Kimmy's Kitchen, they're looking still alive in the fights. But they can no longer make any mistakes here at all. Angela with a hero rifle. Over here, the overdrive popped here by Ilyana. Towards B we go. Spike has to be left behind. So they're looking for picks before anything else. They break the clone. Hiko doesn't want to fight the overdrive as of yet. Also, the move now. A quick little shuffle towards that C site. Nightfall gonna be into play. And in the middle of all of this here, Fluff, Ilyana still towards the opposing spawn. So Gia, lots of work for her to be done. 1 down, 2 short. And Kimmy's Kitchen should be good to hold it off for now.
They invest a lot of ultimates on this round, though. SLP, they're trying to just burn resources, set themselves up for success on the next one. If they can get a bit more out of this, that'd be great. But honestly, right now, just burning those ultimates is pretty good. They had to invest Toffee Waffy's Fade ult when they tried to check B, causing a lot of problems here.
Yeah, that's 2 ults used by Kimmy's Kitchen. And SLP willing to sacrifice that overdrive for any kind of pick potential. And Dipsy, Viz, can they do the damage though? Good for Kimmy's Kitchen. Welcome now to their arena. Gia, a solid 4K on the anti-eco. But not only that, it's flawless for them. And you can see that the anchor is now really waking up for the defense.
I don't know why, if it's like a theme or something, but every time that it's a very clean round, it looks like there's so much control. It's those mid-round calls, I think, where there's an advantage for SLP, and they're able to really find their footing on this attacking half. That being said, though, they did do a little bit of damage, and they did force 1 Vandal, so it's going to be Angelofi not having a rifle, but it's not going to matter as much if she's going to be the initiator on this one. At least it sets up the rest of the team now to not deal with that Fade ult and such.
Yeah, still 2 ults, though, in the armory of Kimmy's Kitchen. Trouble also taken, so a lot more initiative this time from the defense.
Yeah, different start here. I think they recognize the passiveness on the extremities here for this map that SLP tends to play. They have the spike in hand. They have the option to rotate between B and C, and it looks like the defenses here is going to be a bit more spread out. B seems to be a pretty open entry, but it looks like that's not going to be the read here for SLP.
Yeah, Viz just waiting for the rest of the team now to come her way. C looking to be the site. The hit here for Salapao. Razor Find making it tough to go for the cross, but this is an incredible find by Viz. They got the scan towards Bent. Now they get the clear. Gia within the smoke here as well. With SLP, they got that pick. They're good enough to go for post plan.
This is the round. They have the showstopper for Bugsy. They already get the opening pick with Seth. They're trying to find more. There comes the trade. But where will this rocket go? That's going to be the big question. So much value, but the flash going to stall it out.
The haunt. They know Angela's there, but Tess is the one who gets the clear instead. 3v3 now. Tap onto the spike. Toffee has so much to work with. And here we go with Tess again. A 4K for Tess so far. And it's up to Tun.
They can't
to try
see
and
it.
finish it off. The 8th even. Tess again and again. always reliable and always keeping Kimmy's Kitchen in this fight.
They are still cooking, and it's a buffet of rounds coming in their way if they can keep this up. 8-12 so far, and SLP struggling to really close out this game. This is going to be the second pause that I believe that they're going to be putting into this game.
How many kills has Tess gotten though in this half alone?
One enemy remains.
Still remember what she was able to do with Team Falcons in the last outing, or rather against Hypa. The 24.
Hypa.
Yeah, Hypa. Dude, we got some great team names today.
I know.
In GC Southeast Asia, Hypa's in the upper bracket, or actually they're in the next round, rather, of the lower bracket. We have Kitty Nyanya later on that you'll have to say in your cutest voice there, Fluffy. You know? Yeah, that's gonna happen.
I'm gonna go the black and blue route with that one, I believe.
Like the deep voice.
Yeah. That's the play.
I can see you're practicing already, but you said it a while ago, SLP, they're just struggling to close things out, and it's been some incredible heroics here for Kimmy's Kitchen that has really kept them in this game.
That's going to be the big question. Is this going to be the round? Because it looks like they're more of setting themselves up for the next one, but being 9-12, in case this goes Kit's way, obviously something that they're hoping for, is a lot closer from where we started on the first of this half.
Yeah, they have everything they would like and more coming into this next round. 4 rifles, the operator, dimensional drift still in tow. And SLP struggling now to find any real answers on the attacking side here.
Slow and steady is the pace yet again. SLP holding that extremities. This A-hold coming in from Kit, really pushing the limits of what space they can take towards this rebel side. Smoke does fade. They're going to go for the reposition, but players stacked up with this close. Bugsy, she could mow them down if they peek at the wrong angle.
Yeah, Bugsy here, waiting for the close hold, and as soon as whoop!
Oh
no! Not like that, though. Not like that. This could be critical here for Kimmy's Kitchen already, and Tess ready to receive yet again. Here comes the pressure. Angela falls. She is there for the helping hand, but then again, these sheriffs are looking so powerful. Tess still the rock of the team, but Tipsy, another plan, another angle, and Tess might not see this coming at all. Here we go! Salapao turning it all around. It's a 2v1, and it's only the operator to try and fight back with. Kikuo, what can you do? Nice shot onto the first. To the door we go. Cover sure to fake out into play. Tipsy, do you dare peek again? This is a dangerous game! That Kikuo will win the clutch again for Kimmy's Kitchen!
Off his own clone shoulder, just whipping by the bullet to really slow down this attack. I actually thought that they would do it there. That commotion onto Rubble, opening with this very awkward start here. As Ilyana does take a great opening pick for the Flood out here for the attacking half.
Down A.
Just how does Kimmy's Kitchen keep this game going? When it goes down to these 1v1s, they just hit the nuttiest shots, and it's just how calm they are and lining it all up, man.
Very, very true. This time around, though, they have to find the pace here. Will they spot out Tess yet again? Impact player, that's going to force out a lot of damage here, but actually not as much as I thought it would be.
Yeah, well, here in Game Changers C, you can see these incredible rallies, and Kimmy's Kitchen, they're doing so right now. It's just the first game of the first series in the lower bracket, and it's already this exciting. Ilyana, though, she hasn't really found much impact now compared to that first half here. And again, the Prowler gets sent. Goes spotted. Also gonna get hit by the Flash Paranoia. Or rather, the Prowler itself, but and she stays steady! The fact that Kimmy's Kitchen, they keep themselves in position until they get that kill. That's value here for the defense.
Big value as that operator really slowing down the pace of things. Tapping the orb, taking them out, but not gonna land this time around. Viz able to find the shot. She's able to do what she can and even use the ultimate to force Gia back.
Yeah, the op's gone. And with that too, the Steel Garden, giving a bit of space to work with. Spike planted now here.
Oh no.
Tree hold within the smoke. Toppy Woppy's there with the kill. Bugsy flying by as well. But Tun looks to take command. Always looking for Angela. Barrel spotted. She's gone. All left to Tun. No chance. Bugsy's 3K will keep things going even more so. And how many rounds has it been here, Fluffy? It's still Kimmy's Kitchen.
So many, considering that they only had that 10-2 half, and now we're looking at double digits on both sides. Only 2 rounds separating both teams, and SLP, they've been struggling to close it out. This operator, this time around, the free out coming in from the Yoru, the control that they lack in initiators, they put up in pressure, and that's really slowing down on this attack, especially with a lot of the awkward buys that they has. They always get into like a good position on the first part of the round, but somehow they just slip and lose it all.
Yeah, they're finding these good reads early on. They're also willing anyway, since that's a Yoru who could easily TP out at a moment's notice. Here we go again! Another right read here for Kimmy's Kitchen. But then again, the operator doesn't find the shot itself. Test in position, committed,
Ooh.
and SLP will take advantage of that back. 2 down. Kikuo though sees the slow walking Ilyana there. Equalizes numbers 3v3. Nightfall here to create that space, and on to post plant we go for SLP.
It's going to be a bit more difficult with this operator, but I think there's enough weaponry there to swap around. They have the dimensional drift to go for the info retake if they move together. The big question though, why hasn't the spike gone down?
They have the site. Where's the spike? There you have it. The word spend again. A triple stack though from Kimmy's Kitchen from the halls. The dimensional drift to start things off. And Kikuo marking, tagging, pinging exactly where all the opposition is. Angela contained so far. Can they swing and get the kill? Answers yes. It's Kimmy's Kitchens with the one. Great comes back. Bizdo, massive kills. G is there to make it happen again. And it's 1v1. Pistol versus rifle. Time ticking though. Low HP here for Gia. Biz. Oh, the tap, the classic! And SLP with the opportunity. They had that big lead, and now they finish it off 13-10 for Salapao.
You can really tell how much they really want to get that win, and it's a good thing that on that last one they were so low, able to finish out things with a classic.
It may be a sidebar, it may be a free gun, but it was a big lead that Salapao had from that first half, and they only needed just a little bit there in the second to get the job done there, Fluff.
I mean, you have to give props as well for the effort that KIT just really put into this game. It was so far, to be super honest, it was so far on the first half. Yet you look at the scoreboard now and you look, wow, they really rallied together on this one. They almost made the distance, and they still have a chance to make their mark when we move to our next map.
Yeah, I enjoyed that game, though. It was a incredible effort from Kimmy's Kitchen. But of course, that was just the first game, guys. We'll go over to the panel to talk about what just happened there.
Well, welcome back to the analyst desk, and boy, oh boy, do we have something to talk about, Blackenblue.
Oh, definitely. I mean, I thought I was looking at the score, right? I was watching this game. I was like, "Oh, we're about to end soon, right? Let me take a sip of water." But no, we went the distance, and a comeback in the second half here, coming in from let me get this name right properly. Kimmy's Kitchen. I almost thought they could make it. There was a clutch there that we did see come from Kikuo in that 1v2 in like one of the later rounds of that half in the second half, and so I thought I started to believe once I saw that score hit about 12-8. I was like, wait a minute, there could be something real here. But ultimately they fall. Yes, the effort is exemplary, almost as exemplary as the effort Fluffy02 put into curling his hair this morning for this broadcast. But still, at the end of the day, amazing stuff we did see from both of these teams, and especially the comeback almost happening.
Yeah, initially when I was watching the first 10 rounds, I was like, wow, 10 rounds without an answer on your own map pick is such a brutal start. I was like, wow, this is a statement from Salapao. But then we saw Kimmy's Kitchen showing up and getting those rounds again and again, and they also made a testament as well.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, SLP, I talked about how maybe there's some compositional changes that they could bring to the fold here, but no, they were able to really rectify what I guess wasn't working well for them during the Swiss stage when they went up against Kimmy's Kittens here. Sorry, Kimmy's Kitchen. My goodness. Kimmy's Kitchen in the Swiss stage. And yeah, I guess in that case too, since it was the same map, a lot of times the team that lost the previous matchup has more to learn. You learn more in the loss than you do in a win. And in this case, SLP, they were just able to completely apply everything they've learned in their previous matchup. We saw that come into the fold here on both ends of the floor. On the defensive half, spectacular 10-2. On the attacking half, it was looking well until it didn't, but ultimately they closed things out here. So, valiant effort for sure coming from KIT, but SLP, man. You can't let those games get too close when you have such a huge lead.
Yeah, exactly. Like 13 to 10, it shows that it was intense, but just looking at the numbers doesn't really do the game that we just saw justice, because it was so defense-sided, I guess, because which team was on I was just wondering, why was it so defense-based on how they played out today? Do you think there was a reason?
I mean, we call this the analyst's desk, but at this point, I'm guessing. I mean, frankly, Lotus is typically an attacker-sided map, yes. I would assume that, or I would surmise that the biggest reason why this ended up kind of being defender-sided is that both teams really kind of struggled in multiple fronts on the attacking side. One was getting the spike down in the first place. The post plants on either side weren't too much of a problem, I think, but it merely was how they react to the contact being set by the defense. And both defensive sides here did kind of similar thoughts in different ways, where they, once again, they peek, they poke and prod, with SLP taking more of a strong side, strong half map of on the defensive side, where you see a bit more neutral defense spread out from the rest of KIT, where rather they like to, you know, maybe play a 1-3-1 and stuff like that. But great stuff we did see. Dipsy was good too.
Good too. I mean, you called out the players that we needed to have our eyes on, and you were right, because Angela was just killing it, literally killing it out there, and Dipsy took it to the match point, and they were just they were showing up really strong. And then we had Tess. Tess was like a different matter on that map.
Oh, man. I mean, you look at Tess here, and she was laying down the Old Testament on some of these players, right? The way she was dictating the pace, her word was law, and I'm even more excited now after that comeback to see what's going to happen come map number 2.
Yeah, this was... I don't even know what's going to happen on our next map now. Like, I hope my predictions are right at the end of the day, but we'll get to see what happens later on after a quick break, so we'll see you guys in a bit. Hello, guys. Welcome back to the Game Changers broadcast. This is Bella with Blackenblue. I was trying to think of a better
don't.
tagline. Receiving all recommendations for our next segment as well.
I could
have
see
anything would
you
like to go
thinking
by?
of one. You mentioned you have a dog. I'd like to see the dog at some point in the stream. I'm a dog guy. I have a dog, but unfortunately he's way too big for me to put on this. He might take up the whole screen if I did. But aside from that, map number 2, map number 1 was almost like, oh, it's a wash, and then whoop, and then oh, it's a okay, they win. Map number 2 though, it could be the inverse here. You look at map number 1 there on Lotus, and the last time that Salapao did play that was against Kimmy's Kitchen, and they lost against Kimmy's Kitchen, but now they return the favor, right? They get the revenge. But the same thing is true here for Kimmy's Kitchen. One of the last times they played this next map, Sunset, was actually against Salapao, and they lost against Salapao. So, will they do the same? Will they be an Avenger and avenge this map number 2, Sunset? Woohoo.
Will they avenge? Is it time for redemption? I mean, I see a pattern. You lose your own map, but you take a win on your opponents, and it's been reoccurring a couple of times. I don't know if it's just coincidence at this point, but we are definitely in for a roller coaster. I feel like Sunset might go to Kimmy's Kitchen's way, and we might see Ascent.
Well, I hope you're right, because my prediction was for Kimmy's Kitchen, and I want to be right. You know, I don't like losing, so...
There's no other
fun
way
fact.
to put it. I don't like
Yeah,
to lose.
like, I just don't want to lose, so, like, you know, I'm competitive in that way. Woo. But, more importantly, maybe it's not a coincidence, because I was talking about it right before we went to the break, before the start of this map number 2, right, where a lot of times a team that loses the previous matchup, especially if it's on the same map, especially if it's kind of recent, they learn more than the team that won, right? You learn more in the loss than win. Life advice here on the Game Changers panel. But more importantly, yeah, that's part of the reason why I think SLP here, Salapao, I for some reason I thought Xiaolong Bao. Maybe I'm hungry, but Salapao.
I just put that out there. I'm like, Bao, Xiaolong Bao.
Yeah.
I love everything like Xiaolong Bao.
You're probably like telekinetically transferring it to the word to my head, but yeah, Salapao, they lost on Lotus once again against Kimmy's Kitchen. I got the name right this time, and then they come back, they finally learn, and so I'm expecting potentially the same thing here. I want the 3-map series, 1, because I want to be correct, 2, because I think there is more to come from Kimmy's Kitchen. I think they started off kind of slow for sure on map number 1 there on Lotus, which generally kind of happens with this team anyways. And now that they've kind of built up some steam and built up momentum at the end of the half there during map number 1 on Lotus, I want to see if they're able to continue that and retain some of that momentum and heat coming into Sunset.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they looked warmed up after halftime, so I guess we are in for a treat on Sunset as well. Do you think that Sunset is going to be a little bit... Oh, I was going to say, do you think it's going to be faster than how Lotus played out? No more one-sided, a little bit of a tug of war, but... Well,
I was gonna say I don't think in general. I just do, you know, Top Gun Maverick. But yeah, no, I mean in my case, I'm no Tom Cruise. I have to think. If I am Salapao right now, actually both of these teams are kind of running the same compositions we've seen from them when they do play Sunset. So for Salapao, rather for Kimmy's Kitchen, they're going up against the same Salapao that they did the last time around they faced them during the Swiss stage, round 5 of the Swiss stage here on this map specifically. So they have recent information. If they were saving their VODs, if they were, you know, recording that match, and they would know that they can utilize that information for this matchup. And so I'm still going to stick with my guns. I said that I think if it's a 2-0, it's probably Kimmy's Kitchen, but I do think there's still a chance for them to extend this into the 3rd map, into Ascent, and maybe make something happen. So yeah, I do think that Kimmy's Kitchen still has a great shot in this series.
yeah, for sure. I mean, the way it was Tess that came up first, and then it wasn't even just Tess that put on a one-woman show. It was like everyone was there to play after halftime. So if they're warmed up like this, they will probably take Sunset. But again, we're forgetting the initial power and the initial start, the strong start that Salapao had. So who knows? It might be a 10-2 situation once again. That is what I'm hoping, because I also don't want to be wrong.
Well, one of us has to be, Bella. I mean, I'll take it. You know, I'm trying to be nice today, making up for all my faults during off camera. I apologize to. Actually, no, I don't apologize to my co-talents. They're fine. Like, that's okay. But yeah, it doesn't matter how hard you get hit, but it matters you get up after getting hit. You know that thing. It doesn't matter how slow you start as long as you finish strong at the end. And that's what I'm looking here for Kimmy's Kitchen. You can tell I've rehearsed that name during the break. I do
That's
not
what you were
wanna...
doing, I'm guessing.
Yeah, definitely not talking about things that don't matter. But yeah, I'm looking at Kimmy's Kitchen here. And truly, I think one of the players that we did kind of touch upon in the pre-panel, but maybe did not expound on too much. Obviously, we talked about like Tess and Bugsy. But Gia. And Gia is a player that only kind of came into the fold here for this team in more recent times. She, before this, was kind of in different teams as a sub, right? She did play on... I'm trying to remember what team escapes me at the moment, but yeah, she's generally been kind of like a sub player in some of these other teams in the Game Changers circuit, and it was Delbski who was occupying her spot there during kind of like the group stages and Swiss stages leading up to this. So personally, I think that when I was coming into this series, I was looking for a better performance from her. Frankly, in their opening matchup in the playoffs, she didn't perform well, but then again, the whole team kind of didn't. It was against, you know, Vega Falcons. So Falcons Vega. So in this case, for Gia to have a good start out performance in this series on Lotus, I think it's a good stepping stone for her. And I do think that when she's doing good, the rest of the team can also kind of, I guess, do good. And I like to see that there has been improvement from her performance in their opening series of the playoffs compared to the last match we saw.
Yeah, I mean, we saw a clutch from her, and then from on we saw Tess's ace and Kiko's clutch. Wow, the not saying the name correctly is on me now. You've spread it. This is contagious. But you know, Kimmy's Kitchen held on to Salapao's ankle, and they did not let them get that match win just yet. I'm gonna talk very slow. This is a contagious thing going on between the
time. What did I start something unknowingly? I'm just yapping here. My bad, guys. I'm trying to, you know, burn some time. You know, as we're trying to get the game going. Casters start the game. I bet Twitch chat is saying, not that I think they particularly mind the yap. No, I'm sure they mind. Where am I going with this? I don't know.
Mean,
sometimes, you know, it's fun.
It's fine. It's fine. I mean, it looks like we are waiting for the players to get their setups all in line for
you want to do a little cultural exchange here, Bella? Like,
yeah, let's
since
go.
we're in C, Game Changers SCA, have you tried any Southeast Asian food, and is there any ones in particular you like or prefer, like, you know, either from the Philippines, Thailand, Vietnam, Indonesia, Singapore, Malaysia? I hope I'm not forgetting anyone.
I used to live in Singapore for 4 years. But
wow.
Hey, we are going to send it over to our casters, Daks and Fluffy, to get into our sunset.
That's true.
Time check, 6:24 on our time zone. But it is looking to work out here for Salapao though here, Fluff, because they have the map lead. This is their map pick, and they have beaten Kimmy's Kitchen here before. But before all of that, guys, welcome back. This is VCT GC SEA Split 2 2025. They're fighting for that last spot for VCT Pacific, but it's all the way at the end of the lower bracket, and we're just at the start of the LB runs here, Fluff.
That's very true. Again, like we mentioned earlier on the panel as well, it's going to be a do or die match. This might be the final one for one of these teams, and it's going to be a great watch. They have that confidence, like Dax mentioned, from beating them previously. But moving on here onto Sunset, it's going to be a different change of pace, especially moving from such a wide map on map 1 to this more condensed fight here on Sunset.
Yeah, and after, of course, the panel that we had there between our incredible host, Bella, and the legend himself, Blackenblue, it does seem like there is that contention point that coming into this one, SLP still have been very prepared for this series, but Kimmy's Kitchen, on the other hand, there's that distinction, right? One side playing Neon and Sova together, on the other, it's Raze and Fade, everything else almost the same.
That's very true, but the one thing that's not the same is the mindset that they have, because they almost took the game back on map number 1. So if they can start that momentum a bit more early this time around, they could get that opening. But speaking of aggression, already Piccolo finds one, and Angelotti, the trade though, coming in from Elena.
Yeah, I mean, Ileana has been good at getting those kills at the start. Kikuo taking a page out of that playbook, and exactly as our panel mentioned, it was a slow start from Kimmy's Kitchen at the start of map number 1. Here, looking a little bit different on the defense. Mid though taken as SLP are lacking the initial setup, right? Without that breach, it's going to be a little tougher for Ileana to go into a site.
Our panel is very smart, that is very true, but trying to outsmart each other right now. SLP, they're playing down the time here, waiting for a misstep maybe.
Oh no!
Trying to plot for info, that could be it, and that signals disaster as the opening pick on the A side, the only defender knocked down.
Yeah, it's not just a mid-step, unfortunately it's a blunder there for Toffee Waffy, just out in the open like that. Busy with the orb, and no chance to really fight on back. Ileana still willing to play aggressive and take more space here for Salapao. Bugsy forward, the shot!
Angle.
It's a good one. It's the third kill here for Ileana, finally taken down within the smoke because of the low HP status. Still 3v2, Dipsy also waiting here by Ben. Double stack here on the alley. Paranoia to make that space here for Kimmy's Kitchen. Tess, as well as Gia. Tess especially, key player from map number 1. Onto the swing we go. Gia trying to find the angle. Gia's good for 1, but that's all she'll get as SLP were ready and will win the pistol here.
Wow, I thought that early aggression was really going to take them the distance there, but it looks like that mid-round call that SLP has, they've shown that strength in game number 1, and they're able to find the perfect timing to punish, getting the orb here on the defensive side, opening up the A side, and converting this round. Interesting plant as well that they're able to plant within the smoke to play in the post. More time to be wasted here for the attack, the defender retake, rather.
Yeah, I love the post plant. This planting there towards the elbow side, using that smoke for cover. And all in all, Salapao able to just make these mid-rounds happen to allow them initial success. So they took the first pistol in the first map, take the first pistol here in the second map, and a default, actually, a little bit more wary of Kimmy's Kitchen and a tendency perhaps from Kiko to peek out early on while on the Neon.
Toffee Waffy, though, she has to be very careful. She's yet again the only defender here on A. They're 4 stacked on the defensive side for the B side. It's going to be a long rotate. The call for help is going to be answered in a while. She plays on the site, but this is quickly going to get cleared by these attackers.
Yeah, Toffee Waffy, commit position here. Safe on site, sure. Into the smoke, even creeping up.
Good play.
This could be actually good.
Out of charges.
Could be a moment. Paranoia is there from Tess. The TP up. Toffee Waffy might get spotted there by Ileana. The 6 stamps from the Raze. They knew something was going on. And SLP now using those guns to their advantage. Onto the site we go. We're pretty sure. Gia spotted. What a shot from Viz. And the anti-eco looking very crispy here for Salapao. People are trying to make that space happen. Sure, time taking Viz is there again. This should be the round here. Salapao looking very confident at the start of the map again.
Close out round, and like you mentioned, the momentum kind of similar to map number 1. The big question is, what is going to be the answer here for Kit as they move on to this buy round? But thinking of buys, I mean, it's not that bad for these attackers, especially since they have so much free reign on the A orb side.
Maybe the wild map though from map number 1 is both teams won their bonus on both halves. Will it be the same case here, Fluff? Because Ileana is 1 away from the showstopper.
That's true. There is a lot of potential here. They also have a lot of different weaponry that is very effective against even the Vandal buy coming in from KFC. Looking for a spike drop and more default play. SLP looks to get more picks, but explosive start. Ileana already dives in, gets the camera. That's going to be info denied early on. Gets the showstopper that you mentioned.
Yeah.
That's going to be in their pocket for the rest of the round.
Yeah, that aggressive play just to get B main control. Now the ultimate is available. And things are looking solid so far here for Salapao as well. But Tess has been the rock, has been the one to rely on here for Kimmy's Kitchen. Gia sending out an initial appetizer of bullets, yes. But here they come with SLP pushing forward. Ilyana still wary. Any kind of utility towards the backside, clearing out the corners here. So covering fire. He's trying to pre-fire the angles. Testo ready now. Paranoia into position, but Ilyana doesn't even see where that's going. Spike planted. Here comes Gia.
What a wrap.
Kimmy's Kitchen. You said it here, Fluff. The wrap is perfect, and it's neatly wrapped up by the Cypher 3K there. Kimmy's Kitchen on the board, so the first bonus loss of the series here.
Great pulling of pressure there on the CT side, making sure that no one is really focused on the other outs there. Great stun as well from downtown, making sure that angle is so covered up. They had no room for retreat, stuck in the corner, and it's just the round that they were really looking for, especially because SLP got so much ground on that earlier part when they got that B main control.
Yeah, I think I like the discipline there from Kimmy's Kitchen on the defense. You have one in backside, you have one in market, and they were holding position as long as possible until they could make the pinch play happen. So solid defense here for Kimmy's Kitchen. They also burned the showstopper off the opposition, and they're coming up with their own ults. The neural theft from the shadows, one away for the defense.
One away indeed, but the slow creep onto the B side. The pressure, they kind of teeter between A and B side a lot, just waiting for someone to go for a misstep. But I feel like without the proactivity that they had on the earlier map on Lotus, it does kind of choke them out in their positionings. They don't have really strong control of mid. They're using a lot of their utility to focus towards the sides. And with all the concussives here onto the A side, it might be enough to slow them down, especially with that one-way in place.
Yeah, but Kiko is still eager for contact. The one-way setup as well. If SLP dare cross that way. And Ilyana just waiting out. She's waiting out. Dark cover's gone. The Paranoia is play Fowler also. Kiko has to back out thanks to those numbers. But the stall from Bugsy keeping the pace set.
Look at the alert.
Yeah.
Viz in position. Already on the mid side, waiting behind the trip.
Oh, elbow
For
though.
someone to fall for the pressure. The elbow.
Now flash comes in. Kiko is there. It's a 1-for-1 server now. Bugsy
30
still on the
seconds
site.
left.
Reinforcements arriving in the form of Toppy Wappy. Here comes utility again. Burn still solid hold for Kimmy's Kitchen, but can they weather the storm now? Bugsy is the storm that is approaching instead. Lightning strikes twice, but Ton right now a force to be reckoned with as well. 2 versus 2, low HP here for Ton.
10 seconds left.
Paranoia again.
Last
Time
player
is running
standing.
out here, and the
Oh, no.
spam in the smoke is just perfection. Test again. Never count Kimmy's Kitchen out if she's alive, and it's tied up 2-2.
2-2. Already a strong recovery here from that opening salvo from SLP. KIT, they're able to stabilize, and what a great way of them winning from position. This really is where everything
10
fell apart,
seconds
though.
left. One enemy
Not able to
remaining.
contest that properly. Such an awkward angle, making everyone so low that Tess is just able to clean everything up. And now they're forcing SLP back onto this lower buy, and it looks like they have to adapt their strategies. They already had a good lurk play. They had full presence onto A, but no one really falling for it for the side of
Yeah, I mean, the utility juggle here from Kimmy's Kitchen has been solid. Piccolo again.
Ooh.
The 1v1 though, not gonna pan out in favor of the Neon. And with it, SLP, that's the one traded sure by the shock dart, slow HP, I guess. But here we go, Gia, Market Master, ready again, peeks out, finds one more. And bit by bit, Kimmy's Kitchen are just holding some steady angles. This could be a big fight though, towards Bing. Who's the swing out first? Angela coming on in, Tons a good
Oh,
shot.
chance.
Angela does it too! And SLP 30th around, some guns to be scrounged.
That is a big opening. Momentum early on the side. First in the fray, they're able to set up. The spike surely will go down in time. And with this position, and like you mentioned, the firepower that they gained from that small misstep, it's going to force Ori a quick retake.
Ooh. They're not gonna swing off it though. Kid
delay.
is very, very wary. Thanks to the fault line, as you mentioned there.
Enemy
Angela,
remaining.
she's done it again. Angela, almost. Gia, 60 HP here, 1v2. But this is tough. Sun's on height. Just elevated here on site. Ilyana playing within safe. And here we go. The swing out is just easily read. And SLP with the thrifty to get the third round.
It seems like they're just forcing fights here on the A side. And even with the one-ways, and even if they have the firepower, I don't actually think that there's a very good reason to push up here. Maybe I'm reading it wrong, but these small missteps are really opening up the side. It's the side that they're really
Last
being,
player standing.
that really like enables their gameplay, where they're able to use the height, especially with the Omen TP, to set up a lot of these off angles to just make it so difficult to go for more retakes.
I feel you. I think the initial spots that they had there, right, to cover main, to cover from market, could have been a bit better. And since Kit just delivered those guns to SLP, thank you very much, says the attackers. And we see them again hanging out by lobby. So as of now, SLP, they're aware that Kimmy's Kitchen loves to push out towards lobby. And Kiko, of course, took up that spear to slide on in. The shots don't bring at all. And it's Ilyana who hears the dinner bell instead. So many targets though. SLP falling into that one. A 2-for-1 Eurotef gonna be the play. And as soon as they get the intel here, Fluff, they're gonna pivot towards that B side.
Oh, they're juggling the weaponry as well. They don't want to give any more ground or even chance for them to really do anything. Quick thinking with the TP to get that plant down. It's such a long rotate for KIT as well. They're going to have to go for a setup here. They don't have the firepower to really take this. SLP setting themselves up for success.
Yeah, strong decision here for SLP. Doesn't pan out. Seems like the answer is a resounding yes. Good round for Tun here. Racking up those kills. Bogsy, what was that though? A 2K there. Give her a round of applause, but SLP, this is still theirs to take.
Expensive round, but honestly pretty good for their momentum. Already doubling the output of their score 4-2. SLP, they look pretty in control, but I feel like it's more of the punishment of KIT's movements rather than their proactivity that's really carrying this first half so far. So if KIT just take a step back and play those angles more solid, play a bit more of that patience game, I feel like they have a better chance as they move forward to get more ground.
That's SLP. This is looking just very solid here. The right reads against the opposition. The guns are out for Kimmy's Kitchen though. And we've seen this before from SLP. Quick B main control. Thanks to Ilyana and Angela. The orb taken as well. And that's going to be a rolling thunder this time, ready for a B hit.
That's very true.
Camera taken.
Have to make up for the lack of information here. The Cypher Cam, only thing gonna spot them out here as they creep onto the side. So many players far away here for KIT. It's gonna be very difficult again. They have to find the right read. They have the firepower, but the explosivity trying to flush out the Cypher, and Gia does fall.
Yeah, they understand that Gia loves to hold there by market. And more.
Spike
SLP
planted.
getting the read on the conditioning itself. Bugsy. Rolling Thunder, thinking about it, but they want to get a pick to be confident on the retake. Ilyana instead with a push out alongside Angela. The trade comes in. It's 4v3, but suddenly, as I say that, it's Viz again, making the advantage larger here for SLP. Well, Toffee Waffy is gonna be tough, but Tess making it possible. Smoke comes out onto the spike. The spray is just solid as Ilyana has marked the angle already. And with the Prowler confirming those intentions, Tess, what can you even do? Blinded in the corner and just executed on the spot. 5th round here for Salapao.
So far, carrying that momentum, and I like the proactivity. I had that side comment earlier when I was saying that Kit kind of missteps, and the punish from SLP really carries them through. This time around, they're the ones setting the pace, making the moves. The corners, even if they have to be a bit more over-eager and aggressive, they get the job done, reducing their numbers, and really not giving them a good fighting chance to take back the retake.
Yeah, just Kimmy's Kitchen. When they're trying to set up the play, SLP is the one step ahead. Always the initiative from Ilyana and Angela. It's been the 1-2 punch to give them the space they want to work with. And when we get the push out, it's Toffee Waffy making the kill happen. Suddenly, Kimmy's Kitchen turning things around on a dime. But then again, Tun able to stave it off for now. She does need one more point to get the From the Shadows, and I do believe the A orb is still available here.
Very true. They have a chance to really get that ultimate going. But looking at this, it looks like it's not going to be much. The spike, like you mentioned earlier, it's going to be secure, hoping for the save. At least they get some value out of this, but they can take the spike. You're right.
Yeah, there you have it. From the Shadows, take up that spike, play on the A site if ever, or, huh?
The mind games coming in.
Yeah, call Chris Angel, because this is a mind freak moment right here. Move.
There's so many trips, though.
Yeah, but then
They can
again,
just open the cam and suddenly guys,
picture
it's
perfect.
not here.
Yeah, well, it's 3 players crossing the cyber cage.
Oh, they give them a chance.
No way, this is happening right now.
Please break the triple 8.
Okay.
Oh, they know.
Now they know, but then again, it's still SLP a step ahead here. The numbers, sure, Kimmy's Kitchen could work with, but somehow, some way, we're back to where we started here.
Spike planted.
Oh, they invest so much ultimate.
Oh,
as
look
well.
this.
They get the
The
force,
flash?
but they dodge it with tech.
Tess! Oh no!
Oh, the shutdown!
Biz! Again shrugging off the stun!
remaining.
And here we go with Bugsy now swinging out. 2v1! Bugsy does it for Kimmy's Kitchen! But what a round that was there!
That was so expensive. Not something that I think get really
Thrifty.
predicted. They knew that Omen didn't have the ultimate, but not accounting for that A orb, just causing so much commotion. Now, on the better buy, it's going to be more difficult without that Rolling Thunder and without a bunch of utility that they had previously.
Yeah, you say that though, but I'm gonna give it to Kimmy's Kitchen anyway. That was a eco for them. That was a thrifty push that panned out so well. Kiko gets deep enough to bring out the overdrive. The lightning figures caused too much chaos, and they were pretty disciplined. They stuck
enemy
around
remaining.
as 3. They still found enough space to work with to go for a good retake. They went for the Rolling Thunder, yes, but all in all, it was Kimmy's Kitchen equalizing the eco at this rate.
Very true. Quick start
Thank
here
you.
from Kikuo though. Very deep onto the attacking side here, trying to pull for more info, but that
Ooh.
attack.
Oh.
Oh,
That's
Just kidding.
Just kidding.
gonna pump the brakes with that one.
Yeah, sometimes you hit the reverse rather than the advance itself. The gas pedal now found by SLP, and Ilyana, you know she wants to bring out the showstopper, and here comes fireworks now, ready to put on the show, but the lightning from Toppy Wappy will make sure that the weather report says it's all hit here. They do get the trade, so 3v3 becomes a 2v2. Nightfall into play, the medley of ultimates again
Enemy
into the chaotic round on the
Spike
B
down,
side.
B.
Toppy Wappy is still alive. 1v1 now, Ton. Faking the plant. The dart to confirm those intentions. Here we go again. Another tap. Does
Mind
Toppy
games.
Wappy fall for it? Past 2 rounds, all about mind games here. All about these micro moments. And as Ton hugs the corner, now the swing on out. Toppy Wappy gets a sweet ending there for Kimmy's Kitchen. Well there. It's a 4th round for them.
The patience there and the confidence to know that you might get swung on, that it might be a fake. You really have to think about these mind games on a different level. Not choosing to drone there actually saved their life, because you can get info technically, but you might just die. And you play it safe. The ultimate as well on the early side, really shutting down a lot of the commotion here on the side.
Yeah. It was so chaotic on this B side though. We go towards backside, we get the showstopper, suddenly there's a Hunter's Fury. And Kimmy's Kitchen, they are just so convincing when they can fight back in those angles. Willing to push out again. Kikuo back to the usual business towards A main, and SLP will give it up this time and go for mid.
I think this is the first real mid take that we could possibly see here, but it looks like they're not going to listen at all and go to the A side instead. The smoke does fade, so it does give them a fighting chance. There is a gap right now. They could get spotted out by the Owl Drone, and they're completely going to get seen. The breach is already there on the ready, but a stun, not going to matter. It don't...
Oh, the blind, the fast lane. And SLP. Okay, now they get the
But they
space
just walk
back.
in.
Yeah, just like, okay, enough is enough. If Coco rather isn't around, I don't think Kimmy's Kitchen is willing to fight that as eagerly as they have. They have the gunstone. Flash comes in. Killer's blocking. The
Great stun.
Oh no. Angela with the answer. 4v4 now. And into Ilyana. Oh no, again, Bugsy!
Down A.
Kimmy's Kitchen ready to receive.
enemy
Orders
remaining.
up. But then again, Viz is the one looking to send this to a different rating. Neural Tef knows exactly
30
where
seconds
she is
left.
at. Counter Neural
no.
Theft, UAVs online. With the eyes in the sky. Now the cyber cage is in the way. Viz able to retrieve that spike. Where's the swing out, Gia? Gia, do you have the timing? Gia sees the gun barrel, and Viz!
Oh!
What was that? SLP clutches up again.
The neural theft on neural theft action. Just complete information from both sides, but that information gets interpreted differently once that spike does get taken, forcing them into such an awkward interaction that honestly could have gone either way. But Viz, she ends up on top and she lands great kills on the opening to even fuel that situation.
Just outmaneuvering the incel here. You know where she's at? And then suddenly,
Where?
you get swung off. What? I don't know, man. They know because the neural H.
Oh, I thought you were gonna tell us where.
Nah, man. Nah, they're on Sunset.
Well, they're on site as well, because
I'm-
they get that explosive entry with no resistance
Yeah.
at all. The full stack from Kit gonna go for the wraparound, but the trip gonna spot them out.
Yeah, thanks for the geography lesson.
Spike planted.
Great passport, by the way.
Thank you.
Yeah. Congrats.
But entry's not denied on this one as they are able to creep up even closer towards the side. Cypher just waiting on to the defender's spawn, making sure that no one can entry, but they know already that they're going for the wrap.
Yeah, G is gone. And the burden of entry here is on Kimmy's Kitchen now.
Oh, what is
Kitchen,
this?
the Guardian, sure, close enough. Sheriff now picked on up, and Ton is willing to play with fire. Here we go. She's ready to cook again. And SLP, she's just
reloading?
She's just juggling guns here. Okay. It's already a show to watch out for, and Tess all alone will be given a front row seat to that one. SLP flawlessly done. On to 7 they
Last
go.
round before the switch.
What an interesting round on that one. They lose 2 players at the end, but still so worth it. 7-4, almost closing out the half. And again, advantage towards SLP. They're able to get a good mid-round swap. And it feels like every time that they get their hands off the side, it's been really difficult to shift them out of it.
Yeah, it seems like for SLP, once they get that side control, it's such a different kind of game. And looking now, what can Kit do in response? Rolling Thunder, that's the big one coming up if Bugsy can net the kill. Quick little entry though, Ilyana and... Oh, okay, Tess. Tess and Ilyana doing a little bit of hand-holding there real quick, but Kimmy's Kitchen does get the first kill.
That's going to be a bit more difficult. No explosivity, but Viz, she can get onto side pretty cleanly. Here comes another Cypher battle.
Yeah.
Wrapping around such an awkward angle with this side, honestly.
It was a fun one to watch a while ago. Gia, a chip on her shoulder here, perhaps, though. And with Viz's space taken, it's SLP who can't play onto this B side.
They're not even like sure if they fully committed. They might not expect this mid lurk. They hear the trip break. That's going to force a lot of pressure. That forces the A player as well to slow down. No Sova on site means that they will be delayed on the info gathering for this B. Good flash as well to push some pressure. But great take of Market here to pull the pressure even further.
So the retake begins with a Market Rolling Thunder. They get the space, but then again, Viz is still ready to fight on back. Kikuo, though, a nice slide in to cause that chaos. 2 for 1 here for Kit, but Dipsy gets 3 for her own! It's up to Kikuo now, as Toffee Waffy is still busy rotating. Ton, as well as Dipsy, holding close towards the spike. Now the Sova has arrived. Toffee Waffy, looking to play an alternate angle here. This is the timer ticking. This is Spike wiping on down. Whoa! It's Dipsy with 4.
Oh no, the real
Time is almost gone here. The C's also going to catch that Nightfall as well. But
No way.
Toffee Waffy, she can't make it. She
Can
can't
you
make
reach it?
She couldn't reach it at all. They're fluff. Just a finger away from the spike, but it's still the one being added to SLP. 8-4 at the end of the half.
just millimeters away from victory there. But the half doesn't go in the way that Kit thought of. But to be honest, compared to map number 1, this is technically double the output. So they have a better chance as they move on. But what a great round here. It looked a bit dicey at times, but still able to close things out with Dipsy. The heroic play coming in from her really proving to seal the deal with this one.
Yeah, it is unfortunate there for Kit. Just they felt the spike, but they just couldn't touch it any longer. What a round for Dipsy, and what a game we've had so far. This first half has been astonishing, to say the least there, Fluff, right? There's so many... Ever since we saw that round where somehow SLP got back to the B site, right? It felt like it's just been wild moment after wild moment for the rest of that first half there.
It's been feeling like whichever team really capitalizes on the small missteps and can punish better ends up winning the round eventually. But somehow heroic plays here and there really salvage the situation from both of these teams. I mean, obviously it could have gone either way on that last round, but just because they had that early foothold really set the pace. So now that they're going to be on the defensive side, my big question is if they're going to be able to keep that up, because instead of having to proactively kind of find opportunities, they have to wait and see what's going to happen and react better.
Yeah, but it's been all about the clutch here for the past few rounds anyway. And still SLP in control. Can they repeat history and beat Kimmy's Kitchen here again on Sunset and get the sweep? Or will the side of Kit fight back, force a decider, and keep their hopes in the playoffs still alive? We're going to be going back into the game here, though, very, very soon. And Kimmy's Kitchen, you can feel the pressure right now mounting. If this keeps up for SLP, Kimmy's Kitchen is going to be saying goodbye to the bracket.
I mean, you mentioned earlier one of our fun facts that might be hopefully more fun for Kit right now is whoever wins this pistol normally wins their bonus. So if they can get that momentum going, keep that streak alive, it could bring them very close.
Yeah, 2 out of
Because 8-4 is still better than 10-2.
Absolutely. 2 out of 3 bonuses won in the series. And if you want to talk about trends, it was Kit winning the second half pistol anyway. But they're on the attacking side right now, and Kikuo has made a lot of space happen on this Neon on the defense. Will it continue? Here on the attack, SLP though, initiative is on their side. Proactive push from Ilyana and Tess. Very sure, but it's not going to happen at all. SLP already netting 3, forcing Toffee Waffy and Kikuo to push forward now towards this A site. Still, you have Viz waiting, and this is an incredible crunch made by SLP already.
Last
Great
player
discipline as well,
remaining.
just backing off the angle, and Viz already gets a reposition. 2 frags go her way, and a flawless round already gets SLP to break the cycle. And if they keep this up, keep that consistency, it could close out the game. But we've seen them in this position before, so you never say never here for Kit.
I mean, it is SLP with the advantage, but I want to talk
enemy
about how
remaining.
convincing this round is. As soon as we get on started, mid controlled by SLP again. I think they're been a lot more eager to play for mid in this game rather than Kit, and with that they take advantage of the angle.
Yes.
Oh,
Nice bounce.
good Cypher. Good bounce, good pass. But, you know, I was worried earlier about the proactivity question, but it looks like SLP just ready to go for any fights.
Happy to play for it now. Kikuo though. Nice start. Still not gonna be enough with the firepower that SLP have. You said it. Trades are good, and the formation is solid. Angel, Ilyana, left and right. What direction do you even look at this point? It's a meat grinder made towards A main, and SLP, they're just holding steady now.
This one ray really blockading this direction off. They have to find a different avenue for success here, but with only classics, it's going to be very difficult to get any value off of this round. Maybe play for an orb instead, but look, Viz already lurked up so close. She's going to need to find contact first, and there goes 1, maybe even 2, and Bugsy falls. Another round here for SLP.
Yeah, the anti-eco so solid for SLP. Keeping momentum after these pistols. It's been the case so far in the series. This is really just it. They have elbow, they have main, and that should be enough for SLP to hold the control.
One enemy remaining.
Position. The proactivity that I mentioned earlier that I was scared that they wouldn't show, but it seems like they're not afraid to take the space. The question is that just because they had better guns, or are they going to do it now?
Yeah, we'll find out. The question of the bonus again, rearing its ugly head. And it's a similar setup for SLP actually. 3 there towards A main. But Hit this time around. They're gonna back off from it. Play for mid, break the door towards market. It will be Tun, ready to receive. That's a Guardian, but she's not that ready to fight on back. Now then, there's the swing back here from Kikuo. The double dip allows Kit to get that pick into the backside. It's even better.
Great
And a
stun.
great push here from Kimmy's Kitchen.
Utility is so
Spike
beautiful
planted.
coming in from this attacking side. 3 defenders trying to rally themselves towards the situation and point towards the right direction. Looks like they're going to funnel through this CT side, but it's going to be so difficult for them to go through because Neon is already marking.
Yeah, Kikuo is just fearless in this role, and she will continue that rampage. A triple kill so far. Inside the smoke now, Angela trying to play from upper shore. Ilyana and Angela still fighting back. The punch from SLP now waning here with 1 HP on Ilyana. No chance really to fight on back, and Kit. They're gonna break the bonus streaks to really end this map. It's 5 rounds here for Kit.
5 rounds already. That's going to be the start. The fire to build upon, and hopefully it's going to carry them for the rest. Take a look at the replay. And Kigo, what a fearless entry. You mentioned it earlier, but the position as well of their utility to give that support. Really being the tip of the spear here for her team and getting so much space.
Yeah, impressive work from Kit. And if they can continue this kind of style, right? This would be their chance to do what they did in that first map, to rally back. Camera says hi to the other camera. It's already Viz looking to buy for B main control, but Kit back towards mid was successful in the last round. Also putting pressure here towards market. What's something too different this time? There you have it with a trip. It's a pick. Kikuo's gone. And the pace of Kit slowing on down. The smoke's there. The paranoia also gets the catch. And it's tough for Kit to really push onto the side.
Good cam for the info. They spot out 2 players already. Forced to go in here for SLP. They have to just push them down, but Sun's not going to give up anytime soon.
Oh, they've cleared out the site though. And with it, we go into a 3v3, 2 from market here for SLP. Aftershock right now to try and dissuade that plant. But the spike is down. And Kit, they have taken Boba away. So Bugsy now ready to find the swing. Barrel seen though, and Eliana's already on it. Here we go for more boop on awkward timing and Tess! What's new? She's found 3 in the round already. Tipsy. She's had incredible clutch moments on B site before. Can she do so now?
Not planted for them.
Halfway done. Pros don't fake. Oh, she lets it go.
Oh.
Unfortunate. And with it now, the double swing comes up. 1 for bait and 1 for the shot. Tess with 4. And Kimmy's kitchen. They've done it again.
I was so surprised that even happened. It was already not planted for them. They could have gone for the stick, but it's such a risk. I understand the pressure, but being 10-6, they have to start making ground up for SLP.
Yeah, could have been a good moment there for SLP. But right now, momentum heavily in favor of Kimmy's kitchen. They're just so willing to push towards Boba once they get that B side control, and it's been so successful so far on the attack.
Interesting buy here. Gonna go for the buggy on breach.
Why
Hold
not?
down that door and stop anyone from entering, but it looks like the funnel's gonna go through the A site instead, render that a bit useless. And what a quick call for a rotate. Almost all the defenders just gonna go for the stack instead.
Yeah, well. SOP. Just hanging back from this B side. We hear the overdrive pop by Kikuo. Will confirm for Kit that this is an empty site already. And that's kind of it. It's an easy take here for Kit. SLP will look to find another angle on the retake.
They're looking to bank on the showstopper here to maybe find some value. If they can get a couple guns their way, they could turn the tide of the situation. But so many utility and ultimates from Kit's gonna really slow things down.
Yeah, and Gia is so aware of what could happen. She's already holding on to the Getter itself. And there's the first contact. Gia with 1.
Cam.
Now then, shot back. And Kit into a 4v3. Eliana still. Here we go. Sending towards Bugsy. But Kikuo with a backstab and the Sheriff of her own. Vizdo with a fight back. SLP not out of this one as of yet. Toffee Waffy, good utility. Recon's broken
Bucky?
now. The Bucky gets close enough. And SLP! It's gonna be close on the timer, but I do believe they'll have enough time there. 11th round, a Thrifty again in the series. What else could SLP do here?
I was down in that Bucky, not gonna lie.
Yeah.
Started the round, but it turns out that was the key to success. The jump Bucky, but the triple swing. But overall, the plan is so smart. They pincer after they give the sight. They make sure that their strongest quote-unquote weapon, the showstopper, is alone and play safe. The rest of them going for the flank there, making sure that they get that flanker out. It gives one of them a weapon, but also pulls pressure to allow that showstopper to happen. If anything went slightly wrong there, that round is over.
Like, look, all in all, the retake game in these past 2 maps from Salapao has just been so strong and a defining factor of their defense. Kit didn't expect that kind of outcome in the last round. The money is in a critical scenario here, Fluff. They lose this one. This is a serious point for SLP. It's going to be awkward on the buy itself. And Viz, she's playing a very dangerous game. 1 cyber cage available, but the close hold as well. The swing out comes. Ilyana spots out the lurk. And as that happens, Kit will push towards B anyway.
Great pick already, opens up things, and the discipline from SLP. They wrap around so far and just go for the mass flank, give up the site, hold market, and make sure that they have some ground to go to.
Yeah, on 10's there for Ton, but then again, Rolling Thunder's into play. Kikuo gonna get stunned on up, can't push further away from the market right now. And with the Nightfall, oh, the catch! Bugsy! Just hit by all the utility, and with it, it's all SLP! Salapao! They moved to series point here.
Great retakes, and you mentioned it in the start. The way that they've been doing it is so calculated, and it seems like it catches Kit off guard. Yes, they get control, but because they don't get anything to contest off, they don't get those opening picks, they don't get the value of investing their utility to get that much space.
Yeah, just SLP are doing everything right on the defense, and this is potentially the last round here for Kimmy's kitchen. They're gonna need to make the run of runs if they want to make it happen. It was so awkward for Bugsy, just getting caught by the Fade utility there, getting caught by the paint shells. It's just been SLP's day to day here, Fluff, and it's looking likely to be their win if they can close things out.
Oh, and they're starting off strong with speed, already going so deep into it. The fast lane gonna actually pull some pressure off, stop them behind that sniper trip.
Some heroics needed here for Kimmy's Kitchen. My eyes on Tess, who has that rifle still into play. Ilyana caught by Toppy Woppy! Playing battle bots while we're in Valorant here. And Kimmy's Kitchen, these are some much needed picks. Spike planted as well. Big step up, sure, but Dipsy and Ton, again, the flank is the problem. And with the Prowler being spent towards elbow now, they know it's mostly on site here for Kit. Bugsy playing safe. Back behind the container with the spike from the shadows. Also trying to buy some intel, but Kikuo sharp on the shot. Big kill on the Dipsy. Tess is there too. Transfer isn't going to be successful at all. The trade instead made. And up to Viz now. Viz falls, and Tess, of course, will keep the train going. Kit is still in the fight. A 7th round for them.
They had everything there, and Kit was on a lower buy. SLP a bit over eager to close things out. I feel like that's kind of what happened on the first map as well. They tried to do something very aggressive, which is kind of a predictable read at this point, but instead it just turns the tide and they give the resources to their opponent.
Same old story, right, Tess? History with, or differential with the MLT, and truthfully, the shining star of Kit in some of their most recent series. It's still Kimmy's Kitchen, refusing to give on up. This is a deep push from Tundo. This could make or break it. This could make or break it. And the spray is only good for a single pick. So Kit not out of it yet. Tess finding the trade. Bugsy's low HP here, Fluff, and onto B side we go again.
They found my wire.
Damage has been done there, and although they could have gotten more, no controller is going to be a bit more difficult for the retake here coming from SLP, but we've seen them do more difficult retakes before. Utility going to be spent already, but no one's going to get hit at all.
Prowler! Oh, Tess is still alive somehow! And he went with it! It's Kit here! Getting the numbers back in their favor. Gia, good tap onto that spike. Dipsy and Angela. Some utility to work with, yes, the flash, sure, but it's gonna be so tough past the smoke. Shock dart sent. Here comes Angela Faye now. Dipsy on the board. Angela makes it happen. Angela! Wait a minute!
She knows.
It's the heavy hitters. It's the big time guns, and it's Tess who's done it one more time here for Kit. An 8th round.
What an explosive round yet again. You can really feel the tension here as SLP is trying to claw this win out of the hands of Kit because they've seen the potential, but this opening pick here by Tun, unfortunate, not able to get more of the damage done. The team tries to clean up, but it's just not enough, forcing the 1v1.
What can we say? Comes to the clutch. Kit can still shoot back. 20 on the board here for Tess. I think 2 back-to-back. 3 Ks
Yeah, she's done so well
in the last 2 rounds. A series to remember for her, yes. Will be better if they can rally back, of course, OT. Here we go. We need to...
Oh!
What is that timing? Fizz didn't even expect that to happen. Sun finds Tess though, and that's a big time player gone. It's up to the rest of Kit to step on up. Kiko doing so. Sun again. The Stinger has found 2 kills here. 32. That's a 2v1. Okay, it's done. And Kit, it got chaotic. It got sweaty, but it's still them fighting back.
This is actually pretty good for them, though, because they remove 4 rifles, and they're forced on this weird economy, so they're gonna be on a slightly lower buy than normal. They might lack that key piece of utility here and there, but that shot on is so unfortunate here.
I don't know. I don't know what you do in this situation. It's just like, how is it a perfect headshot after the door breaks? A timeout called now by Salapao, and we've seen the similar scenario before in that first map, Fluff. They're calling these timeouts just to try and figure out what to do to close out the game itself.
They have a lot of ground to make up, but right now it seems like that gap of 3 rounds is so close for Kit. They can taste victory here if they can convert a bunch more rounds. Bugsy already gonna get her ultimate in 1. The rest of them, though, basically have it. The neural theft, that's kind of nice to have, but it's not necessity, I would say. But SLP, on the other hand, they are also kind of far away from their displacement utils, but they have that showstopper in their pocket, and that could be the difference to take out a couple key players.
No, I agree with you. I'm looking at those duelists right now. Ilyana and Kikuo, they can do some decisive damage coming into this next round. And Kimmy's Kitchen, resilience has been...
That's a lot of pings.
That's a lot of pings on an empty side, but I want to say it. Kimmy's Kitchen has been so resilient in this game, never really giving up.
What is this read, though?
It's like,
Sorry, I'm so confused.
No, it's okay.
They're stacking on opposite sides at like the most pivotal part of this game. Cypher eventually gonna rotate back for SLP, but if they just go right now, it's free.
yeah, and there you have it. You want the house and lot, Fluff? There you go.
I love one, honestly.
It comes with an alleyway, don't you? As KIT,
Spike planted.
it's Kit here on site. And sure, we've said our heaps and praises for the SLP post-plant retake, but in this case, all the action is for Kit to take here.
Right there. They don't have the rolling thunder.
Yeah.
All up to the showstopper. This could be huge though if it lands.
Ilyana.
Here we go.
All eyes on Ilyana. She sends it and brings Kikawo to the grave with her. It's a 1-for-1. Here we have it. Kit though prepared this time. Test the one so sharp again. And it's a firing squad. It's just a line drawn on the sand by Kimmy's Kitchen. And it's up to Viz to clutch on up. 3 targets. One
way.
chance. Does she go for it though? She's already taken down by Toffee Waffy. And Kit are still in it. 10 is the number.
The gamble yet again at the wrong time. This came off a tactical pause, by the way. So it must have been something that they really thought would happen for signaling on the B side. And the counter read coming from the attackers, really just getting all the ground for free. And then at the end, it's just a checkmate position here, making sure that no one can pass through.
Yeah, just no way. With that many numbers, with that many guns pointed at Ali, it's just a death sentence there for SLP. The gun buy is gonna be half buys here. Stingers, Sheriffs, investing perhaps for a next round if it happens here for SLP. But what can stop Kit at this point? You can feel the momentum heavily in their favor. The confidence is abound. And Ton, she's doing it again here. It's the same angle.
time.
And Kit reads that like an open book. It's 2 for Kit. And now they move.
Impatience, I can smell it coming in from SLP. They really want to win, but the way they're doing it is not making so much sense right now. And there comes an interesting frag as well.
Yeah, Angela, nice try. Big props to you, but you've said it, Fluff. Salapao taking just the same angle again and again.
Planted.
Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. And there's no fooling Kit this time around. It's overtime or a win. We'll see what happens in the last round of regulation.
We have one chance. That's what something SLP is really thinking about right now. They have the full buy. This is it. You don't want to force this all the way to OT. You know how powerful Kit is. And it's going to be so difficult to really push through that OT considering how much they've already got installed. They've won 5 rounds straight. And on even Steven buys, they have to just play their outs.
Yeah, just... SLP. They need to keep things a lot more calm this time. They do have the Nightfall in their pockets here, Fluff. Not only that, guns are available, but Kit, early investment, tried to see where SLP stationed, and the triple stack towards main has been a protocol here for the defense. It's a B again to be hit now.
Oh, early investment to get the space for free. No punish there. Patience coming out from SLP. They go for the clean retake instead. Group up together, play together. They have the ultimate
Spike
in
planted.
Rolling Thunder in one. They just have to get a pick, and
Yeah.
Viz gets all the info.
Yeah, if Angela can find one, that would be the step ahead for SLP. Nightfall, though, very close. The Prowler gets intel so quickly. The Fault Light comes on in. The stun's there. Tess already with the initiative in the first pick. But here comes Ilyana!
Where is this?
Ilyana's here to center! But Kit, of course, leading this dance. A step ahead with the neural tap. Dipsy right
no
now,
way.
and Angela will try to go for the clear, but we are not done with this series, folk. Kimmy's Kitchen. It seems like the cert is ordered because we are going to go
Switching
for
sides.
overtime.
Overtime.
What is happening? That's it.
OT is
I'm
happening.
confused. OT forced already. And how did they gotta even get here?
One enemy remaining.
Somehow, some way, Ilyana gets where she wants to go, man. But hey, it's been wild. It's been a tough game for both teams, though. Kit had to go for the comeback again. SLP unable to close it out in regulation, and perhaps are they shaken enough that Kit can take advantage of?
I mean, I feel like you can see it. You can really tell that they're so impatient with a lot of these earlier plays. Maybe they're trying to catch themselves off guard, and they're in a way they're kind of outsmarting themselves. They're such a solid team, and this time around they go for another aggressive play. Will they get the punish though? The wraparound already. They have a great scan. They get 1-for-1. How's that gonna work out though?
They got the lurk at least. They got Viz, but here comes SLP to put the pressure on the A sites. They were rattled in regulation here in overtime.
Oh, no.
It's looking okay at least. It's trade for trade. The C's also catching Gia within the smoke. Cyber case right now to build her own Coliseum. Daring anyone to play in her arena. And here we go again with the trades happening. 2 versus 2. And we go away towards the B site.
Change direction, pivot on the spot. They have a clear line here onto the B site. No real enemies. What do they have left? If they plant the spike, they do have the rolling thunder.
Yeah.
That's gonna be big.
And something missed in that last round,
planted.
right? Angela now ready for their ultimate. Dipsy would be that first contact. No utility left. Sees Bugsy coming, and Dipsy doesn't even need an assist at all. Dipsy has done it again here for SLP, and the double
Switching
there to
sides.
put them back on map points.
Match point.
Here we go again. Same position. Will it be a different outcome? Can they close out the game with this one? It's even Steven, but with their crazy rotate there, this race just working in their favor so much. If anyone was a little less on point there, it would have spelled disaster, but thankfully, things are okay for the SLB here.
This has been a wild series so far, and we are just starting off the night here, folks. Starting off the lower bracket. A timeout called again by SLP. It's the same problem here, Fluff. The defense is where they faltered in the second half of that second half. They had no answers versus Kit's offense, and they're going to look to try and close it out now.
This is going to be high pressure situation right now. Where are they going to put their players? Looking at the mini-map, I can tell that, you know, they're just going to go for that general B setup. A lot of pings, maybe telling that they're expecting something. But last time, the wrong read set them into a different direction.
Bro.
So, I don't know about that.
Bro, last time we saw that many pings, there were more
Yo,
pings.
the red pings are on the same side.
No.
We're cooked.
The thing was, the last time we saw that many pings, there were more pings than players on the site that was getting pinged.
That's true.
Uh-huh.
Oh, the spike does shift around.
Oh.
Maybe this is the play.
And
But solo defense here for Fade's going to be really difficult.
Yeah, for
Expecting
Dipsy.
only to face one player.
The cyber kids. No, it's actually the tripwire towards mid. The camera towards B main. So they send out the prowler. It's a bit of conditioning. Ilyana though.
That's
Drawing.
good.
That's a huge kill. I was gonna say SLP. They send that prowler towards A main to fake out the triple hold that they've been doing on the defense. But with that pick, now SLP with the one-man advantage, and they can actually just play the tempo here.
Look at the insta spread out there. They stack onto the B site, and suddenly they're back onto the default positions. They don't want to give anything up, but without doubling up on players, it does give a 2v1 advantage on the swing for Kit if they want to clear anyone out. No support as well for Fade. It's going to be so difficult if they just go for the commit.
Well, Dipsy has the C's available if ever need be. A smoke towards Market. The barrel scene. So one target. Another easy one for Dipsy. And that could be the nail in the coffin. Another big double for the Fade in overtime. It's Bugsy and Kikwo. The last hope here for Kimmy's Kitchen. With SLP, they're ready again with the angle. And Dipsy destroys another one. A triple kill for the round. That's huge damage. And this could be closing time here for Kimmy's Kitchen. It's gonna be SLP feasting on them now, as it's 14-12 in the second map. A sweep from Salapao to eliminate Kimmy's Kitchen.
This game closer already from the first. Congratulations, of course. But man, both teams really fired up, especially towards the end there, and pushing their limits.
Yeah, Salapao has been a welcome surprise to the playoffs. Competitive against Team Falcons in that first map, yes. And this time around, not only taking their opponent's map pick away, but winning theirs too in overtime. They kept it cool, calm, collected in OT. We will admit they were a bit rattled there, right there, Fluff, but they really fixed it all up at the end there.
Good timeout, I think, for the OT pause, technically, where they're able to just realign themselves, because when you saw them play together, they really did shine. It was, like we mentioned earlier, those rounds where things were just a bit over-eager, where things kind of fell apart, tripping over themselves a bit.
Yeah, and when they kept it calm, when they played together with their utility setups and some of the traps that they had towards A main especially, very potent in many of those regards. It was a great effort though from Kimmy's Kitchen. We really saw the step up there, and I'm still gonna give my heaps of praises to what Tess was able to throughout that series. But that's it for us on the casting side. We'll throw it over to the panel to break down the action. Of course, get some words from SLP later on.
What a game. They have done it, Salapao. They close out Sunset in the end and take the series against Kimmy's Kitchen 2-0. They executed. What are your thoughts on watching that? Such an intense match. Such an intense overtime once again here in GC SCA.
I mean, I messaged you, right, when the scoreline was starting to look pretty similar to our map number 1. You know, the game initially, for the most part, kind of looked like SLP were in the lead, right? They were in the driver's seat for most of the game, and then suddenly here comes Kimmy's Kitchen, right? They start to mount a comeback. They bring it 10 to 12, and then we go into overtime. And at that point in overtime, I'm thinking, oh my goodness, this could go all the way. This could go to map number 3. Ultimately, though, things are closed out here, coming in from SLP, especially from some other players who performed exemplary, like Dipsy there in those last few rounds, just super activated and was able to really close things down and not let things extend out of hand.
Yeah, exactly. It was Dipsy that made her name be shouted out throughout it. And while I was watching the game, I actually wrote down Dipsy, 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 just because she was so dominant. She showed up so much. And not only Dipsy, on the screen we have Viz's highlight. She won that 1v1, the Cypher 1v1, and I think that was what enabled Salapao to also just say, hey, we are taking the Sunset home.
I mean, when you're SLP and you know that you have worked so hard to get to this stage, especially knowing that some of these players actually haven't really had much competitive experience before this, like when you look at Dipsy and Tun, for example, Salapao is kind of their first real team in Game Changers, and so they've never even competed in some of these other teams. So when you know you're this close to making it even further here in Stage 2 and Split 2, and then you had the huge lead and it gets erased, that can really get to your mental. But props here to Salapao for not letting that really get to them. As you mentioned a while ago, they're not shaken by it.
Yeah, I mean, even on our first map, the game was so close. And look at Sunset, 14-12, and Kimmy's Kitchen had 15 first kills.
Crazy. That's
But
actually
it
kind
was
of crazy.
Salapao.
Yeah, it seems like, well, I guess this is harkening back to what I was saying a while ago, where it doesn't matter how good or how bad you start, it's about how you close out, right? And like the Kimmy's Kitchen side, they would constantly maybe find the first pick more than half of the rounds, but are they able to convert those advantages into one rounds? That's a very different question, and they simply weren't able to. Now, I think it was generally a better showing here from Kimmy's Kitchen on Sunset compared to Lotus, but still, I would have really liked to have seen a map number 3. Ultimately, it's, I think, kind of what we expect. It's the Omens here who did super well in this game. Like, Tess is very reliable here for Kimmy's Kitchen, and on the opposing side, obviously, we saw Tun who just tore it up.
Yeah, I mean, whenever Salapao got close and close to closing the match out, it was Kimmy's Kitchen, Tess and Toffee Waffy showing up, but they just couldn't turn the tide in time. And the MVP,
is that Tun's real picture? That's such a vibe.
So. It's such a vibe.
I love it. I
mean,
love it. I love the swag she brings there.
I wish I was as cool and as good at Valorant.
Yeah, that too. More importantly, maybe, yeah, definitely. But I'm sure you said you're an aggressive Sage. I'm sure you're great as well. But yeah, Ton, look at that ACS at 262 in the map. 24, 2.1 KDA. What more can you ask for? And that's from your Omen. So, as I mentioned, when you're an Omen, you throw the smoke, you put the flash paranoia down, and then you just do what you want with the tools that you've got. And so, I liked what Ton was able to do there. There were some moments like near the end of the half where she kept on doing the same extension and push into mid, and she'd hide behind the same cubby box, and at that point kind of Kimmy's Kitchen knew to expect her there. But aside from that, she was very, very solid throughout the series.
Yeah, I mean, this win is huge for Salapao as well, because they took that win on opponent's map, our first one, and then they take another one, which means that they are going to be able to move on to their next game here at Game Changers Southeast Asia, right?
Yeah, definitely so. I mean, I'm just excited to really talk to one of their members here and kind of get a look at their thoughts on I guess what they were thinking throughout that series.
And now then, it's time for a quick post-match interview with Salapao's Tune.
Hello, guys.
Hello! Hi!
Hey, Tune.
Hi.
Oh my goodness, congratulations! Thank you for joining us, and that was a crazy 2-map game we saw. How are you feeling?
Well, I feel a little bit nervous right now. Yeah, because on the first map, I cannot shoot anything. And then suddenly, the second map, boom! You know, I'm so happy right now.
Yeah, we can feel your excitement all the way here as well. You definitely showed up on Sunset. That was incredible. We saw your spectacular play, and it was just awesome. I'm super, super happy for Salapao's win today.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, congratulations on the win today. You guys move forward in the lower bracket. 2 quick questions from me. One, are you a big fan of, Pao, Salapao? Because it's your logo, the food, and the name. And 2,
Yeah.
when you guys had a huge lead, like, throughout map number 1, and then obviously map number 2 as well, and then you saw the enemy starting to come back, your opponents start to come back. What were your guys' thoughts, and how did you guys kind of recompose yourselves to get back into the game?
Well, we just tell each other, calm down, girls. Just calm down, chill, take a deep breath, and then we just shoot. That's it. And then we boom, we win.
Yeah.
That is what I'm going to be
Yeah.
doing now. Take a deep breath, shoot. That is
Yeah,
how I'll
take
play
a deep breath,
Valorant as well.
restart, we bam. You know?
Just blow them up.
Why you
That's
laughing?
true. Well, yeah.
Alright. Dude,
I'm
you
still-
are
I'm
going...
still- I'm
sorry,
still
go ahead.
A little bit shaking right now. I'm
I
shaking. My hand's shaking.
Yeah. Well, with this amazing win from your team today, are you guys going to be doing anything after?
I think we're gonna go scream after this. Practice more.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. That is
And then,
crazy mentality. Respect.
thank you.
Alright. Thank you, Tune, and congratulations again on your win today. And we'll let you go scrim and celebrate.
Yeah.
Alright.
Thank you.
Bye-bye,
Bye
Tim.
bye,
Thank you for
everyone.
joining
Thank
us.
you. Thank you.
Bye. Congrats again.
Bye bye. Thank you.
Well, I love her energy.
Yeah, I know. I love how she described their kind of mindset at that moment. They were like, okay, guys, calm down. We shoot them, then boom, we win. Like, I
A lot
love it.
of booms,
Right.
bams.
Bam. It's like, at the end of the day, there's utility, you have to make sure that there's timing and all this when it comes to Valorant. Sure, right? There's abilities, there's skills, there's all these stuff with the agents, but if you shoot them in the head first, you win the game. And that's, I guess, the mentality they took.
Yeah, exactly. Word. And with Salapao taking that win, that wraps up our first match here at GCSCA Split 2. But don't go anywhere. After a quick break, we're gonna come back with PPQ versus Kitty Nyanya. Welcome back, everyone, to Game Changers Southeast Asia Split 2. This is day 4. I'm your host, Bella, and with me, the brilliant, the legend, Blackenblue.
I'm still looking for the legend in the room and the brilliant one. I don't think they're here with us, but I'll take the compliment. Thank you very much. Yeah, amazing game so far, Bella. I'm having fun so far on the panel with you here. It's once again, you know, kind of like our first times back here on the VCT Game Changers stage for SCA. You promised to show your dog. We're halfway through the day. None yet. I'm not holding you to it, but I'm just, you know, reminding the chat that is on the table.
Okay, that's fair. She will appear after we go into our... Oh no, after the first map ends, because she has decided with our break to leave my room. So she knows what's going on.
Very courteous of your pooch, of your dog.
Alright, well, our second match here is another elimination match. It's Precision, Power, Quickness versus Kitty Nyanya. What are your thoughts going into this one? Another close one, I guess?
I think it's difficult to say for sure, but I do think there is potential here for us to go the distance. I'm looking at both of these teams and I'm really kind of perplexed on who I wanna put on which basket I want to put all my eggs in right now. Really, you look at some of these players and there's a bunch of them who have really good experience as of their previous outings. Let's look, for example, for Kitty Nyanya to start things off, right? Their IGL here, Snowkey, sometimes goes by N. Her ads at Omen, you know, she flexes sometimes to the brim and the occasional jet, but she was a exemplary piece of the Hero KDA squad that played in the Game Changers APAC LCQ back in 2023, which was actually again the last time I was doing a Game Changers broadcast as well. But yeah, there's just so many players on both of these teams. Like, you look on the opposing side here for PPQ, you got players like Sleepy Cakey, that duelist of theirs, who is just so mechanically gifted. You look at Samfire as well, who's been very reliable in this tournament as an innie. She's had multiple great moments, some clutches, some big frags, and yeah, it's a pretty even matchup, I would say. Both of these teams are exemplary with the amount of firepower they bring to the table, and I am expecting a banger of a matchup here coming up.
Yeah, for sure. It's a lot of familiar names, and I don't know if you were able to catch how Kitty Nyanya played out, but my eyes were on Adele and Natural. Adele was just popping off, so I was just really impressed with her firepower, and I'm excited to see how the clash of play styles is gonna pan out once again for our second match.
No, I agree completely. Like, for Adele, she is rolling in the deep right now. You're looking at her being this being her first team in Game Changers at all. First competitive team is Kitty Nyanya. No other team on record, and yet she performed super well in this role. But on the screen right now, the two highlighted players we're going to be looking at for either side, as I mentioned already, Sapphire has been a great piece for this PPQ squad. You look at what she's been able to do with this roster, and you just have to be... You have to assume that when all is said and done after this stage, she's going to be near the top of the leaderboard in terms of ACS and all, when you look at things and you look at the stats, because she's just been very consistent in that regard. But Olulu on the opposing side, she is a breach here typically on this KNN squad, and she's been very consistent as well. Also did come from that Hero KDA squad that I mentioned a while ago with Snowkey in the past. And if I remember correctly, she had like a Guardian Ace against Mad Army like the other day versus on Lotus that was mostly off cam, but like still amazing. So like you can tell that she's got what it takes to make things happen here. So both of these players, both of them kind of initiators, and even though they're initiators, they're still very capable.
Exactly. I mean, Samfire, as you said, that is the perfect way to put it. She is the shoulder to lean on because she will show up for her team. And Olulu, I just thought that she was the player to keep your eye on because she would also come in for her team. And on the screen, we have our Sleepy Cakey. And the funny thing is, while I was getting ready for Split 2, I just remember hearing that Sleepy Cakey played with a broken mouse. That is just all I remember.
Crazy. Let's get Sleepy Cakey a mouse, please. Somebody sponsor Sleepy Cakey and maybe the whole team of some new merch, because with the way that they've been playing and with the way that Sleepy Cakey specifically has been playing, you definitely want to see them at their best, at their highest capability in this kind of tournament. I mean, Sleepy Cakey as that duelist, right? Typically plays the Raze and the Jet. Did kind of pull out the Neon on Lotus versus Zipto. And we're going to see if that's going to continue here today. But Snowkey on the other side is a player that I did mention a while ago. Is the IGL here of Kitty Nyanya as an Omen. Sometimes flexes to other smokers. But yeah, generally is that Omen here for the team. And what I've really noticed from Kitty Nyanya is that they have decently impressive mid-rounding during some of their matches previously, and you have to credit at least some of that to their IGL, because that's the person who's going to be making the calls right during the game. So for Snowkey, not only is fragging kind of like a big part of her play, but she is very well rounded, at least from what we've seen.
I mean, I feel like this matchup, PPQ versus Kitty Nyanya, it's a lot of familiar faces, a lot of veterans, and mixed with the newbies as well. And because this is an elimination match, it's also the veterans don't have anywhere else to step back to. They also have to bring out their all and give their best shot so that they could play. Keep playing here.
Well, I mean, to be fair, in history and in past times that we've seen these type of teams, it is a winning formula, right? You've got some young guns who are very mechanically gifted, led by some veterans, led by players with more experience, and once again, it's been a winning formula that we've seen time and time again. And one of those veterans we've actually haven't talked about yet, but we should, is Opel. Opel, formerly Oreophilia, is a player that has arguably one of the most amount of experience in this tournament, aside from some of the the more long-standing teams like those coming from Falcons Vega. You look at where she's been before, coming from Orangutan X squad, coming from Alter Ego Celeste before that, even played on those Scythe rosters like Big Scythe and all, and even MLT Esports. So it just goes to show how many teams she's been on, how much experience she has, and what that could do for a team like this, I think, is going to be absolutely important in this series.
Yeah, I think you said it perfectly, because when things are tough, when the pressure is real, it's the experience of being under that pressure that really does it for your team. You know how to lead the energy and everything as well. So here we have the map vetoes. It's going to be Kitty Nyanya's Lotus and PPQ's Sunset.
Okay. Well, I mean, we're looking. I don't think it's necessarily a bad veto for either side. Like, both of these teams are okay on Lotus for one. I would argue for Kitinyanya, Sunset is definitely the map that favors them more compared to PPQ, because PPQ have only ever played this map once. But then again, it was against Zipto, and Zipto are just such a good team that it's difficult to use that as a proper litmus test for this tournament. And when we go to map number 3, I'm also kind of not entirely sure if I would put this veto too much on either side's way. I think we're still kind of even for the most part, arguably more in Kitty Nyanya's favor, but I can see a world here where PPQ completely flip the script in terms of what vetoes you think would favor who and come out with this series win.
Yeah, I mean, I guess second time might be the charm. And I don't know who you predicted, but let's get our match predictions up. Are we going to be a united front?
Nope.
Or nope?
Nope. I'm not gonna let it happen. Not here. But I mean, not only do I like playing devil's advocate, but I also do actually believe that Kitty Nyanya have what it takes to make this happen. One, they have a very adorable name. Two, they have very experienced players, like, as I mentioned, you got Snowkey here on this roster who brings, I think, a lot to the table for this team. But I want to hear your thoughts. You were correct a while ago. You predicted SLP to win, and you were right. So we're 1-0 today. I'm hoping I can tie the score.
Yeah, it's going to be a 2-0 for me all around. Well,
the
reason why I picked PPQ was because on paper they're good, and as you said, the Sunset against their last Sunset didn't really do them justice. We didn't get to see PPQ really play their game just yet, so I'm thinking this may be a redemption match. Well,
we're gonna have to really find on out. I mean, map number 3, that's gonna be Haven, and at that point, I think it's anybody's game. Both these teams are kind of, equal in terms of their statistics recently on that map. But let's look on over here to Lotus, and I don't really see any big changes composition-wise that jump out at me as of the moment. It's kind of same.
But then the thing is, if we don't see anything unique or peculiar new with the Asian comps, it's going to be with the strategies that's going to take the flow of the game, right? And who takes the pace, we don't know. Who do you think is going to take Lotus, though?
That's a difficult one. Both these teams are 50-50. I will say, though, that I think PPQ are probably going to take the first map, Lotus, just because even though they did pretty well here, Kitty Nyanya versus Mad Army, and Mad Army's a great team, I'm just not too sure how long the Tejo will be effective in this series, especially in this meta right now, after the nerfs.
All right. That's totally fair. That's totally fair. But let's see if Blackenblue will be right or wrong, because we're going to send it to our casters to get our Lotus started.
I like that the question is will Black and Blue be right or wrong? I love that the spotlight is put on our analysts there, but truthfully, this is an incredible series to come our way, and come on, it's about some great names as well. You got Kitty Nyanya versus Precision Power Quickness. How about you, Fluffy? Can you say those names for me?
Kitty Nyanya and Precision Power Quickness.
Where's the energy? Why is there no energy?
You're just baiting me.
We need it. Come on, it's for the broadcast. Be professional, man.
Gotta say it like Black and Blue, because he's the most professional guy I know, and he said Kitty Nyanya.
I guess that's true. He has 4 professions, including this one. But we are gonna focus, of course, into Lotus now. And I was looking at the agent sec a while ago there, Fluff, and I do believe Envious is actually gonna be playing here for Kitty Nyanya. So just a quick little sub there, 6-man rotation. It was a good map though for KNN in the upper bracket. They took down Mad Army in its shirt, 13-10. They did drop to the lower bracket, but this being their map pick right now, it's a lot of confidence for this roster.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, especially with the flexibility that you mentioned already, having just that 6 player available really just gives you a bit more room to specialize in things. So hopefully that kind of comes into fruition here on Lotus. Same map as our first map for the first series. So it's very interesting that they kind of prefer this at least.
And of course, Envious, most notably from a small run in Team SMG way back when. Can be an experienced player to play this double initiator. Still criticism, of course, to play Tejo within this batch. Even our panel mentioned it. Let's see how effective it can be versus PPQ, who are running the Fade and the Breach together. Bit of pressure here towards A. Doorway now opening on up. Oh, Lulu's gonna draw that first contact very early on. PPQ, that's already good for 2. Here they come. Oh, utility being brought on that. Awkward timing, sure, but it's still the kills going in favor of PPQ anyway.
Enemy remaining.
A lot of damage being dealt already. Oh, unfortunate there from Shune. Able to take out Envious. Here comes the only hope for
Spike planted.
Oh, what is it? Oh, sorry, I'm so lost. I thought that was not going to connect, but apparently it does.
Yeah, Adele keeping it alive for now. Just too many targets though ahead of her paint shells to try and clear out where the spike's at here. And while PPQ will give that space as soon as they hear that sound cue, should be a swing out from Sleepy Cakeys and the rest. Isolated fights though. Adele given a fighting chance here. Cass, the first to fall. For the HP, the tap comes on in. Sleepy Cakey now looking for it. Arc Rose broken quickly. But then again, second tap now. And the satchel is there. Blast back to force her out. Exune in a stellar position. And PPQ get 1 here.
That's some good Valorant right there. Getting good trades, getting set up there to take the site. Will that continue this time around? Let's us look at the replay. It seems like the slow start is something that they can really prevent anything on the defensive side if they take a bit more proactive position, but it seems like it's not something that they're trying to contest right now. Hopefully that adjusts though throughout, especially with a better buy coming in from PPQ.
And of course PPQ, one of our top 4 from Split 1, the only one in the lower bracket right now, still fighting for their lives. Just a tough series versus Sipcho, but here and now, initial pistol in their favor. Very tenured roster as well. The drone. Looking for a bit of intel. Adil doesn't want to push that out at all. And PPQ, they default at the start, but now making their way towards a natural. Trying to play into rubble, and immediately, right? Prowler looking for that intel. The intel's there. The swing out comes. The firepower is good though, and Sleepy Cakey committing the blast backs to get on out. PPQ is evacuating.
She keeps her life. That's the most important thing there. Getting a free entry. That's going to be the Sentinel gone already for KN, and they get a quick rotate onto C. No one's there already, but surely the sound's going to be heard here from Teo.
Yeah, and Envious will communicate to the rest of the roster. It's a C hit here for PPQ. On comes out too. So just some usual utility here for PPQ. Keeping it very by the book on the rotation as well. But in this case, KNN, they do even more any damage now. Full eco state. The one-way setup there. Or Euphilia. We're waiting for any kind of contact here, Fluff, but it's really just KNN playing for exits. As soon as the doorway opens, that's the only time we'll see contact here. And for
I don't
PPQ,
think they're gonna open it though.
they just died to the
Looks like
spike.
I think they're just gonna try the spike, deny as much as they can here. On the attack, not much to salvage. It's very, very standard Valorant, but
Yeah. They,
it is something that is telling of a team that doesn't want to play for it. Like, it's a very disciplined call,
yeah.
but very risky long term.
Yes, don't want to give any ult orbs to their opponent, and KNN, you said it, you predicted it. It's them just dying to the spike. A second round here for precision, power, quickness, and all in all, it's just some good protocols at the start here for PPQ. They're having these good post-plant locations as well for their setup.
I mean, to be fair, there's not much that they could do there because they got such a late rotate to respond for that attacking plan. They get the operator, and that's going to be something for Raze to really put into her pocket. No armor, though. Might not need it if they can land that opening shot. The question is, where are they going to position this? Because it looks like it's quite an awkward angle here on me.
And some key players to watch out for here for PPQ. Cass, Samfire, those two initiators, solid in the clutch. Samfire especially having
Bring
a
them
good
down.
showing actually versus Sipto on Lotus itself. So into the bonus, 2 Guardians, make that 3. A rifle, Bulldog, sure. Slow play though so far.
Very slow and steady. No one trying to make the first move. That's going to signal towards an A hit, though. They'll use some util to clear out rubble, but the operator is the thing that they have to be wary for. Not even sure if they're aware. They do have the util to clear it, but will they expect it this early on is the bigger question.
Yeah, we've seen the tendency from Kitinyanya. Opt out for Adil, and now that will be the initial shot to say it all. Good for 1. Build on potential showstopper here, but the reposition towards stairs. What we want to watch out for here. Fault line comes into play. Haunt also stopping the Raze from peeking out for now. Olulu though sees Sleepy Keiki coming onto the site, and it's now 5v4. A potential retake here for the defense.
Good call here to back off as well from Olulu.
30
Waiting for the team
seconds
to play
left.
out the utility. They have the stun ready. Just waiting for the angle. There goes the tap. But another shot from the operator to slow them down. Great pinch.
Special delivery.
player
The stun is
standing.
solid from the tail. And Adil with a massive 3k here to just set the tempo early on. If we're going to see a slow game here, Fluffy, then KNN will take advantage of it with the operator.
They even get the showstopper after the ward. That orb plus the 2 kills, giving them even more firepower as we move on to round 4. Great start and great discipline, honestly, from both teams. When they got that opening pick, they lost one, but PPQ, they still kept to the crawl. Maybe baiting that was like a lone operative, something like their lurk player, maybe fake them out. It doesn't work in the end, but just the mentality that they have to be able to set that up for themselves on the off chance it happens is something to, I think, commend.
I mean, the utility gave them space to work with, right? They got on site just because of the Haunt, because of the fault line, or Lulu. Also assisting later on there for KNN to put Adil and Envious in position. All in all, though, the defense now can take the initiative to peek out these angles. Adil will be wanting to do that just now. Example stated and struck. Or Ophelia taken down this early on, and this is becoming a problem for PPQ already.
They can't take these isolated fights. The operator is just so punishing in the slow play. Great counter and great adjustment very early on to the round. Snoke has a good position, good anti-flash. The crossfire, this is going to be so difficult to push through.
Yeah, she's had a massive step up in their previous series. Their IGL as well. Paranoia thrown towards C main. Now the pressure's on towards this B site, and with the boombot confirming those intentions, it should keep KNN in this crossfire position. Arcros now, aftershock as well, will force the Omen out, but Snooki still takes damage anyway. Here comes the drone. Get good intel. Boombot also, so utility here for PPQ. But KNN, they're just so ready for this one. The op's good for 1, Envious is good for 2. And
30
KNN,
seconds
all
left.
in all, just stopping PPQ dead to rights. The red light has been seen throughout the round here, Fluff. And really, Samfire, how many can you get in this case? Maybe 1? Maybe that's all, yeah. Envious with a triple kill there, and we are tied up.
We are tied up, and a good start here from KNN, really slowing down the pace of this game. We already said it a bunch of times, but the operator really proving to have a lot of value into the slow play. It's all up to PPQ to change up the pace here. Obviously, they're going to be forced into it a bit because of that lower buy. Grouping up together is a great plan when you're kind of in this position. But they have to start bursting out more. The thing is, they do have a race to do that, as well as the initiator to set it up. But not knowing where the operator is the bigger problem, because they only have one scan to really get the info. Maybe the info flash, I guess, but really it's the weird. And it's going to be so difficult because the unpredictability of the positioning here coming in from Adel is really, really difficult. Now she's on the C site.
Here in position, and PPQ stepping up the pace. This could be the one.
No,
No, it's not gonna happen. Sure, the Bucky's getting close, but Envious able to weather the storm. Given that, the drone for assessment immediately KNN, preventing PPQ from getting any kind of space here.
Still though, look at the rest of the team. Explosive start on the B, yet still holding positions, waiting for the push out. But the discipline from KNN, knowing that they want to funnel towards the operator, is really stopping the aggression that they're waiting for.
Yeah, and I respect KNN and their flexibility on the dime. Just immediately understanding, if we can play a slow game and we bring out this operator, we can set the tone on the defense. Some calls there from the IGL. Adele, on the other hand, still the one to watch out for, but the stun is good. The paranoia also keeping her at bay. And with it, PPQ, they make the space to play on C.
Here comes the big question. Will they unleash when they go for this? Because they
30
still
seconds
have
left.
group and they're wasting a bit of time here. The operator still finds one. They just push into her instead.
Yeah, just can't swing like that. It's just way too out in the open. And Dill is not one to miss those kind of shots. Spike not even planted yet. Now we go with the ticking timer. But the flank is already there, courtesy of Kitty Nyanya. And they are on the hunt. Snowkey, danger close. This could be a chance here for Cass and the rest. Cass the one to get the takedown with the Stinger. The rifle picked on up, sure. PPQ ceding the site away. But they do have it planted for them to work with. Natural right now on DVs. Actually, never mind.
planted for them.
It's not planted for them at all. Here we go. KNN will just take it under their nose. Sapphire double with the Sheriff, yes. But you honestly thought that they had the angle, but no, behind the pillar, KNN will take it.
I thought that was the play. I thought the
Yeah.
play from the attacking side was to plant, go for the push if they knew they were going to commit to that.
Yeah.
Maybe try to get the operator there, using the manpower advantage. But the fact
30
that the
seconds left.
operator gets away and Adil's able to just fade away from this, pulls the pressure, gives them the space to go for the flank, and suddenly they're in the wrong position.
Yeah, it's just unfortunate. They felt the push from C main especially, and given that, PPQ ceding the advantage. Rifle still at the ready. Lulu trying to play early on. But you have to respect the utility medley from PPQ, right? They fight for Rubble. They get it with Oreophilia. But Lulu's so sharp anyway. And the spike is down. Sleepy Kiki needs to go for it. Paranoia gets a connection. No real peek sawed out. Half the shot right now. So okay again. Takes a tick of damage. Will back away from it. But this line's drawn by KNN early on.
Boombot, just to clear out some info, they're still looking for that operator. They have to assume it's on the C site now, but that lone guardian is just allowing the defense to stack the utility onto this A push. Yes, they do take out Oreophilia, but that controller being gone as well removes all the angles that they can eliminate. They're going to have to manually check all of this, and it's going to be a lot of time wasted, if anything. Important brag here, they get the trade.
Yeah, Snowkey still behind Envious there, and should be enough for KNN to stop the lurk. The stun comes up. The doorway towards A opens, but KNN still wary of a shift towards the mini door there. Now the crawl up by PPQ to keep it silent on the execute. Sure, Cass now with the fight
30 seconds
versus
left.
Olulu. Yes, height still taken, still heaven control here for KNN. Sapphire rolls in closer and closer. Sapphire really steps up when PPQ needs her the most. Nightfall connects. Adil now. Declan for the time being, coming up closer and closer. But in behind, it's Natural even getting caught out. Sapphire shining again. And it's a 3-3 score now as PPQ, they show up in the round.
They finally get the operator out of the hands of KNN. The question is, will they repurchase that? It was a good buy,
no money.
but I don't think so. That's a good reason.
It's getting really tough on the money department here for Kinyanya, despite them winning some rounds. And without the operator, it should lead to more confidence for PPQ and how they play the map. Some defaults, some 4-1 splits we've seen so far for the Indonesian squad.
I mean, to be fair, they also have the Visol to really take out a lot of this weaponry, but also Rolling Thunder. Just a lot of rectangles that say, you can't shoot me in this box.
Yeah. Prowler spotting the initial position there. Forward position by KNN. Utility being cleared, but a single Razor Vine reset on up here by Natural. We've seen how powerful Ben has been throughout the day so far. But with the doorway opening, it's still KNN keeping tabs of potential push here.
Only Omen on the A side. Contact here coming for Sleepy Cakey. Gonna bait out some util as well. This is pretty good for the attack considering they still have a minute to go for the rotate and they're constantly opening this door for pressure.
Yeah, flexible blast back as well as backs away from the Razor Vine. Still has one to work with here. PPQ waiting now for the timing. Rolling Thunder into the sights! And Sapphire still keeping up the pace from the previous round. A kill, and now a site cleared. It's C here for the post plan.
Good spacing here. Already get a power position. Envious able to find one. He'll eventually fall. PPQ striking back very quickly.
Yeah, and KNN eager to find the contact. Try to prevent that spike from being planted. No dice. It's PPQ with the advantage here. Smoke as well. To try and cover the cross from the waterfall, but the seize is perfect. Samfire again. Just an absolute jewel here for PPQ. 3K so far. Snooki finally making her way across. Cast is gone, but Orifil is there for the trade, and PPQ, the pacing made again, will retake the lead.
What around there? Slow and steady is the way, and looks like these Titans are just trading blow for blow. Now they're finally forced on the equal yet again. I think that's to put the time out as well.
Controlled game so far. It's a far cry from that first series there,
That's what I was gonna say.
where it was so chaotic, it was so wild, so fast tempoed. This time around, it's a tug of war between PPQ and KNN. You can respect it. Timeout called by KNN though. Still not enough money here to buy the operator, and I think it's another awkward eco state for Kidinyanya.
I mean, they could be playing for like they could tack for basically 2 rounds, thinking about this one not as a throwaway, but to get the most value out of, to generate into the round after. I mean, honestly, speaking of discipline that we mentioned already for KNN, the fact that they're calling this timeout so early means that they're really trying to get the most value out of this half as they can.
Yeah. Well, what else can they do here? I'm looking at the ultimates. Rolling Thunder, Armageddon, all available for the defense. Could be still quite oppressive if they can get the combo going. But we need to see a bit of confidence here for KNN. A pick is what they'll need to move into this round. And PPQ, on the other hand, everything they would like and more to try and push into this one.
It's crazy to think how much that operator really set the tone for the past opening rounds, and now that they have had no access for it for the past 2, it's like PPQ gets a bit more ground, and that's enough to actually get them into the lead. Great leer as well. The stun gonna connect, gonna push and pressure. A lot of the players are taking a bit of damage here and there, but finally one falls to mates.
Yeah, the haunt there, getting some big intel, and KNN on the other hand, finding casts along the way. So a pick through the smoke, at least one to work with, perhaps a gun to be scrounged. But PPQ immediate on the rotate. That's been their call so far. When they see too many numbers on one side, they'll hoof it to the other.
Very true. They heard the footsteps with Envious as well, and she's able to kind of hold down that B side. They have to be aware that with their own numbers advantage, they could afford the lurker, but I don't think they want to give up any of the weapons, so they rather just stick together.
No, the one way towards drop as well could be exciting. The PPQ now on site over the plant. Default here towards the area, sure. With the Rolling Thunder and the Armageddon. Any catches so far? Any targets? Victims? No. Instead, it's Sleepy Cakey, who didn't expect that at all. This criminal from Olulu sticking it up and knocking it down.
Still have time.
And they still have time, but look at this. Envious trigger discipline, and she gets one for her troubles. Xune using that firepower to turn it all around, sure. But on to B, on to C. We're going again.
Great slow as well. Another re-rotate, something that I don't think they predicted in their calculations. The question is, where did they plant? What did they play for? This is for CT
10
as
seconds
well
left.
as outside.
Spike planted.
Yeah. Closer to that mound hold, but not really. In this case, holes is the call. And they're gonna get the angles there if they get the peek out anyway. Xune watching eagerly if KNN is coming this way. I'm really looking forward to what Orifila has in plan with this angle itself, but Olulu, still a stun available. Footstep heard, perhaps.
All depends on what this Omen smokes.
Yeah, time is ticking, and KNN is using that sweet time to clear out all the other angles. Now they realize holes could be the weakness here. The fault line comes their way, but the spam is solid from PPQ. Well placed on the post plant, and some great positioning there from PPQ to get a 5th round.
It's like we're playing chess right now
Yes,
with
sir.
everything that's happening. Really out-positioning, out-maneuvering, and predicting what could be. Subverting expectations when it matters and wasting time, honestly. Because time is the key for them to win this round. I like the fact that they planted there. That was one of my bigger questions as they walked in. Because they can play from multiple angles. And it's something that you have to be kind of heads up about when you're in the moment.
Yeah, and I think for PPQ, they had that 1 round flub right where they were playing waterfall, but it's planted in cover towards pillar. This time, they're really assessing where the spike's going. Some smarts here from PPQ to keep them in control. But here we go! Fear instilled again. You were calling for it, Fluff, and we are gonna get it again from KNN. It's Adil with the operator brought out.
There comes the pressure yet again, map wide, and clearly going for the rotate quickly onto marking tree. It forces PPQ to walk back, and while they're literally walking back, that no one even like ran. They're very careful about not giving any info because they know that there could be someone on to B side.
Staying silent has been the key here to PPQ, and does force KNN to get active information with the players themselves. Natural, speaking of, to jump peek there to figure out what's going on towards Mound. She has a good setup as well with the Sheer and the Razor Vines together. If PPQ oversteps, that could be them separated. This is the playground from Natural. The Sheer's coming to come up, and Envious is there, ready to receive. Natural again. She is the master of this labyrinth. XUNA also finding a key through this maze at least, and Samphire's in position. So 2v3 now. The operator still into play. Quick tag through the wall. Here we go. Steel Garden into play. KNN will have to respect it. The pistol in the hands of Snooki. I think Olulu still ready with a gun there, perhaps. The spike plant comes towards Bend here. It should be KNN. They're crawling on up here.
Lulu's so close. That's not going to be marked there. The timing's working out. Still trying to find one, but not quick enough on the trigger. PPQ finds 2. Quick trade, forcing the 1v1.
1v1. Snooki comes in. Snooki didn't react in time. XUNA instead. The flick is solid. And PPQ off the back of the 3K from the Vice. It's 3 rounds now, their advantage.
You can tell that the flick is like with intention because they feel like full sprayed after they connected.
It was as solid could be. And PPQ, they're doing such an incredible job here on the attack, Fluff. I think this is their biggest win of the first half because now the money is not there at all for KNN. That's the operator dropped. It's gonna be awkward again for KNN. Aggressive play, sure. The flash is the answer immediate. The intel is there too. The utility is perfection here for PPQ, and they have come to collect.
That is like the picturesque util combo that you could possibly do to get value off your agents. Perfect scan, perfect stun, and now it's all up to the defenders to try to hold the ground or maybe back up, wait for this rotate because they're coming from so far away.
And this is just so strong of a showing so far from PPQ on their opponent's map pick. XUNA as well. Still high on the momentum from the last round.
One enemy remaining.
Flank comes in, but wow!
That's the last of them.
Intention really from XUNA, and 7-3 now for
Weapons
PPQ.
made of metal.
Yuna really fortifying the post plant here for that attack, making sure that no one can go and fighting around. But we gotta, you know, really commend these youthful users that
One
we
enemy
Yeah,
remaining.
picturesque, man. That's us. That's like old school Fluffy 02 TikTok stuff.
No clue what you're talking about. I'm lost in this game, but hopefully don't lose control here with the operator being back in play.
Yeah, this is it. Adil didn't get too much value off for second op. This one's the 3rd one in the game already. Some big investments from KNN on the gun department. The PPQ still willing to play the same kind of pacing. They don't know if the op's out. It isn't going to be towards that C side though, and it's Snooki instead alongside Natural, who have to deal with all of these guns pointed at them.
Oh, interesting take here. They finally do dodge the operator, so will the force stack from KNN handle the brunt of this push? The damage, not going to connect necessarily. CBK does get a great opening kill. They get the front side, and they're going to choose to back away. The operator has to rotate so far, and on the retake, it's not going to be that effective.
Yeah, but the air of confidence here for PPQ is truly one to watch out for. 30 HP though for Sleepy Cake. He's still willing to play with fire. Sacrifice her life for the greater good. Get that intel towards hold. The flash comes in.
Great flash.
And Envious just wasn't as ready as she would like. Sleepy Cake, you know, up close. And truly just
One
asserts
enemy remaining.
the shorty getting close enough versus the op. Stellar shooting with the pistols even. And PPQ are just running away with it now.
Last round
PPQ,
in
they
the half.
realized the weak spot. They over-reliance on that operator. They've taken such a dominant half so far, and they could convert this 9-3. The curse needs to be activated and hopefully denied from KNN because they need to get some more footing. Granted, based on the game from today, anything can happen. So honestly, if they rally back together, maybe rely less on the operator for playing together, it could really help because the mental's there, but the firepower just not connecting at the perfect times.
Yeah, close to the name though. Pistol precision, pistol power. Either way, it's been PPQ on a run here. 6 rounds in a row, and there are no signs of stopping. Another incredible haunt from PPQ. They get the info that that's 3 already, and they're gonna back off for now. Watch out, the lurk though. Towards B, Exune walks into the crosshairs of Snooki there.
Good punish there. That's going to be a lot of pressure relieved on their side, but still priority presence here for the C site. The utility already down there for Vice. It's all going to be up to Natural to really hold down the fort.
Yeah, 2 Razor Vines in the way. Sheer right now triggered. The Arc Rose as well. Now getting the intel. There's pressure around, but PPQ, good bait out from the wall. Now they open the door, and I'm looking to see if Adil can actually take advantage of that fact. She has the showstopper. Just holding on towards the B site. Now, the re-hit towards C. Showstopper yet again. It's been some great success for Sleepy Cakey, but not this time. Natural is a true threat here, and it's Natural as she's found 2 already. 2 for PPQ as well. Adele sending out the showstopper. Here we go to peek out on the map. It's Sapphire! Utter brilliance in the face of all that pressure. A 4K clutch for Sapphire, and we end the half 9-3.
What was that? What a clutch there to really close out the door. The transfer perfect. Just peeking 1 at a time. They take the isolated fights the millisecond that they go through, and thankfully Sapphire is able to be on mark.
This has been her map throughout the playoffs. And this one within the lower bracket is no different. Sapphire. Oh, Sapphire. What a brilliant display. Clip that one for cooldown real quick, but look at the score here. 9-3 in favor of PPQ as they go on to the defense. That 7-round streak is something to talk about here, Fluff.
7 rounds straight. We've seen a couple wild things already today, so hopefully KNN can turn this around. But PPQ, they've looked very in control, and this time around, KNN, they can't just rely on that operator.
Yeah, this has just
They have to do something.
This has just been PPQ's to talk about here. Some great execute, some great utility. Samfire, a complete package, 18 kills, all the great haunts that we've seen so far. Exune as well has been a welcome surprise here, hitting some great shots in succession.
I just really like the fact that they were able to adapt and overcome that operator. Initially, it kind of caught them off guard, and eventually they realized, okay, let's just take even more space. But for me, it's the Fade Haunts on the opening rounds that really gives the info that guides the rest of everything. Because with that info dump, since it's rechargeable, eventually they just stretch out their resources, but also dodge a lot of the opposing team that includes that operator.
Yeah, and it was so tempered here for KNN on the other side. Usually when we were watching Adil versus Mad Army in the upper bracket, very explosive, very willing to push, but this pace set by PPQ, we started out first, it was some adjustments from KNN early on, and that's why we had some early success from them, but more and more, PPQ was just dictating the pace of the game there, Fluff.
Yeah, for sure. And I'm excited to see what we are going to see in the next half as we move back to the game.
Yeah, we're getting back into this one, and Lotus will continue with PPQ quite ahead. This is still, of course, the map pick of KNN, and they don't want that to slip by. Here on the attack, though, I'm expecting a lot more confidence from KNN, a lot more explosiveness, especially from Adele, who's having a relatively good game with 10 kills. But you want to see more from some key players like Snowkey, like Olulu, who were a big part of the success versus their opponent in the upper bracket there.
Looks like the ping's early info gonna be here for the Rebel Control. They do have the utility to really take this. They have the tail as well as breach util to clear a lot of these pesky corners. All up to Fate here. Sapphire, the hero of the first half, gonna take contact and info for the second.
Yeah, I mean, that's the debate though so far. Playing at Tejo right now, you're supposed to clear corners, you're supposed to be oppressive, but it isn't as potent as is used to. And many teams kind of just ignore what the Tejo brings to the table now. Anyway, Adil, there you see the confidence we were talking about. Natural as well. She's on the island here, but...
Oh, they're stuck.
Oh my god, that's... Even from the grave, she's doing it all. And that's so much...
The delay.
That's so much time bought here.
Oh, and the distance as well. It's gonna be a sprint, a marathon to cover. And they just have to hold down this. They have the pain shells, they have the breach util, they have everything. They even have the omen flash, the paranoia to come into play. Anything that they need to basically waste time is at the ready.
Yeah, okay, and then they signed up for quite a run there. PPQ. So apparently they had to do the 10k instead. But Sleepy Cakey now stunned, sure, still ready to fight.
Oh!
Fadeaway shot onto Adil, but that spike isn't defused at all. That spike! There's no time! And KNN! They lose the fights on site, but they win the war anyway, and this is their round to take.
It is their round to take, and hopefully they can convert that into a better start this half. Finally, the one leading the charge, setting the pace and the tone. Gonna buy into rifles, actually, to just invest into that strategy. Double down right now and get it early.
Yeah, so MVP Sheer in that round. Yes.
Yeah.
Is the best. You give a shout out to the wall there. It's Kitty Nyanya.
It's crazy. They pushed past it and then they just got stuck.
Yeah, it's like, oh no. It still works if it gets triggered while the device is still alive. Anyway, now with these guns here, Fluff, they want to go for a harder hit towards A. Doorway opens, drones being sent, or Ophelia and Casto ready for some early contact. Cakey waiting on the other side of the smoke, and it's a 1-for-1, but this is what the Spectre's all about. Just covering fire, the Spectre good to get a double here. The rest of KNN follow suit. A being wiped away of defenders except Sapphire. But as soon as that happens, a wise call for Kitty Nyanya to rotate.
Are they going for the far rotate or to B side? That's the big question. Looks like C is going to be the play here. Snooki going to lurk a bit and leave that player just so they can cut off anyone who's going to try to take a more space and maybe misstep along the way.
Yeah, C is just for free here for Kitty Nyanya. No real chance for PPQ, I believe. They're looking around to see if they can scrounge anything. Sticking around on A. No sound cues as well. So once that spike's planted, they know it's the other side of the map. Snowkey. Will she be waiting? No sound? Oh, there's the sound cue.
Oh,
she's running. Oh
no.
Snowkey looking at the spawn. Now then, there's the chance. Exune, you've been impressive on the flick. She wasn't even looking until the last second.
That is the precision coming into play here, but looks like KNN, they are ready. They're over ready. They're already gonna aftershock it.
I think they're kind of well done with this round at this point. Exits instead here for PPQ. Sapphire and Exune. Maybe a fight being brought here. Stun comes up and Natural able to gun them down. KNN. Well, a good beginning here to the second half.
Not a bad try though. I mean, they did do a lot of damage. If any, maybe 1 or 2 more rifles drop there, it could be super pivotal. But now 9-5, not a mountain to climb. It's still quite the distance here. Just the short-range firepower here coming in from Adil's
Yeah, it's not a mountain. It's kind of like when the elevator's out and you have to take the stairs. That kind of deal.
No clue.
No clue. Oh, sorry. Not all of us have elevators in our houses, man. You just walked into that one. Anyway. The bonus isn't very powerful for KNN though. They have that Spectre, they have the Guardian, the Bulldog, but the rest of the team lacking in the firepower that PPQ have instead.
A lot of presence here. The stun actually going to connect on the teammate. Looking to get that. At least they get the B side control and they fake it. They force the rotate. They leave C and Vice. They now have to retake it. Good fake.
Yeah, Dill getting so much space towards the pillar itself, and PPQ can do nothing but give it up. Yune now realizing, okay, that's a one-way setup. Could be dangerous to hold that close to the box. So backing away. If anyone's going to push, but PPQ also an alternate angle there towards Mound.
Oh, but there's so many corners to check and so many pesky angles that suddenly these lower weapon buys are going to be a bit more effective. The push on deeper might get a punish, but not the final.
Okay, stun comes up. Adil also with the backstab here. And Orgaphilia, they're not ready.
no!
Now Xune able to turn around and get the takedown, sure. But then again, it's still PPU coming out from main. 3v2, low HP for Olulu. The swing out though will be exceptional timing. Olulu now gunned on down with a single bullet, but time running out. PPQ yet again. Could be too late to the party. Snowkey already shutting it all down. And KNN keeping it all up here, Fluff.
They are pushing it so far, but that did damage their economy quite a bit. It's going to be one round less for them to really buy up in like another round.
Still a bonus though. Still a massive bonus here for KNN.
One enemy remaining.
Great success from Kitty Nyanya into the post plant itself. They're ready for these angles. They're the ones being proactive. We saw Olulu really try to sync up alongside Adil there with the push towards Waterfall. And speaking of, she wants to go for more. Pain Shells though stops her dead in her tracks. Now they're gonna go again for that rumble control, but this is a heavy stack here for PPQ now. Drone broken, Sleepy Keiki swinging on out, and even with the classic sharpshooter with the free gun, that's the kill, unexpected, courtesy of PPQ.
And she stays alive as well. They're going to help her get out, but she's going to play the position here. Good punish here on the cast. It's like the push on. It's still going to push through, but enemy is already ready, and she has the firepower.
Yeah, a veteran like her can handle that pressure. The double swing though. Orgaphilia, what was that? 2 with the sheriff now. And these are rifles to be picked up here by PPQ. Up to Envious. New one on the block here. Wasn't able to play that first series. Now we see her in a clutch moment.
Where is she going to plant? Surely you try to look for one first. Doubling back onto the B site. Interesting take. No info going to be gained. You have so many angles to clear, and it's such an open plant as well. They could be anywhere.
30
So it's up
seconds
with the
left.
30 seconds. She's able to move around the map. Go into upper. But PPQ, do they expect that this is going to be a A hit again? They were stacked up there earlier on. And with this amount of time, I think she has to go for it. Walking straight into the crosshairs of both players!
Oh,
That's
PPQ! They just get the jump on KNN again and again. A thrifty win to get the double digits.
Double digits indeed, and only 3 rounds to close out this first map. Good. I honestly, it was just a good night, if anything, here, as they get that opening pick with the classic. The rest of which kind of fell through. And she showed that she had the firepower to take on that A, but again, and it just wasn't there.
They really tried to big brain it to find a way towards A, but PPQ, they held position.
The
And
overcooking.
yeah, sometimes it's not well done. It's excellent. It's burnt, and unfortunately, now for KNN, they are lacking in the full funding here. Only with the sheriff does have the Rolling Thunder available. Razorvine now showing that the Vice is actually stationed on A instead. Aggression from PPQ to get mount. Adil, what are you doing? Not like that! The knife is out! And Xune will just easily turn these lamps
What is
to
happening?
slaughter. Oh no, this has been masterminded well by Xune. The Shiro on one side, the gunplay on the other, and it's all PPQ now in this round.
That's so unfortunate. PPQ just able to get a free punish. 3 players not having a weapon out, bringing out their knives or holding utility, just giving them up for free. Now it's all up to Snooki, but is she gonna even try this? Don't you just go for the save in this case?
Yeah, it's tough. No money, no real chance. But then again, it's Snooki. You have to respect her. A good kill onto the defender of A. Xune did so much damage in that round. But in this case now, flagged from all fronts. PPQ. They're not missing a beat here at all. They're so good at the punish play here.
Punish play indeed, and the wraparound like you mentioned. Good awareness coming out from them, as well as being able to preserve their ultimate. Shune, she didn't use the Steel Garden on the previous round, even though she could. Knife out, util out, and then Faye gets one as well. Knife out.
One enemy remaining.
Desynchronized there from Kitty Nyanya. And they want to take down a team like PPQ. Discipline needs to be instilled all throughout, because this has been a showcase from PPQ in this game. How well oiled the team has been. The communication has been on point as well. Here now, we saw the push out onto Mount a while ago from both Oriofilia and Sleepy Keiki. This time, warning shots, yes, the pain shells to scare them off, and it will be KNN giving up that side.
Oh, but the rotate. Deep lurk here from Teo. Envious leading the charge. Tip of the spear, trying to find a deep cut.
Yeah.
But it looks like Shune is just gonna have the discipline to back off.
Yeah, I mean, they do have so much utility for the retake, especially both the Steel Garden and the reason why they fought for Mount. Showstopper now coming in from another flank angle. Here we go again, similar look, except we are on A side. Oh, the peek out, Steel Garden. Okay, but KNN, they are held back for now.
That's not gonna do a lot though. Time's gonna tick down on that ability. He's gonna have their firepower up and ready, but Cass doesn't care!
No way, Cass is late to the party, but apparently she is the whole damn show. Ready with the gun, she gets 4, and that's unexpected again by KNN. PPQ are gonna get to map point.
What a controlled round there. Good discipline to hold back. Break some util and use your own. I was really concerned about the punish there because KNN, they did use the ult, so they did get pushed really, really far away and they weren't able to capitalize on it, but they just walk in the overextension.
Yeah, they didn't expect that Cass would have the rifle out. They didn't expect that there would be a gap there near the smoke. And a timeout now for Kitty Nyanya as they have seen PPQ run away with it again. 3 rounds in a row, utter control from the defense, and even now coming into the next round here, Fluffy, an operator for Sleepy Keiki.
Yeah, to be fair, that's like a weird smoke. I don't think that smoked that often in that play, so it's not something that you naturally check. But still, now the operator that you mentioned already back into play. What will happen now that it's on the hands of PPQ?
Yeah, it's just been all them throughout this game. We saw some great moments from PPQ, especially with Samfire in the first half, but here in the second, it's just been a team effort in control. Like Yune, 18-9 right now, has just been so stable of an anchor, especially whether you put her on A or C, she's looking comfortable to stop KNN.
Very, very true here. Hopefully they can come up with the solution. It's do or die. It looks like A side is the call, but where will the operator go? That's the big question for me.
Yeah. It's looking likely towards C again. It's been her tendency to peek out towards Mound. And we are going to fight for a rubble here, folks. We are seeing a triple stack from PPQ. Looking to throw out as much utility as they can. Here comes the action, and the TP as well from Oriofilia, but she's read easily, and Lulu will shut that down early on. Towards the box now, Paranoia also to play. Cass trying to hold it steady. Showstopper though, this could be deadly, and exactly that. Rolling Thunder for Rolling Thunder. Sapphire able to get out of dodge, but still, she's there on the backside, and the pressure is on, courtesy of KNN. They're just marching, they're confident, they know they can flood this, and here they come. Sleepy Keiki also gone, the operator out from the equation. It's a deal right now towards the backside. Yune and Sapphire though, an army of 2 trying to do it all. Nightfall into play. Darkness now as it gets multiple pings. And Yune still here on Heaven. KNN giving up the fight, but the spike is out of reach, and they're gonna need the From the Shadows to just get that back.
I don't think you can block it with 2 players, right?
No, that's them to take. No way.
Oh, bolt towards the seaside.
This
is
lurk
the play.
though.
Will they expect Envious?
Envious. She wants revenge. She wants revenge for the A incident a while ago. It is gonna be good for the single pick. But now a 1v2, if anyone could do it, it could be Yune.
She has the ultimate as well. The Steel Garden can be so valuable right now, forcing this. But will she expect them to be this close?
The pings are good. KNN are ready for this one. There you have it. Natural in position. And a stellar adjustment from KNN when it looked like it got dicey on that A side. They just call the rotate and keep themselves alive.
Awkward buy here for their...
Fluffy, come on.
Looking behind right now, actually.
Last player.
True. You're not wrong.
Well, the big question, is this it? Is it this? I don't know.
The operator though brought out again. Same case. It's towards C Mound. And KNN have really done a good job to just avoid that fact. It's been conditioned. That Mount has just been PPQs to take. So Rubble really gets the commitment. But look at the rest of KNN right now. Trying to see if there's any overextension. Sleepy Keiki. It's danger. They almost line up for her though.
No way.
The angle strikes Yune. The angle strikes Yune. And you see it there. She gets the 2 lined up for her. It's now Cass also shutting down the spike bearer. Adil and Envious. A tough ask to keep Kitty Nyanya on this map.
Good discipline, backs away, gives away the spike. It's 4 versus 2. They just have to play their positions. Cass already on the ready, might be able to find one more. Adil has to clear a lot of
Oh no.
She does cross into it, and she just gets a double. Again, the multi-kill, 3K this round for Cass to close out map 1.
Yeah, and PPQ will shock Kit Inyanya there to take Lotus away. Just a stalwart showing so far from PPQ, right? Very solid from start to finish there, Fluffy. They kept the tempo in a pace that they were comfy in, and it really was them leading the dance throughout the whole map.
Yeah, I mean, once they got control and they kind of got out of that shell shock from the operator, it seems like they just found where the gaps was, which players they could really, not players, but positions that they could really push more in. And the more space that they got, the more that they had to fight. And in their strengths, they just had so many players that really showed up. Samfire really doing so much work. Exune as well, getting a lot of impact frags. But of course, Cass to close things out. I think she herself has won like 2 to 3 rounds.
Yeah, I mean, Cass has also been a stellar one to watch out for. But overall, PPQ, especially on the defense, a lot of conditioning to take the map away from their opponents. But that's going to be it for map number 1. We'll throw it over to Bell and Blackenblue for, of course, the map 1 breakdown.
Hello guys, welcome back to the desk here at Game Changers SEA Split 2, and what a start to Lotus. Precision, power, quickness. They live up to the name.
Oh, I mean, yeah, I came with my own, 3P acronym. You're giving one of your own now here today. Okay, I like it. We're on the same vibe, on the same wavelength here, Bella. But unfortunately, it didn't seem like Kitty Nyanya were, I guess, as choreographed as I was hoping for me to see from them. To be fair, as I mentioned, right, I do think that even though Kitty Nyanya are kind of an okay team here on Lotus, they did beat, I believe, Mad Army rather, coming into before this series on Lotus. I just don't believe that the Tejo is the ideal pick in the current meta. I feel like there's more things that you could get with different initiators at the moment. It's part of the reason why most teams have kind of shied away from it, right? But more importantly than that, I think they just seemed more solid here for PPQ, right? So many moments where you can just tell, and as Daks mentioned, they were in the driver's seat throughout this map.
Yeah, and I mean, our caster said it. They dictated the game pace. Truly, it was their game. And we saw Samfire pull up. We said that she was the player to look at, and she did show up once again. But what caught me off guard, I can't even talk right now, but it was Exune.
Yeah, like, I mean, Exune, as a player, we've seen some moments from her in the past, but she's not one you typically look at and think like she might be, the player to kind of carry the whole show here. I'm not saying that it was only coming from her, but she did a lot. And fun fact, apparently Exune plays with music on. Like, she can only play with like her Spotify playlist on. Yeah. So I don't know how she does that, because I can't, but like, props, especially.
Props. We need to get her Spotify list. I think that's what did the trick.
That's true. Imagine if it's all just, like Valorant music, the theme song.
Oh, true pro inside and outside the server. And here is our final map score. It's 13-7. First kills even. That's kind of surprising.
Yeah, I'm actually kind of surprised about that, but once again, it's very different to get the opening pick compared to being able to convert that into a 1 round, and at least for the side of PPQ here, they were much more proficient in that endeavor. You look at KKN here, though, and like even their post plants were generally pretty good, but they just were too far in between from each other. And so, yeah, I'm looking at PPQ here. I did expect him to win this map number 1. I'm still sticking with my guns that Kitty Nyanya can, you know, maybe win map number 2 and bring us to a 3rd. But very impressive showing so far from power, precision, and quickness.
Right. I mean, it was a... I think the match felt like it went faster than what it actually was. It was really quick tempoed, and I was wondering, Kitty Nyanya, despite them being such good players, it seemed like it just kept on not working out for them. What do you think got in their way?
Well, one thing I think that they were just unable to keep up with was the aggressive space taking that we did see here coming from PPQ, power, precision, quickness, right? On their attacking side especially, it was definitely a problem that they really, I think, were trying to somehow find the answer to, but just simply couldn't because of, once again, PPQ pressing that pace on that first attacking half. In the second half, they finally, you know, kind of got a bit more going for them here, Kitinyanya, but it's still ultimately the lead was too big, and once PPQ kind of found their groove, then it was all said and done. But Samfire, real quick, ACS 309 in that game. As you mentioned, we were looking at her to be one of the players who will really outshine the rest of the competition here in this series. And my, oh my, map number 1, she definitely was very, very bright.
She was the sheer nightmare, walking around in broad daylight.
Like, terrifying. If you see Samfire coming your way, you have to be terrified.
I mean, PPQ, they were incredible with their form. Individually, they were brilliant, and they really put together a perfect team play as we expected from them. But moving on, it's going to be our next map, Sunset. But before that, we're gonna go take a quick little break. Welcome back to the game here, everyone. It's our second match, second map of the day. I'm your host, Bella, joined by the brainy legend, Blackenblue.
Wow.
What a start to our second series.
Yeah, more like peanut brain. Thank you. But I'm trying to be humble, Bella. It's not feeding into what Daks and Fluffy want you to say, okay? But yeah, I mean, great game so far. It's all about the game and how you play it, you know, like, you know.
Yeah.
You get
Keep
the
going,
people who
please.
get the people who get the reference, they know the reference. But yeah, Sunset, Lotus, same map rotation as what we kind of saw a while ago with the first series of the day, right? Like with Salapao and Kimmy's Kitchen. So will we get the same result? 2-0?
2-0, 2-0. Remember, 2 is my favorite number. I feel it 2-0.
yeah.
I mean, precision, power, quickness, the way they played out our first map, they were so strong. They have the momentum in their hands right now.
Oh, definitely, right? And with their moniker, you know, precision, power, quickness, everything I think has been leading up to that, right? Like the more you say it, the more it comes true. They're manifesting these wins and they're manifesting their performance with the way that they've been doing things. But yeah, I think as compared to Lotus, though, Sunset here is a map that I would definitely say is a bit more in Kitty Ñaño's favor, just because they've had more experience on this map. They've won it twice in a row now. And you look at the opposing side here for precision, power, quickness, and they have only really played it once, albeit it was against Zipto. They lost 6-13, but then again, it was Zipto once more. And it just makes it kind of difficult to quantify, I think, where PPQ are in terms of power levels and in terms of comfortability on this map. And so if we do go to map number 3, I wouldn't be surprised. If we end up 2-0, I still wouldn't be surprised, because you made the prediction and you seem to be always right here today. So like, yeah, either way, I think we're in for a good show.
Yeah, what do these players need to do today to surprise us? I don't know, maybe do a overtime again, but take it really far, maybe. But here is our agent comp lineup. I mean, you said what I was thinking. I think Sunset is a very different map. I mean, this is where Kitty Ñaña can actually have an opportunity to take it back from PPQ. It's a turnaround point, if we could call it. I guess it would be a PPQ trying to keep their momentum and trying to outpace Kitty Ñaña again, and then Kitty Ñaña not giving them what they want, right?
Oh, definitely. So, I mean, PPQ, right? The Q stands for quickness, and it really was, I guess, observable in that first series and some of their previous matches where they love to press that pace once again, not just on the attacking side, obviously, but even on the defensive side, right? They like to take that fight to their opposition, and I think that has been a great way to really shake up their opponents. And if you're Kitty Ñaña right now, you gotta lock in, because it might be your final chance.
Yeah, this promises to be another intense map here at Game Changers Southeast Asia. Let's find out how it's all gonna unravel with our casters, Daks and Fluffy.
I like the way that Bella always says Fluffy. It gets more closer and closer to the OG Fluffy experience. But jokes aside there, our panel did mention it. This could be a chance for PPQ to wrap it up. We've seen 2 become the magic number for the day, a sweep in the first series. Will it happen here though, or can KNN fight on back? We're back here, map number 2, series number 2, Daks and Fluffy with you. And come on, any thoughts coming into Sunset?
We're here again. That's my thoughts. It feels like we're casting the same thing, because for some reason they decide to pick the same 2 maps. But the question is, will it be a different result, and can they make it to a map number 3? I think that's the bigger question.
Yeah, I do wonder, right? Because this is the map pick by PPQ, and this was their map pick in the upper bracket matchup versus Sipto, but it didn't really go their way. It was 6-13, Sipto won, taking it, knocking him down to the lower bracket. And I do wonder if they've really fixed up some of those mistakes there for PPQ to adjust accordingly versus Kitty Ñaña right now. But KNN, on the other hand, that's the big question right now. Have they shaken off that map 1 rust? Are they gonna be good enough coming into map number 2 to force a decider? Because the talent is there, the power is there for KNN, but the results just weren't happening with PPQ setting the tempo in the first map.
I think that's a great point there. Setting the tempo, who's going to be the proactive one? Because right now, it's going to be a fight here for KNN to really regain control. They're on the attacking half.
Standing
a very
ahead.
good mid setup right now. Default to at least get some ground on this pistol growing. Keep the extremities ambiguous. They do break the door. So honestly, they're already making good progress so far in this early opening.
Yeah, just a number of classics, 4 classics here for KNN, a single ghost
trip as
here.
well.
Yeah, it's really mostly investment on the utility. Olulu, a heavy kit for her, and the deal right now with a push from mid to A seems to be the call here, but Xune still very sharp today. Natural makes a trade, Samfire sticking around towards Spawn here, and while PPQ are keeping these fights relatively contained. KNN right now hustling towards the side. Paranoia though could be the moment. Sleepy Cakey getting in position. The high gear with the slide, sure. Spike planted, yes. But in this case, KNN's just taking cover. They're really getting away from these fights. Now the flood comes on in. The spawn, stun. Here we go. Natural though, overrun. PPQ still keeping pressure on. Olulu spotted. Reach and clear truly from Sleepy Cakey. It's looking good so far. It's all left to Snowkey now. The smokes perhaps to make it contentious, but here we go. Sleepy Cakey is ready. And PPQ with the pistol.
They're considering that they had such a clean opening on the mid side. KNN does get a lot of ground. The Cypher chip not being there early on and being broken means that they have so much space, but they just get rerouted here as PPQ go for another pincer. And that being said, they didn't even like perfectly play the ones onto their defensive side. Missing a couple shots here and there. You thought they kind of got away with it because they had so much more players on the side, but I guess it doesn't matter when you have Sleepy Cakey just dashing in.
Yeah, just very tempered again by PPQ at the start. And once it comes to the retakes, it's pressure at a faster pace. It's been that gear shift really from PPQ throughout. KNN, just want to mention real quick that they had 2 different compositions on this map with the Neon and the Sova together. They've stuck around rather with the Raze and Fate instead. And as the Prowler looks to find a bit of intel, Tripwire stops it first and KNN to back away from B.
Slow and steady is still the name of the game right now, but space not going to be gained so much for the attacking side. The trip on the mid side still there, covering a lot of the ways that they can explode out of. They're going to have to go for a hard hit. The deep hold already onto the A side is going to deter that. Contact's going to be made really quickly, but the initial flash, Sleepy Cakey actually doesn't fall for it.
Yeah, she gets out, dodged.
The folder passes as well.
Yeah, the fast lane's gone. And
Oh!
okay. How painful is it to just go through a fast lane and get hit by the shock dart like that? Yeah,
Never tried.
Yeah. Well, it's electric here from PPQ. And as of now, yeah, KNN is really struggling to find any space. It is an eco anyway, as PPQ have been commanding so far in these scenarios. Here we go again. Just so clinical from Samfire with a 3K, and PPQ a flawless anti-eco, so they're bringing everything they have into the next round here.
Even more with all those kills on the board, their ultimates being fueled ever so close. They almost have the halfway through the, or more than half for the Hunter Sphere on Samfire. So just a couple kills here and there can really delay a lot of the brunt of the damage coming in from KNN if they get the great timing. On the upside, of course, the buy's gonna come in. The question is, where will they go? Because this mid control has been a problem that they haven't been able to solve. Somehow, they did okay on the pistol. So why they can't replicate it is a big question to me right now.
The rifle's out for KNN. Still the pace tempered here.
They found my cage.
Seems like mid is the initial point of contention for KNN. Goes to the market. There's the Prowler 2. Leading now Adil to the site. The paranoia. Okay, the cyber cage pops up at the right time. But Olulu still with a good angle. And KNN, a 2-pronged attack towards B, allows them to make the entry happen.
The question is, where will Sleepy Cakey go? Will she try to go with the brunt of her team? The double up here on Neptune Natural. They do have the drone as well. Slide in for the entry.
Natural?
No one's gonna go. The trip.
Yeah, the trip, it's a line that cannot be crossed quickly by Sleepy Cakey. Now she can go for it. The stun is perfection. And now the whittle down with the Spectre is enough to get that pick. But numbers now, it's still KNN in position towards main. There's also a long wrap here. A flank from Snowkey could be deadly. The fault line comes in. Sleepy Cakey now with a tap onto the spike. The Pain Shell's buying a lot of time for now. The shock toe. Flushing Envious out. It's KNN striking again! And another two-pronged attack here. It's been clinical. It's been perfect for this round. Just pick an angle, why don't you? Because KNN have it all to get on the board.
That was a great way to close things out. Heads up play there to go for the wraparound. Really proving value towards the end. The investment early. Really pushing the agenda here for KMN on the field.
Where do you look, right? Main or market? Main or market? Twice. That question was posited towards the side of PPQ. And KNN, that's a good way to get on the board. But look at how this becomes different on the defense for PPQ. They're the ones to bring out the operator early on.
They recognize the slow pace. It's still the same story, so maybe they can get the same result. The question is their early posture towards A. Sleepy Keiki, she does find the angle on the one-way. But honestly, I feel like when you have an op, you just let them walk in.
Yeah, you can perhaps just see a deal coming, but those feet will be fancied by Sleepy Keiki in this scenario. Now it's gone. There's confidence, and you just walk into that one immediately. Sleepy Keiki is just so quick on the shot. And the rest of KNN lacking their duelist. They are putting pressure towards elbow, perhaps. The lurk, really the one to watch out for. But Oriophilia as a freebie. Knife out. Yeah, KNN. It's been a problem throughout the series, and PPQ, they've gotten two already.
They didn't go for the commit as well. I feel like in that situation, you just run towards the A side. Yes, there's an operator, but you do have your controller player as well as a flash on a Lulu. Now they have to fight and re-clear the entirety of this mid-section because they don't know where this Cypher fell back onto.
Yeah, there's some right ideas here from PPQ right now. Samfire. Oh.
Oh no.
Oh no. There's no way. It can't be like that. Samfire's 3K. It's been a standard. But that first kill onto Snowkey, I just felt bad for KNN there.
I felt bad for Snowkey as well. I don't think I've ever seen an Omen die in that position.
Because she lunged the dark cover, like, not like that.
I actually kind of forgot that that's how that works.
Like, look at that. What?
So safe as well behind the box. Great positional play and heads-up awareness not to give that mid-side. Really proving to be the final nail in the coffin that round. PPQ feel like they're in control right now. They have the operator and still low buy coming in for this attack.
Yeah, sometimes in those scenarios just feels like a weird posture check. But hey, KNN, they're lacking on the funds. They know the operator's still around the map. This time Sleepy Keiki positioned towards market. In this case, they're gonna default it up. Wait to see if anyone from PPQ will push or not. But that's the thing, PPQ, they've been disciplined throughout the series. Yeah, they're happy to play the waiting game and wait out the timer.
Every second that ticks down is just more pressure onto KNN. PPQ can just kind of relax in this spot. They don't have any incentive at all to contest anything. It's not like they're on a lower buy or have to take risks. This time around, though, one way does fail. Might give a chance for an awkward angle here. Oriophilia
if it fades. Yeah, it could be just a weird peekaboo.
Oh, this is so awkward.
Every second, every minute. Now, finally, we get the push on out, and Oriophilia into the corner, but she's ready for this one to get at least a one. But that is the gun down. So Snowkey with firepower to move forward here. Elbow pressured yet again, but we've seen this before from Sapphire. The flash is good though. Cast there, willing to lend a helping hand. Olulu with a shot, but Sapphire steps up yet again. She's ready. She gets flashed on up. And now she's taken down by Olulu. Good shots here from KNN, but time running out. Rolling Thunder. With this amount of time, they're going to try to force the issue here for Kitty Nyanya. I think Sule is ready for this one. The shot is good on Envious. Here we go again. There's a bit of time for Olulu to work with. Sleepy Keiki, she's quite Ludo. And this is getting so dicey here. Fluffy behind, safe. Here comes the stun. Sleepy Keiki. Gonna be tough to use the operator in this regards. Has the shorty on hand. Now scoped up, but Olulu holding into the corner. Tension again. Olulu. She's gotten some massive kills, but fast lane though to cover the cross. Sleepy Keiki is on the spike. Full tap. Here comes the shot, and Olulu! This is a moment to be made, and a 4K in the Thrifty will keep KNN going.
Questionable Rolling Thunder towards the end turns out to be the space that they needed to make greatness come alive, and Olulu really shutting down. Great crouch towards the end, just moving across your placement, and at the end of the day, finding value in the situation, especially considering that we were saying that they were losing so much time early on, proves that they are still in this fight.
Just
Last player
Oh.
standing. One
can never count out KNN. Kirinyanya has had a solid run so far in the playoffs, even though they're in the lower bracket. You can see how tough they made it versus Mad Army. And Olulu was a huge part of that fact. She can come up clutch. Now she's moving in towards B main. The rest of the team, there's mid to be taken. Market here, but that's the judge exposed. So Sleepy Keiki will stop the push into the doorway, yes. But because of it, now KNN play a game of keep away, and they're gonna go focus towards B main.
Very scary up close. Like you mentioned, the long rotate, maybe pass something else. Interesting trip here. It's gonna get a boom bot or a prowler, but they can easily just teleport through. Snowkey might get in a good position if they have the read for it, but they have to check the corner. They do have the util to flush it out. That's gonna be interesting as they move forward here. Will they get the trip?
No.
I think so.
Huh? No, it gets triggered for a while. Now it's broken, and Adil, backside cleared out. I'm looking at PPQ here, man. And they have some ultimates to work with on the retake.
They do. They have a lot of room to play with. Time ticking down. Pressure now on this side. They do have the ultimate from Samfire to clear out a lot of these pesky corners. Will she use it right now? She has to find the perfect spot to go with the team. The stun also available. They have the shock to clear the corners. They're low on time though.
Aldrin did spot out the sign from there, but Snowkey here. First contact! Spraying it all down! And KNN winning out the trades. Neurotef also into play. They know main though. Held together well. Envious up close. Kitinyanya now ferocious in the fight back. Sapphire. What can he even do at this point? Stunned up, yes, but shoots the leg of Envious. She's gonna feel that one in the morning. But Kitinyanya, a teammates too. Everyone on the board to tie it all up.
Equalizing the situation there, KNN, they found their groove, and so far so good as PPQ. I feel like they under-invested on the retake there. They could have used the Hunter's Sphere to maybe clear out the corner, especially early on when they got spotted by the drone. Instead, they go for the triple swing, they get punched with the lineup, and Envious is able to get an isolation as well.
Yeah, just KNN, they're ready for those initial contact points. If it's not someone like Adele, right? You have players like Snowkey can do it. Natural could be one to consider as well. And speaking of her, Nightfall available. There's the gun now to be picked up as well. And PPQ on the other side. An eco here. A bit of a push towards B main. They have the overdrive to use. They can make this work if ever. But Lulu already knows exactly what's going on. Some warning shots there. And PPQ will have to give up the initial set.
Good that they were able to spot it early though and dodge this. Now they can wrap around and focus their efforts here onto Samfire as well. Roman just making sure that, oh, but it's not gonna stop her from getting anything.
There's no dodging that though, and there's no way to escape after the paranoia play. Envious though has gotten the flank towards mid, and KNN some angles to work with. Jabari comes through, Sleepy Keiki, the stun bouncing, and here comes Xune ready to catch two more. What a chance here by PPQ. They're making this happen. It's a 2v1, and Envious has to do it all alone here.
Spike not there as well. It's going to be a challenge for the double up here. They could just play the corner, but they have to guess left or right. So far, though, Kaz is looking in the right direction with a crossfire being held. The problem is
30 seconds
she's
left.
not at an angle. It's easy to trade, and it might get away with a 1v1 if this is really quick.
Isolate the fights, but Xune will show her how to do that shot. A 3K for both Cyphers, but the thrifty for PPQ will keep them in the lead.
Wow, that's something that I don't think that KNN expected. They already dodged the brunt of the opposing force on the early push on B main, but it seems like the heroics here from Moriovelia as well as Samfire really slowing down this. Yes, they get punished by Envious, but at that point the damage is already done.
Yeah, I mean, that stun from the Neon was pivotal. It just lands exactly on the feet of KNN. Even bounces off one of them or the wall, I believe. But in any case, Sleepy Keiki setting it up, Xune's shutting it down. And those 3 kills, again, proving how much of a marksman she's been throughout this series. Pressure onto Market though. Tripwire again triggered. Scan comes in towards main, so they know again this will be the 3-2 split here. And PPQ are ready for this one. Raises down. Now through the smoke. They're going for the cross. Nightfall into play. And still PPQ sticking around. Sapphire brave, but now she's killed. KNN, they've gotten 2 on the board, and they will get the site for now, but Xune will give a vote of confidence. Here comes Cass. Here comes Sleepy Keiki. And KNN, they're stuck in a rock and a hard place. Lulu just can't find any way to work with. It's a 5th round for PPQ.
Wow.
Listen
Just
up.
extending
Kill them
the
before
lead
they
when
kill
they
us.
can, and KNN struggling to find a foothold on that round. Hopefully with this better buy, it's going to be great for them.
It's been solid for PPQ though. Just prepped on all fronts. More and more, they're understanding how KNN loves to play from these two angles. They send out the explosiveness of the deal on one side. They try to set up with initiators on the other. But if they had the angles checked, if they have the good stack right, it's been the answer here for the defense.
That's very true. Hopefully they do something a bit more proactive, a bit more aggressive, because the smoke mid does give them a lot of control, but without breaking that trip, it doesn't actually send anyone to have to hold it.
Well then,
Yeah, that trip.
that trip. It's gone now.
Never mind. Problem solved.
Problem solved. Well, XUNA will have to watch the mid angle because of that. Beyond it, PPQ back to their business towards A main. Sleepy Cakey in the front. Isolated fight. We already knew the conclusion there before it even ended. Natural falls as the sheriffs of the rest of the team look to make the push towards mid. XUNA to XUNA! The transfer is so good! Now the spray for even more!
Spike
And
down.
Ophelia there for the helping hand. The sheriff for style points. And PPQ, a 6th round for them.
Great repositioning there from XUNA, really holding down the fort. The one time that they are like, okay, we will actually break the trip this time outside of pistol. But unfortunately, there is a Guardian there to hold the door.
These mid holds though from PPQ
Spike
have
down.
been exemplary. Yeah, exactly. Whoever's holding mid is just doing some incredible damage. Whether it be the Cypher, whether it be the Sova, the KNN triple swings just haven't found success there.
They just gotta start plugging a lot of the holes that are the possibilities for KNN to maybe mount a. If they don't give them the crumbs, it's gonna be difficult, but here comes the speed already.
Yep. Oh,
Happening, the jump in, not gonna be able to run away from that, but will they clear the backside?
You're talking about the crumbs. Here's the full cookie, but then again, Cass the one, making sure that his oven is heated. And Cass! How does Cass get that close anyway? It's still a trade in the end.
remaining.
And KNN make their way towards the A site. XUNA, he's spotted
planted.
because of neural theft, but the 1v3 ahead of her.
Oh, the cookie crumbles real quick, and it looks like not the sweetest of desserts right now. Ashune has to clean it up and get this going. She does manage to get her way into sight, though, so that's going to be a bit difficult. Spot out.
Ooh.
The isolation is there.
She
She's
can
able
do
to
it.
find one.
She's been doing this so far. Isolate
Just
the
two
fight
cages.
one by one. Cyber cages to make sure the sight lines aren't seen.
We don't have
That high low and they're both gone! XUNA, what have you done here? She's doing it all for PPQ, and we get another round thanks to her.
1v3. Impossible situation. Your location even revealed, yet it doesn't matter if you can land shots like that. Crispy aim coming in for XUNA and is able to keep the dream alive.
Unreal, just unreal from XUNA. We were talking about it a while ago. Isolate these fights, very winnable if they can get it one by one, and just
slightly
perfection.
off.
Just perfection from XUNA right now. 16-4. She's been unbeatable in this game.
Insane right now. The operator as well now back into place. More firepower. Already spots out the one. That's going to be a lot of pressure with the breach gone. Initiator off the line.
Okay, and then rattled here. Just straight into the crosshairs of Sleepy Cakey. And with it, PPQ. It's the same old story that we saw from map number 1. The tempo is set by PPQ. The law of the land is clear. And it's up to KNN to break those foundations, to break those expectations, and find a way through. They're pinging towards market right now. But then Cass is still in a similar position. She's holding behind the door. Now she hears the guns. With all that utility, she can put a stop to this. The stun comes out. Adil able to dodge it.
Oh, good damage.
She's gotten some space. She's shells there to force Cass away. KNN still in the same step that they've been stuck in so far.
Take flight.
They still have drone. They don't have drone. And there's one already tagged.
They still have, they had, and now it's gone. They did get intel with it, but time is running out here for
30
Kitty
seconds
Nyanya.
left.
And well, who's waiting on the other side of this one? Where's the Cypher? He's
Goodbye.
waiting on A. Sapphire as well has been stemming the tide from mid for so long. Envious will have to walk into this one known. Time is running out. The tripwire is there. The camera says hello, and Adil might be the target. Yune though, doesn't get the kill. There's a chance now for KNN to go for the plant. Natural into cover. The boombot's there. Hunter's Fury though, but Envious actually taking out the bowman, and now Sapphire's gone. KNN with a chance, sure, but it's looking slimmer and slimmer with XYune still around here by Ali. 4v3 for now. Paranoia into play. Where is Sleepy Cakey? Rolling Thunder, as you mentioned. Envious though, stepping up massively. A triple for the Cypher. Now XYune in position. XYune again, having to do it all. But it's a different setup for KNN. A crossfire now. And then Envious, one away from the ace. She gets it! She's done it! And Kitty Nyanya, there is still a heartbeat for them.
Last round before the switch.
I didn't expect when you shouted Kitty Nyanya, but that is true. It was such a great round there to get that ace. And what great timing as well, being able to remove the Hunter's Fury as well as take out the rest of the team. Just the anti-flank of anti-flanks here for the Cypher, just mowing them down on Envious.
Honestly, it could have been another XYune moment, but Envious, we were talking about her now joining the active rotation, the active roster for KNN. A storied player, long-time veteran, and she can make some incredible plays like that. That kill onto Sapphire had to be the biggest one there, Fluff, but look at PPQ. Sure. They're going for mid here.
They're the ones who are going to take the fight this time around. We saw this on actually their first series, but unlike that, this hold seems a bit more stable with the passive nature of KNN. Good use of utility for them to flush out the A players, but look how far PPQ is actually holding the site, giving up all the control of elbow and the wraparound. They're just playing for the retake right now. They have to be a little aware of Envious with alert.
Yeah. And Adil just calling the attention of KNN, saying, okay, elbow's looking clear. We can go this way. The Prowler to confirm that. But this is interesting. So mid's taken by PPQ. Look at Envious. Oh no, knife out. Not getting away with it this time. And PPQ, the one who gets to jump on them. Rolling Thunder to try and clear out the site. The damage done from the rear already. 2 gone. Looking for more. Snowkey and Olulu trying to fight back. Yes, but Cass is a steady hand here on Ali. And anyone who gets towards that spike, well, it will be PPQ ready for this one. Snowkey, though, massive to find 2 more. She's gone into triple, and with a from the shadows, she's going for B.
That's going to be a lot of time ticking down on this spike. More pressure. Where will the rotate come from? Very early smoke, though. That's going to fade before the spike does pop, but so many angles to check. She has to be so aware. She has the Paranoia in her pocket, both Omens with TPs. It's going to be a clean fight. Snowkey a little low, but that's not going to matter with the Vandals.
Yeah, Snowkey here. Looking to try and play from market, perhaps. Moving over to Boba now. Could catch Oriophilia in the act thanks to the sound cues. Time is ticking. Smoke's there though. Oriophilia with the tap. Mystery here, but Snowkey. The Oriophilia is just a step ahead. And PPQ commanding it again. 8-4 to end the first half.
Still, maybe not the round that they were thinking of for the overall
Switching
score, but 8-4 is still a commanding lead, doubling already KNN's output, and it looks like hopefully they're going to be able to close this out as they did on map number 1.
Yeah, but look at this. This has been a similar story to that first map. PPQ punish, PPQ flank, and PPQ just keep on going. The tempo, it's been the series story so far. And Precision Power, Quickness, they have been the ones in the driver's seat from the get-go. Quick little halftime here, guys, so you'll see us for the time being. Gotta ask you though, Fluffy, what could be the answer here for Kitty Nyanya as they have just been led around by PPQ so far again?
I feel like right now it's more of that proactivity yet again, because it feels like PPQ just sets the tone or is able to recover. They need to push deeper, especially in times where they're just holding back their spacing. They just give space for free basically, and they save all their utils. So it's all up to KNN to really force these fights.
Yeah, and KNN, they're lacking on some of these angles. Their initial outlook looks good. I love what they're playing towards mid, into market, right, to play into B. It was successful at the start, but more and more, PPQ would answer that. And then we also saw near the end of that first half, PPQ were the ones taking mid away.
Very true. Right now, it feels like they have to kind of pull the pressure off this defense and kind of dismantle them slowly. But they need to take the second half of the round very, very seriously because they need to explode. They have to have a decisive call somewhere in the mid-round to make sure that they get where they want to go quickly because they won't go there without a fight.
Yeah, there's some massive moments though for KNN. You got Olulu having a big round. Of course, we won't forget the ace that we had from Envious. But those are just samples. It's PPQ who's looking to find the full course meal here. And they're going to move on to the attack as we end halftime. And we are going to be getting back into the game. Still, this is the lower bracket. If you lose, you are out of the running. There's still one more spot up for grabs here in GC Southeast Asia to make it the Game Changers Pacific. And it could be one of the teams making a rally in the lower bracket. Exciting times here. The pressure is on for Kitinyanya though.
Interesting.
Indubitably.
Indomitable.
Unbreakable.
Unshakable.
Okay, Primark, whatever you say.
Yes, but like our pod said, it's still undeniable that this half is about to start, and we're gonna see how this story ends. Will it conclude here on Sunset? Because we're already going for an explosive start. Sleepy Keiki able to find one. Snowky controller off the board. They might get the refrag here, but Envious, great stun, the support to take her out. Good trade, but that still is a net positive. She's still confused. How did she get in?
Yeah, it was so fast. It even made Fluffy Yap there in the end. Okay, and then still with the numbers, Envious in position, but now flushed out by PPQ. And this could be them very confident on the B plant. Look out though, B main, where KNN's going for. Natural spotted too.
That's gonna be the big question here. Cast good angle here, control onto Margaret. They have to make a move before they get flanked. Break the pincer before it gets started. But with two players already coming out of main, he gives... No, oh, never mind. My point is gone because they cleared it, so now they can refocus all their efforts here on Olulu.
Yeah, they're hanging out here by Market and PPQ. They're set up for success. A deal here. Tough ask and an even tougher time. Cast there with the trade and a pistol for PPQ. How many has that been for the series? I think that's 3 out of 4 at this point.
Very, very true. 4-9 right now. Almost to the double digits. Basically guaranteed, let's be honest. If a miracle doesn't happen, it's going to be hard to slow this train down.
Yeah, it's just been all aboard the PPQ Express here. And even on the attacking side, they're the ones surprising KNN with the swiftness that they had there. But then again, it's still par for the course in the competition. Sleepy Keiki, she has no fear. That judge on hand, she's just running at him. She's just running at Olulu right now. There's no way you can escape from Sleepy Keiki's hand. And that is just KNN done dirty, man. A Neon running at you full sprint with a judge. What do you even do with classics?
It's the new upgrade package really pushing her to the limits right now.
Yeah.
Able to really get so much ground, especially when the rest of the field isn't even at that pace yet.
Yeah. Fastest one all across the board now. She's been taken down and judge. And just got a kill with the judge. Might not want to give her the judge anymore because PPQ, the rest of the team, will get the double digits there.
3 rounds to maybe close this out, and PPQ, they want this. B&B mentioned earlier, I can't forget because when he says it, I remember that this is gonna be a knockout game. So hopefully for KNN, they really gotta put in the pressure right now and put the pedal to the metal.
Of all the points to remember from Blackenblue, that has to be the most important. Absolutely. But PPQ,
he said so many things.
He did say so many things.
I learned so much, but I learned that the most.
Well, lessons to be learned. That's why we sometimes have the TLDR, but look, from what we're reading, PPQ in control into the bonus go. And Sleepy Keiki, no more judge. It's a Bucky this time. And KNN are kind of expecting that they're playing away from B main after hearing the Neon sprint at them. And they hold onto Market. The Fade as well getting incel, and Adil wants a piece of that action. Tries to go for the swing. The Cyber Cage is swayed, sir. The rest of PPQ rotating towards A this time.
Good positioning here, but Samfire, no weaponry still. Gonna be that util player at the moment. until at least they get the mark. She does have the drone, so that might be something to spot out this A stack, because if not, this is going to be a pain train if they try to push through it.
Yeah. Looking set and ready for KNN. A good chance for them if they can keep up these positions. The Aldrone, though, forcing Adil away. Sleepy Cakey, but the shutdown, the knockdown. And it's a takedown from Adil to really silence the Neon quite early on into the round. Anyway, over onto mid. Market, of course, has been exposed for quite a while, and PPQ want to go for it. And just now catching Cass on the cross. Still dangerous to swing at this way, and Cass is the one to take advantage of that path. 4v4. Adil giving the advantage back here for KNN. Flash comes out, and Adil wants to get into the fight already, but not like that. You had low HP. Land straight into her pain chills. And PPQ happy for the freebie. Slow walk now. Kitinyanya. The Sasati tangle. Sun comes out, but Samphar's going. Oh, Lulu spray though. It's just absolutely on it. Cass finally gets a wake-up call, but this is all Olulu for KNN to win this round.
What a way to end things there. Especially, I don't think they respected the possibility of the aggression coming in from Olulu. Even their breach, still arms out, and Cass caught off guard.
Yeah, just didn't expect that to happen. Olulu though, she's pretty solid with the spray down here. All in all, KNN, it's a round they needed. Yes, they're fluff, but it's still so costly, right, for the defense. They invested. This was the bonus from PPQ, and now the disparity looking even wider for PPQ to take advantage of.
Very true. Hopefully, they start getting some momentum their way. The judge still in hands of Snowkey. It's going to be difficult for them to really convert it unless they get really close. What an aggressive TP.
You want
right
really
in the middle.
close? You want really close, but then Adil is able to keep them away again. Exune, what's new? A double for herself. Adil low HP has to back off onto the site. And in that chaos, PPQ, they went for the full send early on. Now they're back to their usual business. Silence their approach as they crawl their way towards A.
Slow and steady is the way towards the crawl for A, and looks like there's still one player behind the box, a showstopper in hand, but will that be able to stop the push? The double up here already as Snowkey's there, but still, it's still the judge, and that already God, they spot her out though.
Oh, what?
Ooh,
no!
No,
Here
that's
comes
not
the
how that
what?
goes.
Here comes the what? That is not
Spike
what you
planted.
want to do for KNN. Heartbreaker. The intention made sense, but it's just too late at that point. And envious. I don't envy the position she put in. She's done all she can for KNN here. A tough ass though versus Sapphire and the rest. Can't even see any contact point. And she makes her way towards the site. Cash should be ready. A swing from Sapphire alongside Exune seems to be the game plan. And in this case, Envious, she's still gonna peek this. She's still gonna peek this. And now she walks straight into crosshairs of Precision Power Quickness. 11-5 here.
2 rounds to maybe close the series out. They have a great economy right now. The control so far has been pretty stable for them. I was surprised that they were able to get this get away with this, with some rounds being very aggressive. Even right now, they're pinging somewhere really deep, closer to Boba on that defender's side. So hopefully this looks like a mid take, I think.
Yeah, Boba guy, more of a KBBQ kind of guy, you know. I don't know.
I'm ready. Well, hopefully they can also bring this home, because it's 5-11 right now. They just need 2 rounds to close things out.
Yeah, let's see. KNN. Oh, it's an eco even. It's really been the story so far for Kitinyanya. Some good ideas, some big potential with their angles, but more and more PPQ. They're showing that they have the plan, and the creep up towards A main. Will it just be effectively ignored with the wraparound from Boba? Eyes on Casto. Good for one. He's gonna get a second, and the spray. She controls it enough to just hit the legs of both targets.
Cut him
Spike to be
down.
planted. Cut him down. 5v3.
5v3, the wraparound not gonna work. The pressure gone because of Kansas heroics. Gonna force them to come out on the more default angles, and PPQ is positioned to punish.
So tough. To go through this door, to go through this smoke. It's a death sentence. And Natural and Adil, just a last look perhaps. Oh, nice shot from Lulu. There's the trade. The dart though confirming immediately. Mid is where the angle, the action's at. And Sleepy Keiki, she wants more. She can't get any more though. KNN, respect! The classics are doing damage! But it's still not gonna be good enough. PPQ have worked for this one, and here they are on series point.
The aim is true, but is it too little too late? PPQ series point, you already said it, and I'm gonna say it again because Blackenblue said a while ago that if one of them loses, that's it.
Huh? You're saying this is an elimination match?
I know.
Unbelievable. The lower bracket, the stakes are at the highest here. You make it at the end of the lower bracket. Yeah, it's a pawn shop. You go through the gauntlet, you get a slot into Pacific. Yeah, Sipto, they've confirmed it. Team Falcons, they confirmed it. And for PPQ, they're one round away from taking the next step to try and go for it. They're gonna send it with Sleepy KP's overdrive. Here comes the lightning. Envious can't handle all that pressure. And as PPQ go for A, they're gonna realize this is looking clear for them.
Confidence coming in from Sleepy Keiki to just clear out alone, able to also connect with their team and create the breach. The operator gonna have to reposition, and Adil has such an awkward way to play this. No ultimate as well. They have to clear out the Neon if they know he's close. Oh, but the angle just not right, but the shots don't connect!
Oh, the spray comes in. Olulu, I think shutting that one down. Hunter's Fury comes on into, and PPQ. Oh, Natural even getting tagged. Low for Snowkey. Low for Natural. They come in from the alley, but Sapphire now with the drone exposes it all. Time is running out here for KNN, and their lifeline is looking forfeit after the Rolling Thunder. Natural sent into the abyss, and it's in the name for PPQ. Precision, power, and quickness. They take the series 2-0.
A swift ending for what started as such a close battle on map number 1 here on Sunset. Finally, things do end in concrete. 2-0s today. Very interesting.
The sweep city all throughout the lower bracket, and precision, power, quickness. You gotta respect the game that they put up here from the get-go, from the first round of map number 1. They are just ones putting on the show, the ones who are putting on the story, man. And all in all, I think PPQ really a threat to be reckoned with here in the lower bracket.
I mean, not only in their team play, but you can see the individuals that have really stepped up, like Samfire and the rest of the gang, are really holding down a lot of those pivotal angles. But outside of all the nerd talk, they just played really well as a team, and more than that, they're able to play off each other a bit better and control the pace. And I think that's the showings of what the potential of a team could be.
Yeah, and I like what Sleepy Keiki was able to do in that map as well. They're running this Neon now. They feel more confident to get this kind of space, and you can see the difference, how much this duelist gets here for precision, power, quickness. Mid to 8 plays wouldn't work without her leading that charge, leading the rest of the team, and it's just been so strong of a showing from PPQ overall. Still, big effort there from Kitinyanya. I love what we saw, but unfortunately, that's where we have to say goodbye to them as they are eliminated. Fluffy, before we toss it to the panel, anything else you want to say after today?
It's nice to be back, and hopefully we'll be back again. So back to you, to the analyst desk.
Back to us, indeed. Back to us. That was a series. What a spectacle. Welcome back, everyone. If you suddenly decided to tune in now, you missed an absolute showdown. I'm your host, Bella, and I'm joined by insightful Blackenblue. It's time to unpack how precise, powerful, and quick PPQ was on Sunset with their 2-0 win.
We got even numbers here today, Bella, right? We're ending both series 2-0, and similar to the first series, right? Lotus and then Sunset 2-0, another one we do see. But yeah, you asked the question, how precise were they? How quick were they? Well, they were definitely the highest marks that we could give here. Lovely stuff that we did see from PPQ throughout this entire series so far, and especially from Zenne. I hope I'm not butchering. Xune there for right? Xune. Yeah, I know. That's not the way I would have assumed to pronounce it, but yeah, Xune Great series so far from her, both during map number 1 on Lotus, and then same thing here coming on to map number 2. In general, both Cyphers really performing pretty well, Envious as well. For KNN here was by far their best player, I think, in map number 2, but series whole, Zen Exune is, I think, my pick for one of the MVPs that we might see in this series.
I mean, she really showed up on our first map, and her Cypher on Sunset was nothing short of a perfection. We just saw her shine throughout our series today. But not only her, it's like PPQ came into this elimination match as a team with a vision, and they were so surgically precise with it.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, with a scalpel, sometimes the way that they would be able to really find the opening here. And if not, well, it's a scalpel, it's a sharp object. Sometimes if they don't find themselves an opening, then they'll create one. And that is, I guess, time and time and again, a great way to make these things work. You see there Xenia as well, you know, winning out the clutch on the opposing end, Envious as well doing the same thing. So multiple kind of these multi-frags we're seeing happening, but ultimately enough, I think, not just individually, but as a team, PPQ, they played spectacular here, Bella.
Yeah, and it really showed that they deserve to stay here at our Split 2 playoffs, and now they're moving on into the lower bracket, and they're keeping those tournament dreams burning bright. They take the win right here on Sunset, 13-5, and look at the first kills. It's a direct reflection.
A coincidence, maybe an omen, perhaps, or just a statistical anomaly. Who knows? Maybe sometimes the stars align. For PPQ, though, things do definitely align for him, and it aligns for you too, Bella. As you're 2-0 today in our prediction. I am the not sore loser, but I will concede. Great predictions today. I mean, for PPQ. You have to look at this team and see, once again, the experience that they do have. Like, they have players like Oreophilia, for example, who didn't even need to particularly activate that much here for map number 2 for them to take it, and still they do. And obviously, like, players like Samfire here has done so much for this team throughout the series and throughout their run so far here in split number 2 that, yeah, the PPQ, they are definitely a mark of a team who can be considered as dark horses in this tournament. They came from Split 1 as well, kind of keep the same roster basically coming into it. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see a deep run here from PPQ in the lower bracket.
Yeah, and it wasn't even like Kitty Nyanya wasn't performing well. It was just that PPQ was so much quicker and took that pace to their field before Kitty Nyanya could actually get back on their feet and start pulling off what they came today with. They came into today with.
Yeah, oh, definitely. I mean, what they did come today with was power, precision, you know, quickness, knowledge, strength, and all that. But, I mean, look at the ACS here from Exanue. 322, and she will be the MVP of this map. I'm personally, for me, I'm gonna say she's the MVP of this series as a whole.
Yeah.
So lower bracket run progresses further. I believe they're gonna need to keep this up here, Bella, because they have a tough opponent up against them soon after.
Yeah, I mean, not only her, they are going to be taking on Hypa just tomorrow. So if when we get a chance to talk to them later on in our interview, then I want to talk to them. How are they feeling about carrying this momentum into tomorrow? Because she definitely put up, I guess she raised the flag. Now everyone here in the GC, SCE, Southeast Asia, they need to know that she is this full of firepower.
Well, now they do. Now they have their eyes set on them, and they, with a win like this, a 2-0 win in the lower bracket, it makes them a target. It makes it real for any opponent to come up against them, and you know that at this point, nobody should be underestimating this team anyways, considering they went all the way to the 3rd round of the lower bracket during split number 1, right? Well, that's what, top 4 technically, yeah. But in this case, definitely so. You cannot underestimate this team. There is a lot that they could bring. They seem ever more so improved compared to what we saw during split number 1. It's basically the same team, but even better. And I wouldn't be surprised if they make it potentially to top 4 maybe even the top 3. We don't know. There's a chance, I think, that this team can do that. And yeah, dark horses once more. I think they are in this tournament.
Well, I mean, I totally agree with you on that. And now it seems like we have an interview ready with Sleepy K. Sleepy Cakey. Sorry, my bad. So let's go talk to her right now. Hello, Sleepy Cakey.
Hello.
Hi.
Congrats to that
Thank
incredible
you.
win today.
Thank you.
I mean, the energy from your team was incredible. How are you and the team? What's the vibe like today after taking that very speedy, that very precise win today?
I see what you did there with our name, but honestly, the vibes have been really crazy. If you could hear the voice comms, I think that we might be one of the loudest ones for no reason. So it was great. It was really fun.
Was it like, was it just as loud before you came into today as well?
Oh, just as loud. We're just like that for some reason.
It's the
You
loud
should-
comms.
You guys should probably add like an extra, digit to your name than PPQL for the loudness, right? For this. Being loud in
Okay,
general, but,
okay. I'll consider that. I'll
yeah.
consider that. I'll tell my team.
And
yeah.
we have a fan that wants to know, how is it like to play with a non-broken mouse now?
It feels absolutely great, but now somehow my headphone is broken. If you would like to sponsor me,
Oh.
that'd be amazing. But
Blackenblue
honestly,
actually
Sponsors?
said it, yeah.
okay.
Yeah, I was shouting you out on the panel a while ago, like, let's get this team, sponsors, mice,
Really?
headsets,
Okay.
everything, the whole
I need to
thing
rewatch.
during
I need
the
to
opening
rewatch
panel.
that. But yeah,
Yeah,
it's been
definitely
amazing.
so. Oh yeah, I have a quick question for you though. You've been on
Yeah, of
many
course.
teams before this, right? A bunch of different
Yes.
teams. What makes this team different compared to some of the others that you've been on that you believe could be the reason why this is the team to make it happen?
Honestly, throughout my whole time playing in Valorant, there's this one person that's still in my team right now, Sleepy Seune. She's been there for the longest of times, and I'm already so comfortable. I know what she's gonna say, what she's gonna do. But compared to all the other teams that I've had, all the other teams were amazing. But this team is there's something different about us, and I loved playing with every single one of them. They're all so fun. They're all so loud, and of course, we're just playing for fun mostly.
That is so
No pressure.
heartwarming. I just turned
The
into a
power
fan.
of
It's my
friendship.
fan mode right now. Well, just before we let you go, you will be facing Hypa tomorrow. Are you ready?
Absolutely, maybe. Maybe? I hope so. I'm quite nervous because, as you know, Hypa is a very strong team and I look up to them a lot. But just because I look up to them doesn't mean that I don't want to beat them. So, we'll see.
Facts. All right. Thank you so much for your time and joining us here.
Thank you so
Congrats again,
much.
Sleepy Cakey. We'll
Thank
let you go now.
you.
All right.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Congrats again.
Thank you.
What are your thoughts, Blackenblue?
I love the vibe. She
Right?
mentions that they're just like loud in general. They're having fun, and you can kind of see that with not just her demeanor, obviously after a win, but the way that they play. Right? They are very, very decisive in making these decisions, and that just kind of gives you signals that they aren't really second guessing too much. They aren't really kind of questioning each other's comms or questioning each other's decisions, and I love to see it. So yeah. PPQ, if you weren't a fan before then, you might be now after this series, especially after
Yeah,
that
I
interview.
mean, the way that she talks about her teammates as well, you gotta have that kind of faith and love for your team to come out with a game so strong as today's, right?
Oh, definitely so, and that's kind of what you need, as I mentioned. The power of
Yeah.
friendship prevails.
Yeah. So many life lessons from the wise Blackenblue today.
Oh,
I love
I don't
it.
know about wise, but okay. Well,
You don't know about
lessons,
wise,
maybe-
you don't know about
maybe-
insightful.
Yeah, I don't know about all these. We're trying to be on that down to earth stuff here
Just
today.
just
My
a
first
humble
day back.
king here with me. Well,
Okay, yeah, I'll take
Eh,
it.
all right. Well, there you have it. Living up to that name, Precision, Power, Quickness today, taking that 2-0 win, and they continue their journey here at GC Southeast Asia Split 2. All right. Well, from myself, Bella, and the insightful Blackenblue, thank you everyone for tuning in. Don't forget to come back tomorrow because
Wait, I believe we have a bracket to
we
look at.
have Mad Army versus Salapao.
Yeah.
And you want to say the second match?
Hypa versus Power, Precision, and Quickness. I almost said speed at the end. Yeah. But yeah, we got a bracket. You guys thought we were going to trail off into a closing. No, that was a
No, I almost caught you guys.
misdirection. Yeah. You know, she almost got you guys tricked there. But yeah, here's a bracket
Yeah.
tomorrow.
I mean, there on the lower bracket is our results today. Salapao takes Kimmy's Kitchen 2-0. That was an intense one as well. But just now, Kitty Nyanya lost to Precision Power Quickness 2-0. And now, these two teams, Salapao and PPQ, move on to tomorrow to face Mad Army and Hypa Esports. I love saying that name, Hypa.
Yeah, I know, right? That's me hype to say their name. Like that's like psych naming 101, right? Get them to say your name, get them to want to say your name. Much like Kitty Nyanya, but unfortunately they are out of the tournament now. We lost both kittens tonight. I realized.
What?
The Kimmy's Kitchen with a cat logo, and then Kitty Nyanya with, you know, a bunch of cats.
No! We only have Zipto Cat remaining here at the playoffs. Oh no.
Yeah, unfortunately, no 9 lives for some of the cats here. At least
You
Zipto's
cruel
here.
man.
Yeah, that one I'll take. I'll take that as a compliment. But yeah, Zipto's here. We got lots of teams still here. 4 teams actually. No, 6 teams.
And well, with the one cat remaining here at the playoffs, we are going to say goodbye. I'm your host Bella, and joining me was the wonderful Blackenblue. Thank you for being so fun today.
No, thank you. It was a pleasure.
All right. Well, everyone, come back tomorrow, same time, same place for some more Valorant action. But good night.
We gotta stay awake. Sunset
surprise.